Introduction of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, the story of a Prairie people. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kirk Ziegler. Blackfoot Lodge Tales, the story of a Prairie people, by George Bird Grinnell. Introduction. We were sitting about the fire in a lodge on 2 Medicine. Double Runner, Small Leggings, Mad Wolf, and the little Blackfoot were smoking and talking, and I was writing in my notebook. As I put aside the book and reached out my hand for the pipe, Double Runner bent over and picked up a scrap of printed paper, which had fallen to the ground. He looked at it for a moment without speaking, and then, holding it up and calling me by name, said, "Kut-O Yis Sim-O-Kan, this is education. Here is the difference between you and me, between the Indians and the white people. You know what this means. I do not. If I did know, I should be as smart as you. If all my people knew, the white people would not always get the best of us. Nisa, elder brother, your words are true. Therefore you ought to see that your children go to school, so that they may get the white man's knowledge. When they are men, they will have to trade with the white people, and if they know nothing, they can never get rich. The times have changed. It will never again be as it was when you and I were young. You say well, Kut-O Yis Sim-O-Kan. I have seen the days, and I know it so. The old things are passing away, and the children of my children will be like white people. None of them will know how it used to be in their father's day unless they read the things which we have told you, and which you are all the time writing down in your books. They are all written down, Nisa, the story of the 3 tribes, Siksikaw, Kaina, and Pikuni. Indians and their stories. The most shameful chapter of American history is that in which is recorded the account of our dealings with the Indians. The story of our government's intercourse with this race is an unbroken narrative of injustice, fraud, and robbery. Our people have disregarded honesty and truth whenever they have come in contact with the Indian, and he has no rights because he has never had the power to enforce any. Protests against governmental swindling of these savages has been made again and again, but such remonstrances attract no general attention. Almost everyone is ready to acknowledge that in the past the Indians have been shamefully robbed, but it appears to be believed that this no longer takes place. This is a great mistake. We treat them now much as we have always treated them. Within 2 years I have been present on a reservation where government commissioners, by means of threats, by bribes given to chiefs, and by casting fraudulently the votes of absentees, succeeded after months of effort in securing votes enough to warrant them in asserting that a tribe of Indians, entirely wild and totally ignorant of farming, had consented to sell their lands, and to settle down each upon 160 acres of the most utterly arid and barren land to be found on the North American continent. The fraud perpetrated on this tribe was as gross as could be practiced by one set of men upon another. In a similar way, the Southern Utes were recently induced to consent to give up their reservation for another. Americans are a conscientious people, yet they take no interest in these frauds. They have the Anglo-Saxon spirit of fair play, which sympathizes with weakness, yet no protest is made against the oppression which the Indian suffers. They are generous. A famine in Ireland, Japan, or Russia arouses the sympathy and calls forth the bounty of the nation, yet they give no heed to the distress of the Indians, who are in the very midst of them. They do not realize that Indians are human beings like themselves. For this state of things there must be a reason, and this reason is to be found, I believe, in the fact that practically no one has any personal knowledge of the Indian race. The few who are acquainted with them are neither writers nor public speakers, and for the most part would find it easier to break a horse than to write a letter. If the general public knows little of this race, those who legislate about them are equally ignorant. From the congressional page who distributes the copies of a pending bill, up through the representatives and senators who vote for it, to the president whose signature makes the measure a law, all are entirely unacquainted with this people or their needs. Many stories about Indians have been written, some which are interesting and some perhaps true. All, however, have been written by civilized people, and have thus of necessity been misleading. The reason for this is plain. The white person who gives his idea of a story of Indian life inevitably looks at things from the civilized point of view, and assigns to the Indian such motives and feelings as govern the civilized man. But often the feelings which lead an Indian to perform a particular action are not those which would induce a white man to do the same thing, or if they are, the train of reasoning which led up to the Indian's motive is not the reasoning of the white man. In a volume about the Pawnees, I endeavored to show how Indians think and feel by letting some of them tell their own stories in their own fashion, and thus explain in their own way how they look at the everyday occurrences of their life, what motives govern them, and how they reason. In the present volume I treat of another race of Indians in precisely the same way. I give the Blackfoot stories as they have been told to me by the Indians themselves, not elaborating nor adding to them. In all cases except one, they were written down as they fell from the lips of the storyteller. Sometimes I have transposed a sentence or two, or have added a few words of explanation, but the stories as here given are told in the words of the original narrators as nearly as it is possible to render those words into the simplest everyday English. These are Indian stories, pictures of Indian life drawn by Indian artists, and showing this life from the Indian's point of view. Those who read these stories will have the narratives just as they come to me from the lips of the Indians themselves, and from the tales they can get a true notion of the real man who is speaking. He is not the Indian of the newspapers, nor of the novel, nor of the Eastern sentimentalist, nor of the Western boomer, but the real Indian as he is in his daily life among his own people, his friends, where he is not embarrassed by the presence of strangers, nor trying to produce effects, but is himself, the true, natural man. And when you are talking with your Indian friend, as you sit beside him and smoke with him on the bare prairie during a halt in the day's march, or at night lie at length about your lonely campfire in the mountains, or form one of a circle of feasters in his home lodge, you get very near to nature. Some of the sentiments which he expresses may horrify your civilized mind, but they are not unlike those which your own small boy might utter. The Indian talks of blood and wounds and death in a commonplace, matter-of-fact way that may startle you. But these things used to be a part of his daily life, and even today you may sometimes hear a dried-up, palsied survivor of the ancient wars cackle out his shrill laugh when he tells as a merry jest a blood-curdling story of the torture he inflicted on some enemy in the long ago. I have elsewhere expressed my views on Indian character, the conclusions founded on an acquaintance with this race extending over more than 20 years, during which time I have met many tribes, with some of whom I have lived on terms of the closest intimacy. The Indian is a man, not very different from his white brother, except that he is undeveloped. In his natural state he is kind and affectionate in his family, is hospitable, honest and straightforward with his fellows, a true friend. If you are his guest, the best he has is at your disposal. If the camp is starving, you will still have set before you your share of what food there may be in the lodge. For his friend he will die, if need be. He is glad to perform acts of kindness for those he likes. While traveling in the heats of summer over long, waterless stretches of prairie, I have had an Indian, who saw me suffering from thirst, leave me without mentioning his errand, and ride 30 miles to fetch me a canteen of cool water. The Indian is intensely religious. No people pray more earnestly nor more frequently. This is especially true of all Indians of the plains. The Indian has the mind and feelings of a child with the stature of a man, and if this is clearly understood and considered, it will readily account for much of the bad that we hear about him, and for many of the evil traits which are commonly attributed to him. Civilized and educated, the Indian of the better class is not less intelligent than the average white man, and he has every capacity for becoming a good citizen. This view is held not only by myself, but by all of the many old frontiersmen that I have known, who have had occasion to live much among Indians, and by most experienced army officers. It was the view held by my friend and schoolmate, the lamented Lieutenant Kah-Tsi, whose good work in transforming the fierce Northern Cheyennes into United States soldiers is well known among all officers of the Army, and whose sad death by an Indian bullet has not yet, I believe, been forgotten by the public. It is proper that something should be said as to how this book came to be written. About 10 years ago, Mr. J. W. Schultz of Montana, who was then living in the Blackfoot camp, contributed to the columns of the Forest and Stream, under the title Life Among the Blackfeet, a series of sketches of that people. These papers seemed to me of unusual interest, and worthy a record in a form more permanent than the columns of a newspaper, but no opportunity was then presented for filling in the outlines given in them. Shortly after this, I visited the Mik-A'Pi tribe of the Blackfeet, and I have spent more or less time in their camps every year since. I have learned to know well all their principal men, besides many of the Bloods and the Blackfeet, and have devoted much time and effort to the work of accumulating from their old men and best warriors the facts bearing on the history, customs, and oral literature of the tribe, which are presented in this volume. In 1889 my book on the Pawnees was published, and seemed to arouse so much interest in Indian life from the Indian's standpoint, that I wrote to Mr. Schultz, urging him, as I had often done before, to put his observations in shape for publication, and offered to edit his work, and to see it through the press. Mr. Schultz was unwilling to undertake this task, and begged me to use all the material which I had gathered, and whatever he could supply, in the preparation of a book about the Blackfeet. A portion of the material contained in these pages was originally made public by Mr. Schultz, and he was thus the discoverer of the literature of the Blackfeet. My own investigations have made me familiar with all the stories here recorded, from original sources, but some of them he first published in the columns of the Forest and Stream. For this work he is entitled to great credit, for it is most unusual to find anyone living the rough life beyond the frontier, and mingling in daily intercourse with Indians, who has the intelligence to study their traditions, history, and customs, and the industry to reduce his observations to writing. Besides the invaluable assistance given me by Mr. Schultz, I acknowledge with gratitude the kindly aid of Miss Cora M. Ross, one of the school teachers at the Blackfoot Agency, who has furnished me with a version of the story of the origin of the Medicine Lodge, and of Mrs. Thomas Dawson, who gave me help on the story of the lost children. William Jackson, an educated half-breed, who did good service from 1874 to 1879, scouting under Generals Custer and Miles, and William Russell, half-breed, at one time government interpreter at the agency, have both given me valuable assistance. The latter has always placed himself at my service when I needed an interpreter, while Mr. Jackson has been at great pains to assist me in securing several tales which I might not otherwise have obtained, and has helped me in many ways. The veteran Prairie man, Mr. Hugh Monroe, and his son John Monroe, have also given me much information. Most of the stories I owe to Blackfeet, Bloods, and Piegans of pure race. Some of these men have died within the past few years, among them the kindly and venerable Red Eagle, almost a dog, a noble man who was regarded with respect and affection by Indians and whites, and that matchless orator for bears. Others still living, to whom I owe thanks, are Wolf Calf, Big Nose, Heavy Runner, Young Bear Chief, Wolf Tail, Rabid Wolf, Running Rabbit, White Calf, all are his children, Double Runner, Lone Medicine Person, and many others. The stories here given cover a wide range of subjects, but are fair examples of the oral literature of the Blackfeet. They deal with religion, the origin of things, the performances of medicine men, the bravery and single-heartedness of warriors. It will be observed that in more than one case 2 stories begin in the same way, and for a few paragraphs are told in language which is almost identical. In like manner, it is often to be noted that in different stories the same incidents occur. This is all natural enough, when it is remembered that the range of the Indians' experiences is very narrow. The incidents of camp life, of hunting and war excursions, do not offer a very wide variety of conditions, and of course the stories of the people deal chiefly with matters with which they are familiar. They are based on the everyday life of the narrators. The reader of these Blackfoot stories will not fail to notice many curious resemblances to tales told among other and distant different peoples. Their similarity to those current among the Ojibways and other eastern Algonquin tribes is sufficiently obvious and altogether to be expected, nor is it at all remarkable that we should find, among the Blackfeet, tales identical with those told by tribes of different stock far to the south. But it is a little startling to see in the story of the Worm Pipe a close parallel to the classical myth of Orpheus and Eurydice. In another of the stories is an incident which might have been taken bodily from the Odyssey. Well-equipped students of general folklore will find in these tales much to interest them, and to such may be left the task of commenting on this collection. End of introduction. Section 1 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Peace with the Snakes. In those days there was a Piegan chief named Owlbear. He was a great chief, very brave and generous. One night he had a dream. He saw many dead bodies of the enemy lying about, scalped, and he knew that he must go to war. So he called out for a feast, and after the people had eaten, he said, "I had a strong dream last night. I went to war against the Snakes, and killed many of their warriors. So the signs are good, and I feel that I must go. Let us have a big party now, and I will be the leader. We will start tomorrow night." Then he told 2 old men to go out in the camp and shout the news, so that all might know. The big party was made up. 200 men, they say, went with this chief to war. The first night they traveled only a little way, for they were not used to walking and soon got tired. In the morning the chief got up early and went and made a sacrifice, and when he came back to the others, some said, "Come now, tell us your dream of this night." "I dreamed good," said Owlbear. "I had a good dream. We will have good luck." But many others said they had bad dreams. They saw blood running from their bodies. Night came, and the party started on, traveling south, and keeping near the foothills. And when daylight came, they stopped in thick pine woods and built war lodges. They put up poles as for a lodge, and covered them very thick with pine boughs, so that they could build fires and cook, and no one would see the light and smoke. And they all ate some of the food they carried, and then went to sleep. Again the chief had a good dream, but the others all had bad dreams, and some talked about turning back. But Owlbear laughed at them, and when night came, all started on. So they traveled for some nights, and all kept dreaming bad except the chief. He always had good dreams. One day after a sleep, a person again asked Owlbear if he dreamed good. "Yes," he replied, "I have again dreamed of good luck." "We still dream bad," the person said, "and now some of us are going to turn back. We will go no further, for bad luck is surely ahead." Go back," said Owlbear. "I think you are cowards. I want no cowards with me." They did not speak again. Many of them turned around and started north toward home. 2 more days' travel. Owlbear and his warriors went on, and then another party turned back, for they still had bad dreams. All the men now left with him were his relations. All the others had turned back. They traveled on and traveled on, always having bad dreams, until they came close to the Elk River. Then the oldest relation said, "Come, my chief, let us all turn back. We still have bad dreams. We cannot have good luck." "No," replied Owlbear, "I will not turn back." Then they were going to seize him and tie his hands, for they had talked of this before. They thought to tie him and make him go back with them. Then the chief got very angry. He put an arrow on his bow and said, "Do not touch me. You are my relations, but if any of you try to tie me, I will kill you. Now I am ashamed. My relations are cowards and will turn back. I have told you I have always dreamed good, and that we would have good luck. Now I don't care. I am covered with shame. I am going now to the snake camp and will give them my body. I am ashamed. Go, go, and when you get home put on women's dresses. You are no longer men." They said no more. They turned back homeward, and the chief was all alone. His heart was very sad as he traveled on, and he was much ashamed, for his relations had left him. Night was coming on. The sun had set and rain was beginning to fall. Owlbear looked around for some place where he could sleep dry. Close by he saw a hole in the rocks. He got down on his hands and knees and crept in. Here it was very dark. He could see nothing, so he crept very slowly, feeling as he went. All at once his hand touched something strange. He felt of it. It was a person's foot, and there was a moccasin on it. He stopped and sat still. Then he felt a little further. Yes, it was a person's leg. He could feel the cowskin legging. Now he did not know what to do. He thought perhaps it was a dead person, and again he thought it might be one of his relations, who had become ashamed and turned back after him. Pretty soon he put his hand on the leg again and felt along up. He touched the person's belly. It was warm. He felt of the breast, and could feel it rise and fall as the breath came and went, and the heart was beating fast. Still the person did not move. Maybe he was afraid. Perhaps he thought that was a ghost feeling of him. Owlbear now knew this person was not dead. He thought he would try if he could to learn who the man was, for he was not afraid. His heart was sad. His people and his relations had left him, and he had made up his mind to give his body to the snakes. So he began and felt all over the man, of his face, hair, robe, leggings, belt weapons, and by he stopped feeling of him. He could not tell whether it was one of his people or not. Pretty soon the strange person sat up and felt all over Owlbear, and when he had finished, he took the Piegan's hand and opened it and held it up, waving it from side to side, saying by signs, "Who are you?" Owlbear put his closed hand against the person's cheek and rubbed it. He said in signs, "Piegan," and then he asked the person who he was. A finger was placed against his breast and moved across it zigzag. It was the sign for snake. "Hi-ya!" thought Owlbear. A snake, my enemy!" For a long time he sat still, thinking. By and by he drew his knife from his belt and placed it in the snake's hand, and signed, "Kill me." He waited. He thought soon his heart would be cut. He wanted to die. Why live? His people had left him. Then the snake took Owlbear's hand and put a knife in it and motioned that Owlbear should cut his heart, but the Piegan would not do it. He lay down, and the snake lay down beside him. Maybe they slept. Likely not. So the night went and morning came. It was light, and they crawled out of the cave and talked a long time together by signs. Owlbear told the snake where he had come from, how his party had dreamed bad and left him, and that he was going alone to give his body to the snakes. Then the snake said, "I was going to war too. I was going against the Piegans. Now I am done. Are you a chief?" "I am the head chief," replied Owlbear. "I lead. All the others follow." "I am the same as you," said the snake. "I am the chief. I like you. You are brave. You gave me your knife to kill you with. How is your heart? Shall the snakes and the Piegans make peace?" "Your words are good," replied Owlbear. "I am glad. How many nights will it take you to go home and come back here with your people?" asked the snake. Owlbear thought and counted. "In 25 nights," he replied. "The Piegans will camp down by that creek." "My trail," said the snake, "goes across the mountains. I will try to be here in 25 nights, but I will camp with my people just behind that first mountain. When you get here with the Piegans, come with one of your wives and stay all night with me. In the morning the snakes will move and put up their lodges beside the Piegans." "As you say," replied the chief, "so it shall be done." Then they built a fire and cooked some meat and ate together. "I am ashamed to go home," said Owlbear. "I have taken no horses, no scalps. Let me cut off your side locks." "Take them," said the snake. Owlbear cut off the chief's braids close to his head, and then the snake cut off the Piegan's braids. Then they exchanged clothes and weapons and started out, the Piegan north, the snake south. "Owlbear has come! Owlbear has come!" the people were shouting. The warriors rushed to his lodge. Whish! How quickly it was filled! Hundreds stood outside, waiting to hear the news. For a long time the chief did not speak. He was still angry with his people. An old man was talking, telling the news of the camp. Owlbear did not look at him. He ate some food and rested. Many were in the lodge who had started to war with him. They were now ashamed. They did not speak either, but kept looking at the fire. After a long time the chief said, "I traveled on alone. I met a snake. I took his scalp and clothes and his weapons. See, here is his scalp." And he held up the 2 braids of hair. No one spoke, but the chief saw them nudge each other and smile a little. And soon they went out and said to one another, "What a lie! That is not an enemy's scalp. There is no flesh on it. He has robbed some dead person." Someone told the chief what they said, but he only laughed and replied, "I do not care. They were too much afraid even to go on and rob a dead person. They should wear women's dresses." Near sunset, Owlbear called for a horse and rode all through the camp so everyone could hear, shouting out, "Listen! Listen! Tomorrow we move camp. We travel south. The Piegans and the snakes are going to make peace. If anyone refuses to go, I will kill him. All must go." Then an old medicine man came up to him and said, "Kai, Owlbear, listen to me. Why talk like this? You know we are not afraid of the snakes. Have we not fought them and driven them out of this country? Do you think we are afraid to go and meet them? No. We will go and make peace with them as you say, and if they want to fight, we will fight. Now you are angry with those who started to war with you. Don't be angry. Dreams belong to the sun. He gave them to us so that we can see ahead and know what will happen. The Piegans are not cowards. Their dreams told them to turn back. So do not be so angry with them any more. There is truth in what you say, old man, replied Owlbear. I will take your words. In those days the Piegans were a great tribe. When they traveled, if you were with the head ones, you could not see the last ones, they were so far back. They had more horses than they could count, so they used fresh horses every day and traveled very fast. On the 24th day they reached the place where Owlbear had told the snake they would camp, and put up their lodges along the creek. Soon some of the men came in, and said they had seen some fresh horse trails up toward the mountain. It must be the snakes, said the chief. They have already arrived, although there is yet one night. So he called one of his wives, and getting on their horses they set out to find the snake camp. They took the trail up over the mountain, and soon came in sight of the lodges. It was a big camp. Every open place in the valley was covered with lodges, and the hills were dotted with horses. For the snakes had a great many more horses than the Piegans. Some of the snakes saw the Piegans coming, and they ran to the chief, saying, "Two strangers are in sight, coming this way. What shall be done?" "Do not harm them," replied the chief. "They are friends of mine. I have been expecting them." Then the snakes wondered, for the chief had told them nothing about his war trip. Now, when Owlbear had come to the camp, he asked in signs for the chief's lodge, and they pointed him to one in the middle. It was small and old. The Piegan got off his horse, and the snake chief came out and hugged him and kissed him and said, "I am glad you have come today to my lodge. So are my people. You are tired. Enter my lodge and we will eat." So they went inside, and many of the snakes came in, and they had a great feast. Then the snake chief told his people how he had met the Piegan, and how brave he was, and now that they were going to make a great peace. And he sent some men to tell the people, so that they would be ready to move camp in the morning. Evening came. Everywhere people were shouting out for feasts, and the chief took Owlbear to them. It was very late when they returned. Then the snake had one of his wives make a bed at the back of the lodge, and when it was ready he said, "Now, my friend, there is your bed. This is now your lodge. Also the woman who made the bed, she is now your wife. Also everything in this lodge is yours. The parfleches, saddles, food, robes, bowls, everything is yours. I give them to you because you are my friend and a brave man." "You give me too much," replied Owlbear. "I am ashamed, but I take your words. I have nothing with me but one wife. She is yours." Next morning camp was broken early. The horses were driven in, and the snake chief gave Owlbear his whole band, 200 head, all large, powerful horses. All were now ready, and the chiefs started ahead. Close behind them were all the warriors, hundreds and hundreds, and last came the women and children, and the young men driving the loose horses. As they came in sight of the Piegan camp, all the warriors started out to meet them, dressed in their war costumes and singing the great war song. There was no wind, and the sound came across the valley and up the hill like the noise of thunder. Then the snakes began to sing, and thus the two parties advanced. At last they met. The Piegans turned and rode beside them, and so they came to the camp. Then they got off their horses and kissed each other. Every Piegan asked a snake into his lodge to eat and rest, and the snake women put up their lodges beside the Piegan lodges. So the great peace was made. In Owlbear's lodge there was a great feast, and when they had finished he said to his people, "Here is the man whose scalp I took. Did I say I killed him? No. I gave him my knife and told him to kill me. He would not do it, and he gave me his knife, but I would not kill him. So we talked together what we should do, and now we have made peace. And now," turning to the snake, "this is your lodge, also all the things in it. My horses, too, I give you. All are yours." So it was. The Piegan took the snake's wife, lodge, and horses, and the snake took the Piegan's, and they camped side by side. All the people camped together and feasted each other and made presents. So the peace was made. For many days they camped side by side. The young men kept hunting, and the women were always busy drying meat and tanning robes and cowskins. Buffalo were always close, and after a while the people had all the meat and robes they could carry. Then, one day, the Snake Chief said to Owlbear, "Now, my friend, we have camped a long time together, and I am glad we have made peace. We have dug a hole in the ground, and in it we have put our anger and covered it up, so there is no more war between us, and now I think it time to go. Tomorrow morning the snakes break camp and go back south." "Your words are good," replied Owlbear. "I too am glad we have made this peace. You say you must go south, and I feel lonesome. I would like you to go with us so we could camp together a long time, but as you say, so it shall be done. Tomorrow you will start south. I too shall break camp, for I am lonesome here without you, and the Piegans will start in the home direction." The lodges were being taken down and packed. The men sat about the fireplaces, taking a last smoke together. They were now great friends. Many snakes had married Piegan women, and many Piegans had married snake women. At last all was ready. The great chiefs mounted their horses and started out, and soon both parties were strung out on the trail. Some young men, however, stayed behind to gamble a while. It was yet early in the morning, and by riding fast it would not take them long to catch up with their camps. All day they kept playing, and sometimes the Piegans would win, and sometimes the snakes. It was now almost sunset. "Let us have one horse race," they said, "and we will stop." Each side had a good horse, and they ran their best. But they came in so close together it could not be told who won. The snakes claimed that their horse won, and the Piegans would not allow it. So they got angry and began to quarrel, and pretty soon they began to fight and to shoot at each other, and some were killed. Since that time the snakes and Piegans have never been at peace. End of section 1. Section 2 of Blackfoot Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lost Woman. A long time ago the Blackfeet were camped on Blackfat Creek. There was in the camp a man who had but one wife, and he thought a great deal of her. He never wanted to have two wives. As time passed they had a child, a little girl. Along toward the end of the summer, this man's wife wanted to get some berries, and she asked her husband to take her to a certain place where berries grew, so that she could get some. The man said to his wife, "At this time of year, I do not like to go to that place to pick berries. There are always snake or crow war parties traveling about there." The woman wanted very much to go, and she coaxed her husband about it a great deal. And at last he said he would go, and they started, and many women followed them. When they came to where the berries grew, the man said to his wife, "There are the berries down in that ravine. You may go down there and pick them, and I will go up on this hill and stand guard. If I see anyone coming, I will call out to you, and you must all get on your horses and run." So the women went down to pick berries. The man went up on the hill, and sat down and looked over the country. After a little time he looked down into another ravine not far off, and saw that it was full of horsemen coming. They started to gallop up towards him, and he called out in a loud voice, "Run! Run! The enemy is rushing on us!" The women started to run, and he jumped on his horse and followed them. The enemy rushed after them, and he drew his bow and arrows, and got ready to fight and defend the women. After they had gone a little way, the enemy had gained so much that they were shooting at the Blackfeet with their arrows, and the man was riding back and forth behind the women, and whipping up the horses, now of one, now of another, to make them go faster. The enemy kept getting closer, and at last they were so near that they were beginning to thrust at him with their lances, and he was dodging them and throwing himself down, now on one side of his horse and then on the other. At length he found that he could no longer defend all the women, so he made up his mind to leave those that had the slowest horses to the mercy of the enemy, while he would go on with those that had the faster ones. When he found that he must leave the women, he was excited and rode on ahead. But as he passed, he heard someone call out to him, "Don't leave me!" And he looked to one side and saw that he was leaving his wife. When he heard his wife call out thus to him, he said to her, "There is no life for me here. You are a fine-looking woman. They will not kill you, but there is no life for me." She answered, "No, take pity on me. Do not leave me. My horse is giving out. Let us both get on one horse, and then, if we are caught, we will die together." When he heard this, his heart was touched, and he said, "No, wife, I will not leave you. Run up beside my horse and jump on behind me." The enemy were now so near that they had killed or captured some of the women, and they had come up close enough to the man so that they got ready to hit at him with their war clubs. His horse was now wounded in places with arrows, but it was a good, strong, fast horse. His wife rode up close to him and jumped on his horse behind him. When he started to run with her, the enemy had come up on either side of him, and some were behind him, but they were afraid to shoot their arrows for fear of hitting their own people, so they struck at the man with their war clubs. But they did not want to kill the woman, and they did not hurt him. They reached out with their hands to try to pull the woman off the horse, but she had put her arms around her husband and held on tight, and they could not get her off, but they tore her clothing off her. As she held her husband, he could not use his arrows, and could not fight to defend himself. His horse was now going very slowly, and all the enemy had caught up to them, and were all around them. The man said to his wife, "Never mind, let them take you. They will not kill you. You are too handsome a woman for them to kill you." His wife said, "No, it's no harm for us both to die together." When he saw that his wife would not get off the horse, and that he could not fight, he said to her, "Here, look out! You are crowding me onto the neck of the horse. Sit further back." He began to edge himself back, and at last, when he got his wife pretty far back on the horse, he gave a great push and shoved her off behind. When she fell off, his horse had more speed and began to run away from the enemy, and he would shoot back his arrows. And now, when they would ride up to strike him with their hatchets, he would shoot them and kill them, and they began to be afraid of him, and to edge away from him. His horse was very long-winded, and now, as he was drawing away from the enemy, there were only two who were yet able to keep up with him. The rest were being left behind, and they stopped, and went back to where the others had killed or captured the women. And now only two men were pursuing. After a little while, the Blackfoot jumped off his horse to fight on foot, and the two enemies rode up on either side of him, but a long way off, and jumped off their horses. When he saw the two on either side of him, he took a sheaf of arrows in his hand and began to rush, first toward the one on the right, and then toward the one on the left. As he did this, he saw that one of the men, when he ran toward him and threatened to shoot, would draw away from him, while the other would stand still. Then he knew that one of them was a coward and the other a brave man, but all the time they were closing in on him. When he saw that they were closing in on him, he made a rush at the brave man. This one was shooting arrows all the time, but the Blackfoot did not shoot until he got close to him, and then he shot an arrow into him and ran up to him and hit him with his stone axe and killed him. Then he turned to the cowardly one and ran at him. The man turned to run, but the Blackfoot caught him and hit him with his axe and killed him. After he had killed them, he scalped them and took their arrows, their horses, and the stone knives that they had. Then he went home, and when he rode into the camp he was crying over the loss of his wife. When he came to his lodge and got off his horse, his friends went up to him and asked what was the matter. He told them how all the women had been killed, and how he had been pursued by 2 enemies, and had fought with them and killed them both, and he showed them the arrows and the horses and the scalps. He told the women's relations that they had all been killed, and all were in great sorrow, and crying over the loss of their friends. The next morning they held a council, and it was decided that a party should go out and see where the battle had been, and find out what had become of the women. When they got to the place, they found all the women were dead, except this man's wife. Her they could not find. They also found 2 Indians that the man had said that he had killed, and besides many others that he had killed when he was running away. When he got back to the camp, this Blackfoot picked up his child and put it on his back, and walked round the camp mourning and crying, and the child crying, for 4 days and 4 nights, until he was exhausted and worn out, and then he fell asleep. When the rest of the people saw him walking about mourning, and that he would not eat nor drink, their hearts were very sore, and they felt very sorry for him and for the child, for he was a man greatly thought of by the people. While he lay there asleep, the chief of the camp came to him and woke him, and said, "Well, friend, what have you decided on? What is on your mind? What are you going to do?" The man answered, "My child is lonely. It will not eat. It is crying for its mother. It will not notice anyone. I am going to look for my wife." The chief said, "I cannot say anything." He went about to all the lodges and told the people that this man was going away to seek his wife. Now there was in the camp a strong medicine man, who was not married and would not marry at all. He had said, "When I had my dream, it told me that I must never have a wife." The man who had lost his wife had a very beautiful sister, who had never married. She was very proud and very handsome. Many men had wanted to marry her, but she would not have anything to do with any man. The medicine man secretly loved this handsome girl, the sister of the poor man. When he heard of this poor man's misfortune, the medicine man was in great sorrow, and cried over it. He sent word to the poor man, saying, "Go and tell this man that I have promised never to take a wife, but that if he will give me his beautiful sister, he need not go look for his wife. I will send my secret helper in search of her." When the young girl heard what this medicine man had said, she sent word to him, saying, "Yes, if you bring my brother's wife home, and I see her sitting here by his side, I will marry you, but not before." But she did not mean what she said. She intended to deceive him in some way, and not to marry him at all. When the girl sent this message to him, the medicine man sent for her and her brother to come to his lodge. When they had come, he spoke to the poor man and said, "If I bring your wife here, are you willing to give me your sister for my wife?" The poor man answered yes. But the poor girl kept quiet in his presence and had nothing to say. Then the medicine man said to them, "Go. Tonight in the middle of the night you will hear me sing." He sent everybody out of his lodge, and said to the people, "I will close the door of my lodge, and I do not want anyone to come in tonight, nor to look through the door. A spirit will come to me tonight." He made the people know, by a sign put out before the door of his lodge, that no one must enter it, until such a time as he was through making his medicine. Then he built a fire, and began to get out all his medicine. He unwrapped his bundle and took out his pipe and his rattles and his other things. After a time the fire burned down until it was only coals, and his lodge was dark, and on the fire he threw sweet-scented herbs, sweet grass, and sweet pine, so as to draw his dream helper to him. Now in the middle of the night he was in the lodge singing, when suddenly the people heard a strange voice in the lodge say, "Well, my chief, I have come. What is it?" The medicine man said, "I want you to help me." The voice said, "Yes, I know it, and I know what you want me to do." The medicine man asked, "What is it?" The voice said, "You want me to go and get a woman." The medicine man answered, "That is what I want. I want you to go and get a woman, the lost woman." The voice said to him, "Did I not tell you never to call me unless you were in great need of my help?" The medicine man answered, "Yes, but that girl was never going to be married, is going to be given to me through your help." Then the voice said, "Oh," and it was silent for a little while. Then it went on and said, "Well, we have a good feeling for you, and you have been a long time not married, so we will help you to get that girl, and you will have her. Yes, we have great pity on you. We will go and look for this woman, and will try to find her, but I cannot promise you that we will bring her, but we will try. We will go, and in 4 nights I will be back here again at this same time, and I think that I can bring the woman, but I will not promise. While I am gone, I will let you know how I get on. Now I'm going away." And then the people heard in the lodge a sound like a strong wind, and nothing more. He was gone. Some people went and told the sister what the medicine man and the voice had been saying, and the girl was very downhearted, and cried over the idea that she must be married, and that she had been forced into it in this way. When the dream person went away, he came late at night to the camp of the snakes, the enemy. The woman who had been captured was always crying over the loss of her man and child. She had another husband now. The man who had captured her had taken her for his wife. As she was lying there in her husband's lodge, crying for sorrow for her loss, the dream person came to her. Her husband was asleep. The dream helper touched her and pushed her a little, and she looked up and saw a person standing by her side, but she did not know who it was. The person whispered in her ear, "Get up, I want to take you home." She began to edge away from her husband, and at length got up, and all the time the person was moving toward the door. She followed him out, and saw him walk away from the lodge, and she went after. The person kept ahead, and the woman followed him, and they went away, traveling very fast. After they had traveled some distance, she called out to the dream person to stop, for she was getting tired. Then the person stopped, and when he saw the woman sitting, he would sit down, but he would not talk to her. As they traveled on, the woman, when she got tired, would sit down, and because she was very tired, she would fall asleep. And when she awoke and looked up, she always saw the person walking away from her, and she would get up and follow him. When day came, the shape would be far ahead of her, but at night it would keep closer. When she spoke to this person, the woman would call him young man. At one time she said to him, "Young man, my moccasins are all worn out, and my feet are getting very sore, and I am very tired and hungry." When she had said this, she sat down and fell asleep, and as she was falling asleep, she saw the person going away from her. He went back to the lodge of the medicine man. During this night the camp heard the medicine man singing his song, and they knew that the dream person must be back again, or that his chief must be calling him. The medicine man had unwrapped his bundle, and had taken out all his things, and again had a fire of coals, on which he burned sweet pine and sweet grass. Those who were listening heard a voice say, "Well, my chief, I am back again, and I am here to tell you something. I am bringing the woman you sent me after. She is very hungry and has no moccasins. Get me those things, and I will take them back to her." The medicine man went out of the lodge and called to the poor man, who was mourning for his wife, that he wanted to see him. The man came carrying the child on his back to hear what the medicine man had to say. He said to him, "Get some moccasins and something to eat for your wife. I want to send them to her. She is coming." The poor man went to his sister and told her to give him some moccasins and some pemmican. She made a bundle of these things, and the man took them to the medicine man, who gave them to the dream person, and again he disappeared out of the lodge like a wind. When the woman awoke in the morning and started to get up, she hid her face against a bundle lying by her, and when she opened it, she found in it moccasins and some pemmican. And she put on the moccasins and ate. And while she was putting on the moccasins and eating, she looked over to where she had last seen the person, and he was sitting there with his back toward her. She could never see his face. When she had finished eating, he got up and went on, and she rose and followed. They went on, and the woman thought, "Now I have traveled 2 days and 2 nights with this young man, and I wonder what kind of man he is. He seems to take no notice of me." So she made up her mind to walk fast and to try to overtake him and see what sort of man he was. She started to do so, but however fast she walked it made no difference. She could not overtake him. Whether she walked fast or whether she walked slow, he was always the same distance from her. They traveled on until night, and then she lay down again and fell asleep. She dreamed that the young man had left her again. The dream person had really left her, and had gone back to the medicine man's lodge and said to him, "Well, my chief, I am back again. I am bringing the woman. You must tell this poor man to get on his horse and ride back toward Milk River, the Teton. Let him go in among the high hills on this side of the Muddy, and let him wait there until daylight, and look toward the hills of Milk River. And after the sun is up a little way, he will see a band of antelope running toward him, along the trail that the Blackfeet travel. It will be his wife who has frightened these antelope. Let him wait there for a while, and he will see a person coming. This will be his wife. Then let him go to meet her, for she has no moccasins. She will be glad to see him, for she is crying all the time." The medicine man told the poor man this, and he got on his horse and started, as he had been told. He could not believe it was true, but he went. At last he got to the place, and a little while after the sun had risen, he was lying on a hill looking toward the hills of the Milk River. He saw a band of antelope running toward him, as he had been told he would see. He lay there for a long time, but saw nothing else come in sight, and finally he got angry and thought what had been told him was a lie, and he got up to mount his horse and ride back. Just then he saw, away down, far off in the prairie, a small black speck, but he did not think it was moving, it was so far off, barely to be seen. He thought maybe it was a rock. He lay down again and took sight on the speck by a straw of grass in front of him, and looked for a long time, and after a while he saw the speck pass the straw, and then he knew it was something. He got on his horse and started to ride up and find out what it was, riding way around it, through the hills and ravines, so that he would not be seen. He rode up in a ravine behind it, pretty near to it, and then he could see it was a person on foot. He got out his bow and arrows and held them ready to use, and then started to ride up to it. He rode toward the person, and at last he got near enough to see that it was his wife. When he saw this, he could not help crying, and as he rode up, the woman looked back, and knew first the horse and then her husband, and she was so glad that she fell down and knew nothing. After she had come to herself and they had talked together, they got on the horse and rode off toward camp. When he came over the hill inside of camp, all the people began to say, "Here comes the man." And at last they could see from a distance that he had someone on the horse behind him, and they knew that it must be his wife, and they were glad to see him bringing her back, for he was a man thought a great deal of, and everybody liked him and liked his wife and the way he was kind to her. Then the handsome girl was given to the medicine man and became his wife. End of section 2. Section 3 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Adventures of Bull Turns Round. Once the camp moved, but one lodge stayed. It belonged to WithThe, and WithThe's younger brother, Bull Turns Round, lived with him. Now their father loved both his sons, but he loved the younger one most, and when he went away with the big camp, he said to WithThe, "Take care of your young brother. He is not yet a strong person. Watch him that nothing befall him." One day WithThe was out hunting, and Bull Turns Round sat in front of the lodge making arrows, and a beautiful strange bird lit on the ground before him. Then cried one of WithThe's wives, "Oh, brother, shoot that little bird." "Don't bother me, sister," he replied. "I'm making arrows." Again the woman said, "Oh, brother, shoot that bird for me." Then Bull Turns Round fitted an arrow into his bow and shot the bird, and the woman went and picked it up and stroked her face with it, and her face swelled up so big that her eyes and nose could not be seen. But when Bull Turns Round had shot the bird, he went off hunting and did not know what had happened to the woman's face. Now when WithThe came home and saw his wife's face, he said, "What is the matter?" And his wife replied, "Your brother has pounded me so that I cannot see. Go now and kill him." But WithThe said, "No, I love my brother. I cannot kill him." Then his wife cried and said, "I know you do not love me. You are glad your brother has beaten me. If you loved me, you would go and kill him." Then WithThe went out and looked for his brother, and when he found him, he said, "Come, let us get some feathers. I know where there's an eagle's nest." And he took him to a high cliff which overhung the river, and on the edge of this cliff was a dead tree, in the top of which the eagles had built their nest. Then said WithThe, "Climb up, brother, and kill the eagles." And when Bull Turns Round had climbed nearly to the top, WithThe called out, "I'm going to push the tree over the cliff, and you will be killed." "Oh, brother, pity me, do not kill me," said Bull Turns Round. "Why did you beat my wife's face so?" said WithThe. "I didn't," cried the boy. "I don't know what you are talking about." "You lie," said WithThe, and he pushed the tree over the cliff. He looked over and saw his brother fall into the water, and he did not come up again. Then WithThe went home and took down his lodge, and went to the main camp. When his father saw him coming with only his wives, he said to him, "Where is your young brother?" And WithThe replied, "He went hunting and did not come back. We waited 4 days for him. I think the bears must have killed him." Now when Bull Turns Round fell into the river, he was stunned, and the water carried him a long way down the stream, and finally lodged him on a sand shoal. Near this shoal was a lodge of underwater people, Mik-A'Pi, an old man, his wife, and 2 daughters. This old man was very rich. He had great flocks of geese, swans, ducks, and other waterfowl, and a big herd of buffalo which were tame. These buffalo always fed nearby, and the old man called them every evening to come and drink. But he and his family ate none of these. Their only food was the bloodsucker. Now the old man's daughters were swimming about in the evening, and they found Bull Turns Round lying on the shoal, dead, and they went home and told their father, and begged him to bring the person to life, and give him to them for a husband. "Go, my daughters," he said, "and make 4 sweat lodges, and I will bring the person." He went and got Bull Turns Round, and when the sweat lodges were finished, the old man took him into one of them, and when he had sprinkled water on the hot rocks, he scraped a great quantity of sand off Bull Turns Round. Then he took him to another lodge and did the same thing, and when he had taken him into the 4th sweat lodge and scraped all the sand off him, Bull Turns Round came to life, and the old man let him out and gave him to his daughters. And the old man gave his son-in-law a new lodge and bows and arrows, and many good presents. Then the women cooked some bloodsuckers, and gave them to their husband, but when he smelled of them he could not eat, and he threw them in the fire. Then his wives asked him what he would eat. "Buffalo," he replied, "is the only meat for men." "Oh, father," cried the girls, running to the old man's lodge, "our husband will not eat our food. He says buffalo is the only meat for men." "Go then, my daughters," said the old man, "and tell your husband to kill a buffalo, but do not take nor break any bones, for I will make it alive again." Then the old man called the buffalo to come and drink, and Bull Turns Round shot a fat cow and took all the meat. And when he had roasted the tongue, he gave each of his wives a small piece of it, and they liked it, and they roasted and ate plenty of the meat. One day Bull Turns Round went to the old man and said, "I mourn for my father." "How did you come to be dead on the sand-shoal?" asked the old man. Then Bull Turns Round told what his brother had done to him. "Take this piece of sinew," said the old man. "Go and see your father. When you throw this sinew on the fire, your brother and his wife will roll and twist up and die." Then the old man gave him a herd of buffalo and many dogs to pack the lodge and other things. And Bull Turns Round took his wives and went to find his father. One day, just after sunset, they came in sight of the big camp, and they went and pitched the lodge on the top of a very high butte, and the buffalo fed close by, and there were so many of them that they covered the whole hill. Now the people were starving, and some had died, for they had no buffalo. In the morning early, a man rose whose son had starved to death, and he went out and saw this lodge on the top of the hill, and all the buffalo feeding by it. He cried out in a loud voice, and the people all came out and looked at it, and they were afraid, for they had thought it was stone Mik-A'Pi. Then said the man whose son had died, "I am no longer glad to live. I will go up to this lodge and find out what this is." Now when he said this, all the men grasped their bows and arrows and followed him, and when they went up the hill, the buffalo just moved out of their path and kept on feeding. And just as they came to the lodge, Bull Turns Round came out, and all the people said, "Here is the one whom we thought the bears had killed." WithThe ran up and said, "Oh, brother, you are not dead. You went to get feathers, but we thought you had been killed." Then Bull Turns Round called his brother into the lodge, and he threw the sinew on the fire, and WithThe and his wife, who were standing outside, twisted up and died. Then Bull Turns Round told his father all that had happened to him, and when he learned that the people were starving, he filled his mouth with feathers and blew them out, and the buffalo ran off in every direction. And he said to the people, "There is food, go chase it." Then the people were very glad, and they came each one and gave him a present. They gave him war shirts, bows and arrows, shields, spears, white robes, and many curious things. Footnote: Stone Mik-A'Pi. There is no word in English which corresponds to this. It is used when speaking of things wonderful or supernatural. End of section 3. Section 4 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kut-O Yis. Long ago, Down where two Medicine and Badger Creeks come together, there lived an old man. He had but one wife and two daughters. One day there came to his camp a young man who was very brave and a great hunter. The old man said, "Ah, I will have this young man to help me. I will give him my daughters for wives." So he gave him his daughters. He also gave his son-in-law all his wealth, keeping for himself only a little lodge, in which he lived with his old wife. The son-in-law lived in a lodge that was big and fine. At first the son-in-law was very good to the old people. Whenever he killed anything, he gave them part of the meat, and furnished plenty of robes and skins for their bedding and clothing. But after a while he began to be very mean to them. Now the son-in-law kept the buffalo hidden under a big log jam in the river. Whenever he wanted to kill anything, he would have the old man go to help him, and the old man would stamp on the log jam and frighten the buffalo, and when they ran out, the young man would shoot one or two, never killing wastefully. But often he gave the old people nothing to eat, and they were hungry all the time, and began to grow thin and weak. One morning the young man called his father-in-law to go down to the log jam and hunt with him. They started, and the young man killed a fat buffalo cow. Then he said to the old man, "Hurry back now, and tell your children to get the dogs and carry this meat home. Then you can have something to eat." And the old man did as he had been ordered, thinking to himself, "Now, at last, my son-in-law has taken pity on me. He will give me part of this meat." When he returned with the dogs, they skinned the cow, cut up the meat and packed it on the dog travois, and went home. Then the young man had his wives unloaded, and told his father-in-law to go home. He did not give him even a piece of liver. Neither would the older daughter give her parents anything to eat, but the younger took pity on the old people and stole a piece of meat, and when she got a chance threw it into the lodge to the old people. The son-in-law told his wives not to give the old people anything to eat. The only way they got food was when the younger woman would throw them a piece of meat unseen by her husband and sister. Another morning the son-in-law got up early, and went and kicked on the old man's lodge to wake him, and called him to get up and help him, to go and pound on the log jam to drive out the buffalo, so that he could kill some. When the old man pounded on the jam, a buffalo ran out, and the son-in-law shot it, but only wounded it. It ran away, but at last fell down and died. The old man followed it, and came to where it had lost a big clot of blood from its wound. When he came to where this clot of blood was lying on the ground, he stumbled and fell, and spilled his arrows out of his quiver, and while he was picking them up, he picked up also the clot of blood, and hid it in his quiver. "What are you picking up?" called out the son-in-law. "Nothing," said the old man. "I just fell down and spilled my arrows, and am putting them back." "Curse you, old man," said the son-in-law. "You are lazy and useless. Go back and tell your children to come with the dogs and get this dead buffalo." He also took away his bow and arrows from the old man. The old man went home and told his daughters, and then went over to his own lodge and said to his wife, "Hurry now, put the kettle on the fire. I have brought home something from the butchering." "Ah," said the old woman, "has our son-in-law been generous, and given us something nice?" "No," answered the old man. "Hurry up and put the kettle on." When the water began to boil, the old man tipped his quiver up over the kettle, and immediately there came from the pot a noise of a child crying, as if it were being hurt, burnt, or scalded. They looked in the kettle, and saw there a little boy, and they quickly took it out of the water. They were very much surprised. The old woman made a lashing to put the child in, and then they talked about it. They decided that if the son-in-law knew that it was a boy, he would kill it, so they resolved to tell their daughters that the baby was a girl. Then he would be glad, for he would think that after a while he would have it for a wife. They named the child Kut-O Yis, clot of blood. The son-in-law and his wives came home, and after a while he heard the child crying. He told his youngest wife to go and find out whether that baby was a boy or a girl. If it was a boy, to tell them to kill it. She came back and told them that it was a girl. He did not believe this, and sent his oldest wife to find out the truth of the matter. When she came back and told him the same thing, he believed that it was really a girl. Then he was glad, for he thought that when the child had grown up he would have another wife. He said to his youngest wife, "Take some pemmican over to your mother. Not much, just enough so that there will be plenty of milk for the child." Now on the 4th day the child spoke and said, "Lash me in turn to each of these lodge-poles, and when I get to the last one, I will fall out of my lashings and be grown up." The old woman did so, and as she lashed him to each lodge-pole he could be seen to grow, and finally when they lashed him to the last pole he was a man. After Kut-O Yis had looked about the inside of the lodge, he looked out through a hole in the lodge covering, and then, turning round, he said to the old people, "How is it there is nothing to eat in this lodge? I see plenty of food over by the other lodge." "Hush up," said the old woman, "you will be heard. That is our son-in-law. He does not give us anything at all to eat." "Well," said Kut-O Yis, "where is your piskin?" The old woman said, "It is down by the river. We pound on it and the buffalo come out." Then the old man told him how his son-in-law abused him. "He has taken my weapons from me, and even my dogs, and for many days we have had nothing to eat, except now and then a small piece of meat our daughter steals for us." "Father," said Kut-O Yis, "have you no arrows?" "No, my son," he replied, "but I have yet 4 stone points." "Go out then and get some wood," said Kut-O Yis. "We will make a bow and arrows. In the morning we will go down and kill something to eat." Early in the morning Kut-O Yis woke the old man, and said, "Come, we will go down now and kill when the buffalo come out." When they had reached the river, the old man said, "Here is the place to stand and shoot. I will go down and drive them out." As he pounded on the jam, a fat cow ran out, and Kut-O Yis killed it. Meantime the son-in-law had gone out, and, as usual, knocked on the old man's lodge, and called to him to get up and go down to help him kill. The old woman called to him that her husband had already gone down. This made the son-in-law very angry. He said, "I have a good mind to kill you right now, old woman. I guess I will by and by." The son-in-law went down to the jam, and as he drew near, he saw the old man bending over, skinning a buffalo. "Old man," said he, "stand up and look all around you. Look well, for it will be your last look." Now when he had seen the son-in-law coming, Kut-O Yis had lain down and hidden himself behind the buffalo's carcass. He told the old man to say to his son-in-law, "You had better take your last look, for I am going to kill you right now." The old man said this. "Ah," said the son-in-law, "you make me angrier still by talking back to me." He put an arrow to his bow and shot at the old man, but did not hit him. Kut-O Yis told the old man to pick up the arrow and shoot it back at him, and he did so. Now they shot at each other 4 times, and then the old man said to Kut-O Yis, "I am afraid now. Get up and help me." So Kut-O Yis got up on his feet and said, "Here, what are you doing? I think you've been badly treating this old man for a long time." Then the son-in-law smiled pleasantly, for he was afraid of Kut-O Yis. "Oh no," he said, "no one thinks more of this old man than I do. I have always taken great pity on him." Then Kut-O Yis said, "You lie. I am going to kill you now." He shot him 4 times, and the man died. Then Kut-O Yis told the old man to go and bring down the daughter who had acted badly toward him. He did so, and Kut-O Yis killed her. Then he went up to the lodges and said to the younger woman, "Perhaps you loved your husband." "Yes," she said, "I love him." so he killed her too. Then he said to the old people, "Go over there now and live in that lodge. There is plenty there to eat, and when it is gone I will kill more. As for myself, I will make a journey round about. Where are there any people? In what direction?" "Well," said the old man, "up above here on Badger Creek and to Medicine, where the piskun is, there are some people." Kut-O Yis went up to where the piskun was, and saw there many lodges of people. In the center of the camp was a large lodge with a figure of a bear painted on it. He did not go into this lodge, but went into a very small one nearby, where 2 old women lived, and when he went in he asked them for something to eat. They set before him some lean dried meat and some belly fat. "How is this?" he asked. "Here is a piskun with plenty of fat meat and back fat. Why do you not give me some of that?" "Hush," said the old women. "In that big lodge near by lives a big bear and his wives and children. He takes all those nice things and leaves us nothing. He is the chief of this place." Early in the morning Kut-O Yis told the old woman to get their dog Travois and harness it and go over to the piskun, and that he was going to kill for them some fat meat. He reached there just about the time the buffalo were being driven in, and shot a cow, which looked very scabby, but was really very fat. Then he helped the old women to butcher, and when they had taken the meat to camp, he said to them, "Now take all the choice fat pieces, and hang them up so that those who live in the bear lodge will notice them." They did this, and pretty soon the old chief bear said to his children, "Go out now and look around. The people have finished killing by this time. See where the nicest pieces are, and bring him some nice back fat." A young bear went out of the lodge, stood up and looked around, and when it saw this meat close by, at the old women's lodge, it went over and began to pull it down. "Hold on there," said Kut-O Yis. "What are you doing here, taking the old woman's meat?" And he hit him over the head with a stick that he had. The young bear ran home crying, and said to his father, "A young man has hit me on the head." Then all the bears, the father and mother, and uncles and aunts, and all the relations were very angry, and all rushed out toward the old women's lodge. Kut-O Yis killed them all, except one little child bear, a female, which escaped. "Well," said Kut-O Yis, "you can go and breed bears, so there will be more." Then said Kut-O Yis to the old women, "Now, grandmothers, where are there any more people? I want to travel around and see them." The old woman said, "The nearest ones are at the point of rocks on Sun River. There is a piskun there." So Kut-O Yis traveled off toward this place, and when he reached the camp he entered an old woman's lodge. The old woman set before him a plate of bad food. "How is this?" he asked. "Have you nothing better than this to set before a stranger? You have a piskun down there, and must get plenty of fat meat. Give me some pemmican." "We cannot do that," the old woman replied, "because there is a big snake here, who is chief of the camp. He not only takes the best pieces, but often he eats a handsome young woman when he sees one." When Kut-O Yis heard this, he was angry, and went over and entered the snake's lodge. The women were cooking up some sarvice berries. He picked up the dish and ate the berries, and threw the dish out of the door. Then he went over to where the snake was lying asleep, pricked him with his knife, and said, "Here, get up. I have come to see you." This made the snake angry. He partly raised himself up and began to rattle, when Kut-O Yis cut him into pieces with his knife. Then he turned around and killed all his wives and children, except one little female snake, which escaped by crawling into a crack in the rocks. "Oh well," said Kut-O Yis, "you can go and breed young snakes, so there will be more. The people will not be afraid of little snakes." Kut-O Yis said to the old woman, Now you go into this snake's lodge and take it for yourself, and everything that is in it." Then he asked them where there were some more people. They told him that there were some people down the river, and some up in the mountains. But they said, "Do not go there, for it is bad, because I-Kun-Uh Windsucker lives there. He will kill you." It pleased Kut-O Yis to know that there was such a person, and he went to the mountains. When he got to the place where Windsucker lived, he looked into his mouth, and could see many dead people there, some skeletons and some just dead. He went in, and there he saw a fearful sight. The ground was white as snow with the bones of those who had died. There were bodies with flesh on them. Some were just dead, and some still living. He spoke to a living person and asked, "What is that hanging down above us?" The person answered that it was Windsucker's heart. Then said Kut-O Yis, "You who still draw a little breath, try to shake your heads in time to the song, and those who are still able to move, get up and dance. Take courage now, we are going to have the ghost dance." So Kut-O Yis bound his knife, point upward, to the top of his head and began to dance, singing the ghost song, and all the others danced with him. And as he danced up and down, the point of the knife cut Windsucker's heart and killed him. Kut-O Yis took his knife and cut through Windsucker's ribs, and freed those who were able to crawl out, and said to those who could still travel to go and tell their people that they should come here for the ones who were still alive but unable to walk. Then he asked some of these people, "Where are there any other people? I want to visit all the people." They said to him, "There is a camp to the westward up the river, but you must not take the left-hand trail going up, because on that trail lives a woman, a handsome woman who invites men to wrestle with her and then kills them. You must avoid her." This was what Kut-O Yis was looking for. This was his business in the world, to kill off all the bad things. So he asked the people just where this woman lived, and asked where it was best to go to avoid her. He did this because he did not wish the people to know that he wanted to meet her. He started on his way, and at length saw this woman standing by the trail. She called out to him, "Come here, young man, come here. I want to wrestle with you." "No," replied the young man, "I am in a hurry. I cannot stop." But the woman called again, "No, no, come now and wrestle once with me." When she had called him 4 times, Kut-O Yis went up to her. Now on the ground, where this woman wrestled with people, she had placed many broken and sharp flints, partly hiding them by the grass. They seized each other and began to wrestle over these broken flints, but Kut-O Yis looked at the ground and did not step on them. He watched his chance, and suddenly gave the woman a wrench, and threw her down on a large sharp flint, which cut her in 2, and the parts of her body fell asunder. Then Kut-O Yis went on, and after a while came to where a woman kept a sliding place, and at the far end of it there was a rope, which would trip people up, and when they were tripped, they would fall over a high cliff into deep water, where a great fish would eat them. When this woman saw him coming, she cried out, "Come over here, young man, and slide with me." "No," he replied, "I am in a hurry." She kept calling him, and when she had called him the 4th time, he went over to slide with her. "This sliding," said the woman, "is a very pleasant pastime." "Ah," said Kut-O Yis, "I will look at it." He looked at the place, and looking carefully he saw the hidden rope. So he started to slide, and took out his knife, and when he reached the rope which the woman had raised, he cut it, and when it parted the woman fell over backward into the water, and was eaten up by the big fish. Again he went on, and after a while he came to a big camp. This was the place of a man-eater. Kut-O Yis called a little girl he saw nearby, and said to her, "Child, I am going into that lodge to let that man-killer eat me." Watch close, therefore, and when you can get hold of one of my bones, take it out and call all the dogs, and when they have all come up to you, throw it down and cry out, Kut-O Yis, the dogs are eating your bones." Then Kut-O Yis entered the lodge, and when the man-eater saw him, he cried out, "O-Ki, O-Ki," and seemed glad to see him, for he was a fat young man. The man-eater took a large knife, and went up to Kut-O Yis, and cut his throat, and put him into a great stone kettle to cook. When the meat was cooked, he drew the kettle from the fire, and ate the body limb by limb, until it was all eaten up. Then the little girl, who was watching, came up to him and said, "Pity me, man-eater, my mother is hungry, and I ask you for those bones." So the old man bunched them up together and handed them to her. She took them out and called all the dogs to her, and threw the bones down to the dogs, crying out, "Look out, Kut-O Yis, the dogs are eating you." And when she said that, Kut-O Yis arose from the pile of bones. Again he went into the lodge, and when the man-eater saw him, he cried out, "How, how, how? The fat young man has survived," and seemed surprised. Again he took his knife and cut Kut-O Yis' throat, and threw him into the kettle. Again, when the meat was cooked, he ate it up, and again the little girl asked for the bones, which he gave her. And taking them out, she threw them to the dogs, crying, "Kut-O Yis, the dogs are eating you." And Kut-O Yis again arose from the bones. When the man-eater had cooked him 4 times, he again went into the lodge, and seizing the man-eater, he threw him into the boiling kettle, and his wives and children too, and boiled them to death. The man-eater was the 7th and last of the bad animals and people who were destroyed by Kut-O Yis. End of section 4. Section 5 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bad Wife. There was once a man who had but one wife. He was not a chief, but a very brave warrior. He was rich, too, so he could have had plenty of wives if he wished, but he loved his wife very much, and did not want any more. He was very good to this woman. She always wore the best clothes that could be found. If any other woman had a fine buckskin dress or something very pretty, the man would buy it for her. It was summer. The berries were ripe, and the woman kept saying to her husband, "Let's go and pick some berries for winter." "No," replied the man, "it is dangerous now. The enemy is traveling all around." But still the woman kept teasing him to go. So one day he told her to get ready. Some other women went too. They all went on horseback, for the berries were a long way from camp. When they got to the place, the man told the women to keep near their horses all the time. He would go up on a butte nearby and watch. "Be careful," he said. "Keep by your horses, and if you see me signal, throw away your berries, get on your horses, and ride toward camp as fast as you can." They had not picked many berries before the man saw a war party coming. He signaled the women and got on his horse and rode towards them. It happened that this man and his wife both had good horses, but the others, all old women, rode slow old travois horses, and the enemy soon overtook and killed them. Many kept on after the 2 on good horses, and after a while the woman's horse began to get tired, so she asked her husband to let her ride on his horse with him. The woman got up behind him, and they went on again. The horse was a very powerful one, and for a while went very fast. But 2 persons make a heavy load, and soon the enemy began to gain on them. The man was now in a bad plight. The enemy were overtaking him, and the woman holding him bound his arms so that he could not use his bow. "Get off," he said to her. "The enemy will not kill you. You are too young and pretty." Some of them will take you, and I will get a big party of our people and rescue you." "No, no," cried the woman, "let us die here together." "Why die?" cried the man. "We are yet young and may live a long time together. If you don't get off, they will soon catch us and kill me, and then they will take you anyhow. Get off, and in only a short time I will get you back." "No, no," again cried the woman, "I will die here with you." "Crazy person!" cried the man, and with a quick jerk he threw the woman off. As he said, the enemy did not kill her. The first one who came up counted Coop and took her. The man, now that his horse was lightened, easily ran away from the war party and got safe to camp. Then there was great mourning. The relatives of the old women who had been killed cut their hair and cried. The man, too, cut off his hair and mourned. He knew that his wife was not killed, but he felt very badly because he was separated from her. He painted himself black and walked all through the camp crying. His wife had many relations, and some of them went to the man and said, "We pity you very much. We mourn too for our sister. But come, take courage. We will go with you and try to get her back." "It is good," replied the man. "I feel as if I should die stopping uselessly here. Let us start soon." That evening they got ready and at daylight started out on foot. There were 7 of them in all. The husband, 5 middle-aged men, the woman's relations, and a young man, her own brother. He was a very pretty boy. His hair was longer than any other person's in camp. They soon found the trail of the war party and followed it for some days. At last they came to the big river, and there, on the other side, they saw many lodges. They crept down a coulee into the valley and hid in a small piece of timber just opposite the camp. Toward evening the man said, "Kah-Tsi, my brothers, tonight I will swim across and look all through the camp for my wife. If I do not find her, I will cache and look again tomorrow evening. But if I do not return before daylight of the second night, then you will know I am killed. Then you will do as you think best. Maybe you will want to take revenge. Maybe you will go right back home. That will be as your hearts feel." As soon as it was dark, he swam across the river and went all about through the camp, peeping in through the doorways of the lodges, but he did not see his wife. Still, he knew she must be there. He had followed the trail of the party to this place. They had not killed her on the way. He kept looking in at the lodges until it was late, and the people let the fires go out and went to bed. Then the man went down to where the women got their water from the river. Everywhere along the stream was a cut bank, but in one place a path of steps had been made down to the water's edge. Near this path he dug a hole in the bank and crawled into it, closing up the entrance except one small hole, through which he could look, and watch the people who came to the river. As soon as it was daylight, the women began to come for water. Tum, 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 tum. He could hear their footsteps as they came down the path, and he looked very eagerly at every one. All day long the people came and went, the young and old, and the children played about near him. He saw many strange people that day. It was now almost sunset, and he began to think that he would not see his wife there. Tum, 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 tum. Another woman came down the steps and stopped at the water's edge. Her dress was strange, but he thought he knew the form. She turned her head and looked down the river, and he saw her face. It was his wife. He pushed away the dirt, crawled out, and went to her and kissed her. "Kah-Tsi," he said, "hurry, let us swim across the river. 5 of your relations and your own young brother are waiting for us in that piece of timber." "Wait," replied his wife. "These people have given me a great many pretty things. Let me go back. When it is night I will gather them up, steal a horse, and cross over to you." "No, no," cried the man. "Let the pretty things go. Come, let us cross at once." "Pity me," said the woman. "Let me go and get my things. I will surely come tonight. I speak the truth." "How do you speak the truth?" asked her husband. "That my relations there across the river may be safe and live long. I speak the truth." "Go then," said the man, "and get your things. I will cross the river now." He went up on the bank and walked down the river, keeping his face hidden. No one noticed him, or if they did, they thought he belonged to the camp. As soon as he had passed the first bend, he swam across the river and soon joined his relations. "I have seen my wife," he said to them. "She will come over as soon as it is dark. I let her go back to get some things that were given her." "You are crazy," said one of the men, "very crazy. She already loves this new man she has, or she would not have wanted to go back." "Stop that," said the husband. "Do not talk bad of her. She will surely come." The woman went back to her lodge with the water, and sitting down near the fireplace, she began to act very strangely. She took up pieces of charred wood, dirt, and ashes in her hands and ate them, and made queer noises. "What is it?" asked the man who had taken her for a wife. "What is the matter with you?" He spoke in signs. The woman also spoke in signs. She answered him, "The sun told me that there are 7 persons across the river in that piece of timber. 5 of them are middle-aged. Another is a young boy with very long hair. Another is a man who mourns. His hair is cut short." The snake did not know what to do, so he called in some chiefs and old men to advise him. They thought that the woman might be very strong medicine. At all events, it would be a good thing to go and look. So the news was shouted out, and in a short time all the warriors had mounted their best horses and started across the river. It was then almost dark, so they surrounded the piece of timber and waited for morning to begin the search. "Ka-I," said one of the woman's relations to her husband, "did I not speak the truth? You see now what that woman has done for us." At daylight the poor husband strung his bow, took a handful of arrows from his quiver, and said, "This is my fault. I have brought you to this. It is right that I should die first," and he started to go out of the timber. "Wait," said the eldest relative, "it shall not be so. I am the first to go. I cannot stay back to see my brother die. You shall go out last." So he jumped out of the brush and began shooting his arrows, but was soon killed. "My brother is too far on the road alone," cried another relation, and he jumped out and fought too. "What use, one against so many?" The snake soon had his scalp. So they went out one after another, and at last the husband was alone. He rushed out very brave, and shot his arrows as fast as he could. "Hold!" cried the snake man to his people. "Do not kill him. Catch him. This is the one my wife said to bring back alive. See, his hair is cut short." So when the man had shot away all his arrows, they seized and tied him, and taking the scalps of the others, returned to camp. They took the prisoner into the lodge where his wife was. His hands were tied behind his back, and they tied his feet too. He could not move. As soon as the man saw his wife, he cried. He was not afraid. He did not care how soon he died. He cried because he was thinking of all the trouble and death this woman had caused. "What have I done to you," he asked his wife, "that you should treat me this way? Did I not always use you well? I never struck you. I never made you work hard." "What does he say?" asked the snake man. "He says," replied the woman, "that when you are done smoking, you must knock the ashes and fire out of your pipe on his breast." The snake was not a bad-hearted man, but he thought now that this woman had strong medicine, that she had sun power, so he thought that everything must be done as she said. When the man had finished smoking, he emptied the pipe on the Piegan's breast, and the fire burned him badly. Then the poor man cried again, not from the pain, but to think what a bad heart this woman had. Again he spoke to her. "You cannot be a person," he said. "I think you are some fearful animal changed to look like a woman." "What is he saying now?" asked the snake. "He wants some boiling water poured on his head," replied the woman. "It shall be as he says," said the snake. And he had his women heat some water. When it was ready, one of them poured a little of it here and there on the captive's head and shoulders. Wherever the hot water touched, the hair came out and the skin peeled off. The pain was so bad that the Piegan nearly fainted. When he revived, he said to his wife, "Pity me. I have suffered enough. Let them kill me now. Let me hurry to join those who are already traveling to the sand hills." The woman turned to the snake chief and said, "The man says he wants you to give him to the sun." "It is good," said the snake. "Tomorrow we move camp. Before we leave here, we will give him to the sun." There was an old woman in this camp who lived all alone, in a little lodge of her own. She had some friends and relations, but she said she liked to live by herself. She had heard that a Piegan had been captured, and went to the lodge where he was. When she saw them pour the boiling water on him, she cried and felt badly. This old woman had a very good heart. She went home and lay down by her dog, and kept crying. She felt so sorry for this poor man. Pretty soon she heard people shouting out the orders of the chief. They said, "Listen, listen, tomorrow we move camp. Get ready now and pack up everything. Before we go, the Piegan man will be given to the sun." Then the old woman knew what to do. She tied a piece of buckskin around her dog's mouth so he could not bark, and then she took him way out in the timber and tied him where he could not be seen. She also filled a small sack with pemmican, dried meat, and berries, and put it near the dog. In the morning the people rose early. They smoothed the cottonwood tree by taking off the bark and painted it black. Then they stood the Piegan up against it and fastened him there with a great many ropes. When they tied him so he could not move, they painted his face black, and the chief snake made a prayer and gave him to the sun. Everyone was now busy getting ready to move camp. This old woman had lost her dog and kept calling out for him and looking all around. "See," she cried. "See, come here. Knock the dog on the head. Wait till I find him and I'll break his neck." The people were now all packed up, and some had already started on the trail. "Don't wait for me," the old woman said. "Go on. I'll look again for my dog and catch up with you." When all were gone, the old woman went and untied her dog, and then, going up to where the Piegan was tied, she cut the ropes, and he was free. But already the man was very weak, and he fell down on the ground. She rubbed his limbs, and pretty soon he felt better. The old woman was so sorry for him that she cried again, and kissed him. Then the man cried too. He was so glad that someone pitied him. By and by he ate some of the food the old woman had given him and felt strong again. He said to her in signs, "I am not done. I shall go back home now, but I will come again. I will bring all the Piegans with me, and we will have revenge." "You say well," sighed the old woman. "Help me," again said the man. "If, on the road you are traveling, this camp should separate, mark the trail my wife takes with a stick. You two follow the party she goes with, and always put your lodge at the far end of the village. When I return with my people, I will enter your lodge and tell you what to do." "I take your speech," replied the old woman. "As you say, so it shall be." Then she kissed him again, and started on after her people. The man went to the river, swam across, and started for the north. Why are the people crying? Why is all this mourning? Ah, the poor man has returned home, and told how those who went with him were killed. He has told them the whole story. They are getting ready for war. Every one able to fight is going with this man back to the snakes. Only a few will be left to guard the camp. The mother of that bad woman is going, too. She has sharpened her axe and told what she will do when she sees her daughter. All are ready. The best horses have been caught up and saddled, and the war party has started. Hundreds and hundreds of warriors. They are strung out over the prairie as far as you can see. When they got to the Missouri River, the poor man showed them where the lodge in which they had tortured him had stood. He took them to see the tree where he had been bound. The black paint was still on it. From here they went slowly. Some young men were sent far ahead to scout. The second day they came back to the main body, and said they had found a camping place just deserted, and that there the trail forked. The poor man then went ahead, and at the forks he found a willow twig stuck in the ground, pointing to the left-hand trail. When the others came up, he said to them, "Take care of my horse now, and travel slowly. I will go ahead on foot and find the camp. It must be close. I will go and see that old woman and find out how things are." Some men did not want him to do this. They said that the old woman might tell about him, and then they could not surprise the camp. "No," replied the man, "it will not be so. That old woman is almost the same as my mother. I know she will help us." He went ahead carefully, and near sunset saw the camp. When it was dark, he crept near it and entered the old woman's lodge. She had placed it behind and a little way off from the others. When he went in, the old woman was asleep, but the fire was still burning a little. He touched her, and she jumped up and started to scream, but he put his hand on her mouth, and when she saw who it was, she laughed and kissed him. "The Piegans have come," he told her. "We are going to have revenge on this camp tonight. Is my wife here?" "Still here," replied the old woman. "She is chief now. They think her medicine very strong." "Tell your friends and relations," said the Piegan, "that you have had a dream and that they must move into the brush yonder. Have them stay there with you, and they will not be hurt. I am going now to get my people." It was very late in the night. Most of the snakes were in bed and asleep. All at once the camp was surrounded with warriors, shouting the war cry and shooting, stabbing, and knocking people on the head as fast as they came out of the lodges. That Piegan woman cried out, "Don't hurt me! I am a Piegan. Are any of my people here?" "Many of your relations are here," someone said. "They will protect you." Some young men seized and tied her, as her husband had said to do. They had hard work to keep her mother from killing her. "Hi-ya!" the old woman cried. "There is my snake woman daughter. Let me split her head open." The fight was soon over. The Piegans killed the people almost as fast as they came out of their lodges. Some few escaped in the darkness. When the fight was over, the young warriors gathered up a great pile of lodge poles and brush and set fire to it. Then the poor man tore the dress off his bad wife, tied the scalp of her dead snake man around her neck, and told her to dance the scalp dance in the fire. She cried and hung back, calling out for pity. The people only laughed and pushed her into the fire. She would run through it, and then those on the other side would push her back. So they kept her running through the fire until she fell down and died. The old snake woman had come out of the brush with her relations. Because she had been so good, the Piegans gave her, and those with her, 1/2 of all the horses and valuable things they had taken. "Kah-Tsi," said the Piegan chief, "that is all for you, because you helped this poor man." Tomorrow morning we start back north. If your heart is that way, go to and live with us." So these snakes joined the Piegans and lived with them until they died, and their children married with the Piegans, and at last they were no longer snake people. End of section 5. Section 6 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lost Children. Once a camp of people stopped on the bank of a river. There were but a few lodges of them. One day the little children in the camp crossed the river to play on the other side. For some time they stayed near the bank, and then they went up over a little hill, and found a bed of sand and gravel, and there they played for a long time. There were 11 of these children. 2 of them were daughters of the chief of the camp, and the smaller of these wanted the best of everything. If any child found a pretty stone, she would try to take it for herself. The other children did not like this, and they began to tease the little girl, and to take her things away from her. Then she got angry and began to cry, and the more she cried, the more the children teased her. So at last she and her sister left the others and went back to the camp. When they got there, they told their father what the other children had done to them, and this made the chief very angry. He thought for a little while, and then got up and went out of the lodge, and called aloud, so that everybody might hear him, saying, "Listen, listen! Your children have teased my child and made her cry. Now we will move away and leave them behind. If they come back before we get started, they shall be killed. And if they follow us and overtake the camp, they shall be killed. If the father and mother of any one of them take them into their lodge, I will kill that father and mother. Hurry now, hurry and pack up so that we can go. Everybody tear down the lodges as quickly as you can." When the people heard this, they felt very sorry, but they had to do as the chief said. So they tore down the lodges and quickly packed the dog travois, and started off. They packed in such a hurry that they left many little things lying in camp: knives and awls, bone needles and moccasins. The little children played about in the sand for a long time, but at last they began to get hungry, and one little girl said to the others, "I will go back to camp and get some dried meat and bring it here, so that we may eat." And she started to go to the camp. When she came to the top of the hill and looked across the river, she saw that there were no lodges there, and did not know what to think of it. She called down to the children and said, "The camp is gone." But they did not believe her, and went on playing. She kept on calling, and at last some of them came to her, and then all, and saw that it was as she had said. They went down to the river and crossed it, and went to where the lodges had stood. When they got there, they saw on the ground the things that had been left out in packing. And as each child saw and knew something that belonged to its own parents, it cried and sang a little song, saying, "Mother, here is your bone needle. Why did you leave your children? Father, here is your arrow. Why did you leave your children?" It was very mournful, and they all cried. There was among them a little girl who had on her back her baby brother, whom she loved dearly. He was very young, a nursing child, and already he was hungry and beginning to fret. This little girl said to the others, "We do not know why they have gone, but we know they have gone. We must follow the trail of the camp and try to catch up with them." So the children started to follow the camp. They traveled all day, and just at night they saw, near the trail, a little lodge. They had heard the people talk of a bad old woman who killed and ate persons, and some of the children thought that this old woman might live here, and they were afraid to go to the lodge. Others said, "Perhaps some person lives here who has a good heart. We are very tired and very hungry, and have nothing to eat and no place to keep warm. Let us go to this lodge." They went to it. And when they went in, they saw sitting by the fire an old woman. She spoke kindly to them, and asked them where they were traveling, and they told her that the camp had moved on and left them, and that they were trying to find their people, that they had nothing to eat, and were tired and hungry. The old woman fed them, and told them to sleep here tonight, and tomorrow they could go on and find their people. The camp, she said, passed here today when the sun was low. They have not gone far. Tomorrow you will overtake them. She spread some robes on the ground and said, Now lie here and sleep. Lie side by side with your heads toward the fire, and when morning comes you can go on your journey. The children lay down and soon slept. In the middle of the night the old woman got up and built a big fire, and put on it a big stone kettle, full of water. Then she took a big knife and, commencing at one end of the row, began to cut off the heads of the children, and throw them into the pot. The little girl with the baby brother lay at the other end of the row, and while the old woman was doing this, she awoke and saw what was taking place. When the old woman came near to her, she jumped up and began to beg that she would not kill her. I am strong, she said. I will work hard for you. I can bring you wood and water, and tan your skins. Do not kill my little brother and me. Take pity on us and save us alive. Everybody has left us, but do you have pity? You shall see how quickly I will work, how you will always have plenty of wood. I can work quickly and well. The old woman thought for a little while, then she said, Well, I will let you live for a time anyhow. You shall sleep safely tonight. The next day early, the little girl took her brother on her back and went out and gathered a big pile of wood, and brought it to the lodge before the old woman was awake. When she got up, she called to the girl, Go to the river and get a bucket of water. The girl put her brother on her back and took the bucket to go. The old woman said to her, Why do you carry that child everywhere? Leave him here. The girl said, Not so. He is always with me, and if I leave him he will cry and make a great noise, and you will not like that. The old woman grumbled, but the girl went on down to the river. When she got there, just as she was going to fill her bucket, she saw standing by her a great bull. It was a mountain buffalo, one of those who live in the timber, and the long hair of its head was all full of pine needles and sticks and branches, and matted together. It was Su-Yi-Stu-Meek, a water bull. When the girl saw him, she prayed him to take her across the river, and so to save her and her little brother from the bad old woman. The bull said, I will take you across, but first you must take some of the sticks out of my head. The girl begged him to start at once, but the bull said, No, first take the sticks out of my head. The girl began to do it, but before she had done much, she heard the old woman calling her to bring the water. The girl called back, I am trying to get the water clear, and went on fixing the buffalo's head. The old woman called again, saying, Hurry, hurry with that water. The girl answered, Wait, I am washing my little brother. Pretty soon the old woman called out, If you don't bring that water, I will kill you and your brother. By this time the girl had most of the sticks out of the bull's head, and he told her to get on his back, and went into the water and swam with her across the river. As he reached the other bank, the girl could see the old woman coming from her lodge down to the river with a big stick in her hand. When the bull reached the bank, the girl jumped off his back and started off on the trail of the camp. The bull swam back again to the other side of the river, and there stood the old woman. This bull was a sort of servant of the old woman. She said to him, Why did you take those children across the river? Take me on your back now and carry me across quickly, so that I can catch them. The bull said, First take these sticks out of my head. No, said the old woman, first take me across, then I will take the sticks out. The bull repeated, First Take the sticks out of my head, then I will take you across." This made the old woman very mad, and she hit him with the stick she had in her hand. But when she saw that he would not go, she began to pull the sticks out of his head very roughly, tearing out great handfuls of hair, and every moment ordering him to go, and threatening what she would do to him when she got back. At last the bull took her on his back, and began to swim across with her, but he did not swim fast enough to please her, so she began to pound him with her club to make him go faster. And when the bull got to the middle of the river, he rolled over on his side, and the old woman slipped off, and was carried down the river and drowned. The girl followed the trail of the camp for several days, feeding on berries and roots that she dug. And at last, one night after dark, she overtook the camp. She went into the lodge of an old woman, who was camped off at one side, and the old woman pitied her, and gave her some food, and told her where her father's lodge was. The girl went to it, but when she went in, her parents would not receive her. She had tried to overtake them for the sake of her little brother, who was growing thin and weak because he had not nursed. And now her mother was afraid to have her stay with them. She even went and told the chief that her children had come back. Now when the chief heard that these 2 children had come back, he was angry, and he ordered that the next day they should be tied to a post in the camp, and that the people should move on and leave them here. "Then," he said, "they cannot follow us." The old woman who had pitied the children, when she heard what the chief had ordered, made up a bundle of dried meat and hid it in the grass near the camp. Then she called her dog to her, a little curly dog. She said to the dog, "Now listen. Tomorrow when we are ready to start, I will call you to come to me, but you must pay no attention to what I say. Run off and pretend to be chasing squirrels. I will try to catch you, and if I do so, I will pretend to whip you, but do not follow me. Stay behind, and when the camp is passed out of sight, chew off the strings that bind those children, and when you have done this, show them where I have hidden that food. Then you can follow the camp and catch up to us." The dog stood before the old woman and listened to all that she said, turning his head from side to side, as if paying close attention. Next morning it was done as the chief had said. The children were tied to a tree with rawhide strings, and the people tore down all the lodges and moved off. The old woman called her dog to follow her, but he was digging at a gopher hole and would not come. Then she went up to him and struck him hard with her whip, but he dodged and ran away, and then stood looking at her. Then the old woman got very mad and cursed him, but he paid no attention. And finally she left him, and followed the camp. When the people had all passed out of sight, the dog went to the children, and gnawed the strings which tied them, until he had bitten through them. So the children were free. Then the dog was glad, and danced about and barked and ran round and round. Pretty soon he came up to the little girl, and looked up in her face, and then started away, trotting. Every little while he would stop and look back. The girl thought he wanted her to follow him. She did so, and he took her to where the bundle of dried meat was, and showed it to her. Then, when he had done this, he jumped upon her and licked the baby's face, and then started off, running as hard as he could along the trail of the camp, never stopping to look back. The girl did not follow him. She now knew that it was no use to go to the camp again. Their parents would not receive them, and the chief would perhaps order them to be killed. She went on her way, carrying her little brother and the bundle of dried meat. She traveled for many days, and at last came to a place where she thought she would stop. Here she built a little lodge of poles and brush, and stayed there. One night she had a dream, and an old woman came to her in the dream, and said to her, "Tomorrow take your little brother, and tie him to one of the lodge poles, and the next day tie him to another, and so every day tie him to one of the poles, until you have gone all around the lodge and have tied him to each pole. Then you will be helped, and will no more have bad luck." When the girl awoke in the morning, she remembered what the dream had told her, and she bound her little brother to one of the lodge poles, and each day after this she tied him to one of the poles. Each day he grew larger, until, when she had gone all around the lodge, he was grown to be a fine young man. Now the girl was glad and proud of her young brother, who was so large and noble-looking. He was quiet, not speaking much, and sometimes for days he would not say anything. He seemed to be thinking all the time. One morning he told the girl that he had a dream and that he wished her to help him build a piskun. She was afraid to ask him about the dream, for she thought if she asked questions he might not like it. So she just said she was ready to do what he wished. They built the piskun, and when it was finished, the boy said to his sister, "The buffalo are to come to us, and you are not to see them. When the time comes, you are to cover your head and to hold your face close to the ground, and do not lift your head nor look, until I throw a piece of kidney to you." The girl said, "It shall be as you say." When the time came, the boy told her where to go, and she went to the place, a little way from the lodge, not far from the corral, and sat down on the ground, and covered her head, holding her face close to the earth. After she had sat there a little while, she heard the sound of animals running, and she was excited and curious, and raised her head to look. But all she saw was her brother standing near, looking at her. Before he could speak, she said to him, "I thought I heard buffalo coming, and because I was anxious for food, I forgot my promise and looked. Forgive me this time, and I will try again." Again she bent her face to the ground and covered her head. Soon she heard again the sound of animals running, at first a long way off, and then coming nearer and nearer, until at last they seemed close, and she thought they were going to run over her. She sprang up in fright and looked about, but there was nothing to be seen but her brother, looking sadly at her. She went close to him and said, "Pity me. I was afraid, for I thought the buffalo were going to run over me." He said, "This is the last time. If again you look, we will starve. But if you do not look, we will always have plenty, and will never be without meat." The girl looked at him and said, "I will try hard this time, and even if those animals run right over me, I will not look until you throw the kidney to me." Again she covered her head, pressing her face against the earth and putting her hands against her ears, so that she might not hear. Suddenly, sooner than she thought, she felt the blow from the meat thrown at her, and springing up, she seized the kidney and began to eat it. Not far away was her brother, bending over a fat cow, and going up to him, she helped him with the butchering. After that was done, she kindled a fire and cooked the best parts of the meat, and they ate and were satisfied. The boy became a great hunter. He made fine arrows that went faster than a bird could fly, and when he was hunting, he watched all the animals and all the birds, and learned their ways, and how to imitate them when they called. While he was hunting, the girl dressed buffalo hides in the skins of deer and other animals. She made a fine new lodge, and the boy painted it with figures of all the birds and the animals he had killed. One day, when the girl was bringing water, she saw a little way off a person coming. When she went in the lodge and told her brother, and he went out to meet the stranger. He found that he was friendly and was hunting, but had had bad luck and killed nothing. He was starving and in despair when he saw this lone lodge, and made up his mind to go to it. As he came near it, he began to be afraid, and to wonder if the people who lived there were enemies or ghosts. But he thought, "I may as well die here as starve." So he went boldly to it. The strange person was very much surprised to see this handsome young man with the kind face, who could speak his own language. The boy took him into the lodge, and the girl put food before him. After he had eaten, he told his story, saying that the game had left them, and that many of his people were dying of hunger. As he talked, the girl listened, and at last she remembered the man, and knew that he belonged to her camp. She asked him questions, and he talked about all the people in the camp, and even spoke of the old woman who owned the dog. The boy advised the stranger, after he had rested, to return to his camp, and tell the people to move up to this place, that here they would find plenty of game. After he had gone, the boy and his sister talked of these things. The girl had often told him what she had suffered, what the chief had said and done, and how their own parents had turned against her, and that the only person whose heart had been good to her was this old woman. As the young man heard all this again, he was angry at his parents and the chief, but he felt great kindness for the old woman and her dog. When he learned that those bad people were living, he made up his mind that they should suffer and die. When the strange person reached his own camp, he told the people how well he had been treated by these two persons, and that they wished him to bring the whole camp to where they were, and that there they should have plenty. This made great joy in the camp, and all got ready to move. When they reached the lost children's camp, they found everything as the stranger had said. The brother gave a feast, and to those whom he liked he gave many presents, but to the old woman and the dog he gave the best presents of all. To the chief nothing at all was given, and this made him very much ashamed. To the parents no food was given, but the boy tied a bone to the lodge poles above the fire, and told the parents to eat from it without touching it with their hands. They were very hungry, and tried to eat from this bone. And as they were stretching out their necks to reach it, for it was above them, the boy cut off their heads with his knife. This frightened all the people, the chief most of all, but the boy told them how it all was, and how he and his sister had survived. When he had finished speaking, the chief said he was sorry for what he had done, and he proposed to his people that this young man should be made their chief. They were glad to do this. The boy was made the chief, and lived long to rule the people in that camp. End of section 6. Section 7 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mik-A'Pi, Red Old Man. It was in the valley of It Fell on Them Creek, near the mountains, that the Picuni were camped when Mik-A'Pi went to war. It was far back, in the days of stone knives, long before the white people had come. This was the way it happened. Early in the morning a band of buffalo were seen in the foothills of the mountains, and some hunters went out to get meat. Carefully they crawled along up the coulees and drew near to the herd, and when they had come close to them, they began to shoot, and their arrows pierced many fat cows. But even while they were thus shooting, they were surprised by a war party of snakes, and they began to run back toward the camp. There was one hunter, named Kah-Tsi, who was very brave. He called to the others to stop, saying, "They are many, and we are few, but the snakes are not brave. Let us stop and fight them." But the other hunters would not listen. "We have no shields," they said, "nor our war medicine. There are many of the enemy. Why should we foolishly die?" They hurried on to camp, but Kah-Tsi would not turn back. He drew his arrows from the quiver and prepared to fight. But even as he placed an arrow, a snake had crawled up by his side unseen. In the still air, the Pekin heard the sharp twang of a bowstring, but before he could turn his head, the long, fine-pointed arrow pierced him through and through. The bow and arrows dropped from his hands. He swayed, and then fell forward on the grass, dead. But now the warriors came pouring from the camp to aid him. Too late. The snakes quickly scalped their fallen enemy, scattered up the mountain, and were lost to sight. Now Fox-Eye had 2 wives, and their father and mother and all their near relations were dead. All Fox-Eye's relatives, too, had long since gone to the sandhills. So these poor widows had no one to avenge them, and they mourned deeply for the husband so suddenly taken from them. Through the long days they sat on a near hill and mourned, and their mourning was very sad. There was a young warrior named Mik-A'Pi. Every morning he was awakened by the crying of these poor widows, and through the day his heart was touched by their wailing. Even when he went to rest, their mournful cries reached him through the darkness, and he could not sleep. So he sent his mother to them. "Tell them," he said, "that I wish to speak to them." When they had entered, they sat close by the doorway and covered their heads. "Kai," said Mik-A'Pi, "for days and nights I have heard your mourning, and I too have silently mourned. My heart has been very sad. Your husband was my dear friend, and now he is dead, and no relations are left to avenge him. So now, I say, I will take the load from your hearts. I will avenge him. I will go to war and take many scalps, and when I return they shall be yours. You shall paint your faces black, and we will all rejoice that Fox-Eye is avenged." When the people heard that Mik-A'Pi was going to war, many warriors wished to join him, but he refused them. And when he had taken a medicine sweat, and got a medicine pipe man to make medicine for him during his absence, he started from the camp one evening, just after sunset. It is only the foolish warrior who travels in the day, for other war parties may be out, or some camp watcher sitting on a hill may see him from far off, and lay plans to destroy him. Mik-A'Pi was not one of these. He was brave but cautious, and he had strong medicine. Some say that he was related to the ghosts, and that they helped him. Having now started to war against the snakes, he traveled in hidden places, and at sunrise would climb a hill and look carefully in all directions, and during the long day would lie there and watch and take short sleeps. Now, when Mik-A'Pi had come to the great falls of the Missouri, a heavy rain set in, and, seeing a hole in the rocks, he crawled in and lay down in the farther end to sleep. The rain did not cease, and when night came he could not travel because of the darkness and storm, so he lay down to sleep again. But soon he heard something coming into the cave toward him, and then he felt a hand laid on his breast, and he put out his hand and touched a person. Then Mik-A'Pi put the palm of his hand on the person's breast and jerked it to and fro, and then he touched the person with the point of his finger, which in the sign language means, "Who are you?" The strange person then took Mik-A'Pi's hand and made him feel his own right hand. The thumb and all the fingers were closed except the forefinger, which was extended. And when Mik-A'Pi touched it, the person moved his hand forward with a zigzag motion, which means snake. Then Mik-A'Pi was glad. Here had come to him one of the tribe he was seeking, but he thought it best to wait for daylight before attacking him. So when the snake in signs asked him who he was, he replied by making the sign for paddling a canoe, that he was a Pen-de-Oriole, or river person, for he knew that the snakes and the Pen-de-Orioles were at peace. Then they both lay down to sleep, but Mik-A'Pi did not sleep. Through the long night he watched for the first dim light, so that he might kill his enemy. The snake slept soundly, and just at daybreak Mik-A'Pi quietly strung his bow, fitted an arrow, and taking aim, sent the thin shaft through the enemy's heart. The snake quivered, half rose up, and with a groan fell back dead. Then Mik-A'Pi took his scalp and his bow and arrows, and also his bundle of moccasins. And as daylight had come, he went out of the cave and looked all about. No one was in sight. Probably the snake, like himself, had gone alone to war. But ever cautious, he traveled only a short distance, and waited for night before going on. The rain had ceased and the day was warm. He took a piece of dried meat and back fat from his pouch and ate them, and, after drinking from the river, he climbed up on a high rock wall and slept. Now in his dream he fought with a strange people, and was wounded. He felt blood trickling from his wounds, and when he awoke, he knew that he had been warned to turn back. The signs also were bad. He saw an eagle rising with a snake, which dropped from its claws and escaped. The setting sun, too, was painted, a sure warning to people that danger is near. But in spite of all these things, Mik-A'Pi determined to go on. He thought of the poor widows mourning and waiting for revenge. He thought of the glad welcome of the people, if he should return with many scalps. And he thought also of 2 young sisters, whom he wanted to marry. Surely, if he could return and bring the proofs of brave deeds, their parents would be glad to give them to him. It was nearly night. The sun had already disappeared behind the sharp-pointed gray peaks. In the fading light, the far-stretching prairie was turning dark. In a valley, sparsely timbered with quaking aspens and cottonwoods, stood a large camp. For a long distance up and down the river rose the smoke of many lodges. Seated on a little hill overlooking the valley was a single person. With his robe drawn tightly around him, he sat there motionless, looking down on the prairie and valley below. Slowly and silently something was crawling through the grass toward him, but he heard nothing. Still he gazed eastward, seeking to discover any enemy who might be approaching. Still the dark object crawled slowly onward. Now it was so close to him that it could almost touch him. The person thought he heard a sound and started to turn round. Too late, too late. A strong arm grasped him about the neck and covered his mouth. A long jagged knife was thrust into his breast again and again, and he died without a cry. Strange that in all that great camp no one should have seen him killed. Still extended on the ground, the dark figure removed the scalp. Slowly he crawled back down the hill, and was lost in the gathering darkness. It was Mik-A'Pi, and he had another snake scalp tied to his belt. His heart was glad, yet he was not satisfied. Some nights had passed since the bad signs had warned him, yet he had succeeded. "One more," he said. "One more scalp I must have, and then I will go back." So he went far up on the mountain, and hid in some thick pines and slept. When daylight came, he could see smoke rise as the women started their fires. He also saw many people rush up on the hill where the dead watcher lay. He was too far off to hear their angry shouts and mournful cries, but he sung to himself a song of war and was happy. Once more the sun went to his lodge behind the mountains, and as darkness came, Mik-A'Pi slowly descended the mountain and approached the camp. This was the time of danger. Behind each bush, or hidden in a bunch of the tall ryegrass, some person might be watching to warn the camp of an approaching enemy. Slowly and like a snake, he crawled around the outskirts of the camp, listening and looking. He heard a cough and saw a movement of a bush. There was a snake. Could he kill him and yet escape? He was close to him now. So he sat and waited, considering how to act. For a long time he sat there waiting. The moon rose and traveled high in the sky. The 7 persons slowly swung around and pointed downward. It was the middle of the night. Then the person in the bush stood up and stretched out his arms and yawned, for he was tired of watching, and thought that no danger was near. But as he stood thus, an arrow pierced his breast. He gave a loud yell and tried to run, but another arrow struck him and he fell. At the sound the warriors rushed forth from the lodges and the outskirts of the camp, but as they came, Mik-A'Pi tore the scalp from his fallen enemy and started to run toward the river. Close behind him followed the snakes. Arrows whizzed about him. One pierced his arm. He plucked it out. Another struck his leg, and he fell. Then a great shout arose from the snakes. Their enemy was down. Now they would be revenged for 2 lately taken lives. But where Mik-A'Pi fell was the verge of a high rock wall. Below rushed the deep river, and even as they shouted, he rolled from the wall and disappeared in the dark water far below. In vain they searched the shores and bars. They did not find him. Mik-A'Pi had sunk deep in the water. The current was swift, and when at last he rose to the surface, he was far below his pursuers. The arrow in his leg pained him, and with difficulty he crawled out on a sandbar. Luckily the arrow was lance-shaped instead of barbed, so he managed to draw it out. Nearby on the bar was a dry pine log, lodged there by high spring water. This he managed to roll into the stream, and, partly resting on it, he again drifted down with the current. All night he floated down the river, and when morning came he was far from the camp of the snakes. Benumbed with cold and stiff from the arrow wounds, he was glad to crawl out on the bank and lie down in the warm sunshine. Soon he slept. The sun was already in the middle when he awoke. His wounds were swollen and painful, yet he hobbled on for a time, until the pain became so great he could go no further, and he sat down, tired and discouraged. "True the signs," he said. "How crazy I was to go against them! Useless now my bravery, for here I must stay and die. The widows will still mourn, and in their old age who will take care of my father and my mother? Pity me now, O sun! Help me, O great above medicine person! Look down on your wounded and suffering child. Help me to survive." What was that crackling in the brush nearby? Was it the snakes on his trail? Mik-A'Pi strung his bow and drew out his arrows. No, it was not a snake. It was a bear. There he stood, a big grizzly bear, looking down at the wounded man. "What does my brother here?" he said. "Why does he pray to survive?" "Look at my leg," said Mik-A'Pi, "swollen and sore. Look at my wounded arm. I can hardly draw the bow. Far from the home of my people, and my strength is gone. Surely here I must die, for I cannot travel and I have no food." "Now courage, my brother," said the bear. "Now not faint heart, my brother, for I will help you, and you shall survive." When he had said this, he lifted Mik-A'Pi and carried him to a place of thick mud, and there he took great handfuls of the mud and plastered the wounds, and he sung a medicine song while putting on the mud. Then he carried Mik-A'Pi to a place where were many sarvice berries, and broke off great branches of the fruit, and gave them to him, saying, "Eat, my brother, eat." And he broke off more branches, full of large ripe berries for him. But already Mik-A'Pi was satisfied and could eat no more. Then said the bear, "Lie down now on my back, and hold tight by my hair, and we will travel on." And when Mik-A'Pi had got on and was ready, he started off on a long swinging trot. All through the night he traveled on without stopping. When morning came, they rested a while, and ate more berries, and again the bear plastered his wounds with mud. In this way they traveled on, until on the 4th day they came close to the lodges of the Pikuni, and the people saw them coming and wondered. "Get off, my brother, get off," said the bear. "There are your people. I must leave you." And without another word he turned and went off up the mountain. All the people came out to meet the warrior, and they carried him to the lodge of his father. He untied the 3 scalps from his belt and gave them to the widows, saying, "You are revenged. I wipe away your tears." And every one rejoiced. All his female relations went through the camp, shouting his name and singing, and every one prepared for the scalp dance. First came the widows. Their faces were painted black, and they carried the scalps tied on poles. Then came the medicine men, with their medicine pipes unwrapped. Then the bands of the I-Kun-Uh Kah-Tsi, all dressed in war costume. Then came the old men, and last the women and children. They all sang the war song and danced. They went all through the village in single file, stopping here and there to dance, and Mik-A'Pi sat outside the lodge and saw all the people dance by him. He forgot his pain and was proud, and although he could not dance, he sang with them. Soon they made the medicine lodge, and first of all the warriors, Mik-A'Pi was chosen to cut the rawhide which binds the poles, and as he cut the strands, he counted the coops he had made. He told of the enemies he had killed, and all the people shouted his name and praised him. The father of those 2 young sisters gave them to him. He was glad to have such a son-in-law. Long lived Mik-A'Pi. Of all the great chiefs who have lived and died, he was the greatest. He did many other great and daring things. It must be true, as the old men have said, that he was helped by the ghosts, for no one can do such things without help from those fearful and unknown persons. Footnotes: Armel's Creek in northern Montana is called Kut-O Yis. It fell on them. A long time ago a number of Blackfeet women were digging in a bank near this creek for the red clay which they use for paint, when the bank gave way and fell on them, burying and killing them. Sandhills, the Shadowland, place of ghosts, the Blackfoot future world. The 7 persons is also the constellation of the Great Bear. The bear's paws are called Kah-Tsi, the term also for a person's hands. The animal itself is regarded as almost human. End of section 7. Section 8 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Heavy Collar and the Ghost Woman. The blood camp was on Old Man's River, where Fort McLeod now stands. A party of 7 men started to war toward the Cypress Hills. Heavy Collar was the leader. They went around the Cypress Mountains, but found no enemies and started back toward their camp. On their homeward way, Heavy Collar used to take the lead. He would go out far ahead on the high hills and look over the country, acting as scout for the party. At length they came to the southern branch of the Saskatchewan River, above 7 Persons Creek. In those days there were many war parties about, and this party traveled concealed as much as possible in the coulees and low places. As they were following up the river, they saw at a distance 3 old bulls lying down close to a cut bank. Heavy Collar left his party and went out to kill one of these bulls, and when he had come close to them, he shot one and killed it right there. He cut it up and, as he was hungry, he went down into a ravine below him to roast a piece of meat, for he had left his party a long way behind, and night was now coming on. As he was roasting the meat, he thought, for he was very tired, "It is a pity I did not bring one of my young men with me. He could go up on that hill and get some hair from that bull's head, and I could wipe out my gun." While he sat there thinking this, and talking to himself, a bunch of this hair came over him through the air, and fell on the ground right in front of him. When this happened, it frightened him a little, for he thought that perhaps some of his enemies were close by, and had thrown the bunch of hair at him. After a little while, he took the hair and cleaned his gun and loaded it, and then sat and watched for a time. He was uneasy, and at length decided that he would go on further up the river to see what he could discover. He went on up the stream until he came to the mouth of the St. Mary's River. It was now very late in the night, and he was very tired, so he crept into a large bunch of ryegrass to hide and sleep for the night. The summer before this, the Blackfeet, Kah-Tsi cow, had been camped on this bottom, and a woman had been killed in this same patch of ryegrass where Heavy Collar had lain down to rest. He did not know this, but still he seemed to be troubled that night. He could not sleep. He could always hear something, but what it was he could not make out. He tried to go to sleep, but as soon as he dozed off, he kept thinking he heard something in the distance. He spent the night there, and in the morning when it became light, there he saw right beside him the skeleton of the woman who had been killed the summer before. That morning he went on, following up the stream to Belly River. All day long as he was traveling, he kept thinking about his having slept by this woman's bones. It troubled him. He could not forget it. At the same time he was very tired, because he had walked so far and had slept so little. As night came on, he crossed over to an island, and determined to camp for the night. At the upper end of the island was a large tree that had drifted down and lodged, and in a fork of this tree he built his fire, and got in a crotch of one of the forks, and sat with his back to the fire, warming himself, but all the time he was thinking about the woman he had slept beside the night before. As he sat there, all at once he heard over beyond the tree, on the other side of the fire, a sound as if something were being dragged toward him along the ground. It sounded as if a piece of a lodge were being dragged over the grass. It came closer and closer. Heavy Collar was scared. He was afraid to turn his head and look back to see what it was that was coming. He heard the noise come up to the tree in which his fire was built, and then it stopped, and all at once he heard someone whistling a tune. He turned around and looked toward the sound, and there, sitting on the other fork of the tree, right opposite to him, was the pile of bones by which he had slept, only now altogether in the shape of a skeleton. This ghost had on it a lodge covering. The string, which is tied to the pole, was fastened about the ghost's neck. The wings of the lodge stood out on either side of its head, and behind it the lodge could be seen, stretched out and fading away into the darkness. The ghost sat on the old dead limb and whistled its tune, and as it whistled, it swung its legs in time to the tune. When Heavy Collar saw this, his heart almost melted away. At length he mustered up courage and said, "O ghost, go away, do not trouble me. I am very tired, I want to rest." The ghost paid no attention to him, but kept on whistling, swinging his legs in time to the tune. 4 times he prayed to her, saying, "O ghost, take pity on me. Go away and leave me alone. I am tired. I want to rest." The more he prayed, the more the ghost whistled and seemed pleased, swinging her legs and turning her head from side to side, sometimes looking down at him, and sometimes up at the stars, and all the time whistling. When he saw that she took no notice of what he said, Heavy Collar got angry at heart and said, "Well, ghost, you do not listen to my prayers. I shall have to shoot you to drive you away." With that he seized his gun, and throwing it to his shoulder, shot right at the ghost. When he shot her, she fell over backward into the darkness, screaming out, "Oh, Heavy Collar, you have shot me, you have killed me. You dog, Heavy Collar, there is no place on this earth where you can go that I will not find you, no place where you can hide that I will not come." As she fell back and said this, Heavy Collar sprang to his feet and ran away as fast as he could. She called after him, "I have been killed once, and now you're trying to kill me again. Oh, Heavy Collar!" As he ran away, he could still hear her angry words following him, until at last they died away in the distance. He ran all night long, and whenever he stopped to breathe and listen, he seemed to hear in the distance the echoes of her voice. All he could hear was, "Oh, Heavy Collar," and then he would rush away again. He ran until he was all tired out, and by this time it was daylight. He was now quite a long way below Fort McLeod. He was very sleepy, but dared not lie down, for he remembered that the ghost had said that she would follow him. He kept walking on for some time, and then sat down to rest, and at once fell asleep. Before he had left his party, Heavy Collar had said to his young men, "Now remember, if any one of us should get separated from the party, let him always travel to the Belly River Buttes. There will be our meeting place." When their leader did not return to them, the party started across the country and went toward the Belly River Buttes. Heavy Collar had followed the river up and had gone a long distance out of his way, and when he awoke from his sleep, he too started straight for the Belly River Buttes, as he had said he would. When his party reached the buttes, one of them went up on top of the hill to watch. After a time, as he looked down the river, he saw two persons coming, and as they came nearer he saw that one of them was Heavy Collar, and by his side was a woman. The watcher called up the rest of the party, and said to them, "Here comes our chief. He has had luck. He is bringing a woman with him. If he brings her into camp, we will take her away from him." And they all laughed. They supposed that he had captured her. They went down to the camp and sat about the fire, looking at the two people coming, and laughing among themselves at the idea of their chief bringing in a woman. When the two persons had come close, they could see that Heavy Collar was walking fast, and the woman would walk by his side a little way, trying to keep up, and then would fall behind, and then trot along to catch up to him again. Just before the pair reached camp, there was a deep ravine that they had to cross. They went down into this side by side, and then Heavy Collar came up out of it alone, and came on into the camp. When he got there, all the young men began to laugh at him, and to call out, "Heavy Collar, where is your woman?" He looked at them for a moment, and then said, "Why, I have no woman. I do not understand what you are talking about." One of them said, "Oh, he has hidden her in that ravine. He was afraid to bring her into camp." Another said, "Where did you capture her, and what tribe does she belong to?" Heavy Collar looked from one to another and said, "I think you are all crazy. I have taken no woman. What do you mean?" The young man said, "Why, that woman that you had with you just now. Where did you get her, and where did you leave her? Is she down in the coulee? We all saw her, and it is no use to deny that she was with you. Come now, where is she?" When they said this, Heavy Collar's heart grew very heavy, for he knew that it must have been the ghost woman, and he told them the story. Some of the young men could not believe this, and they ran down to the ravine, where they had last seen the woman. There they saw in the soft dirt the tracks made by Heavy Collar when he went down into the ravine, but there were no other tracks near his, where they had seen the woman walking. When they found that it was a ghost that had come along with Heavy Collar, they resolved to go back to their main camp. The party had been out so long that their moccasins were all worn out, and some of them were footsore, so that they could not travel fast. But at last they came to the Cut Banks, and there found their camp, 7 lodges. That night, after they had reached camp, they were inviting each other to feasts. It was getting pretty late in the night, and the moon was shining brightly, when one of the Bloods called out for Heavy Collar to come and eat with him. Heavy Collar shouted, "Yes, I will be there pretty soon." He got up and went out of the lodge, and went a little way from it and sat down. While he was sitting there, a big bear walked out of the brush close to him. Heavy Collar felt around him for a stone to throw at the bear, so as to scare it away, for he thought it had not seen him. As he was feeling about, his hand came upon a piece of bone, and he threw it over at the bear and hit it. Then the bear spoke and said, "Well, well, well, Heavy Collar, you have killed me once, and now here you are hitting me. Where is there a place in this world where you can hide from me? I will find you. I don't care where you may go." When Heavy Collar heard this, he knew it was the ghost woman, and he jumped up and ran toward his lodge, calling out, "Run, run! A ghost bear is upon us!" All the people in the camp ran to his lodge, so that it was crowded full of people. There was a big fire in the lodge, and the wind was blowing hard from the west. Men, women, and children were huddled together in the lodge, and were very much afraid of the ghost. They could hear her walking toward the lodge, grumbling and saying, "I will kill all these dogs. Not one of them shall get away." The sounds kept coming closer and closer, until they were right at the lodge door. Then she said, "I will smoke you to death." And as she said this, she moved the poles so that the wings of the lodge turned toward the west, and the wind could blow in freely through the smoke hole. All this time she was threatening terrible things against them. The lodge began to get full of smoke, and the children were crying, and all were in great distress, almost suffocating. So they said, "Let us lift one man up here inside, and let him try to fix the ears, so that the lodge will get clear of smoke." They raised a man up, and he was standing on the shoulders of the others, and, blinded and half strangled by the smoke, was trying to turn the wings. While he was doing this, the ghost suddenly hit the lodge a blow, and said, "Un!" and this scared the people who were holding the man, and they jumped and let him go, and he fell down. Then the people were in despair, and said, "It is no use. She is resolved to smoke us to death." All the time the smoke was getting thicker in the lodge. Heavy Collar said, "Is it possible that she can destroy us? Is there no one here who has some strong dream power that can overcome this ghost?" His mother said, "I will try to do something. I am older than any of you, and I will see what I can do." So she got down her medicine bundle and painted herself, and got out a pipe and filled it and lighted it, and stuck the stem out through the lodge door, and sat there and began to pray to the ghost woman. She said, "O ghost, take pity on us and go away. We have never wronged you, but you are troubling us and frightening our children. Accept what I offer you and leave us alone." A voice came from behind the lodge and said, "No, no, no, you dogs, I will not listen to you. Every one of you must die." The old woman repeated her prayer, "Ghost, take pity on us, accept this smoke and go away." Then the ghost said, "How can you expect me to smoke when I am way back here? Bring that pipe out here. I have no long bill to reach round the lodge." So the old woman went out of the lodge door, and reached out the stem of the pipe as far as she could reach around toward the back of the lodge. The ghost said, "No, I do not wish to go around there to where you have that pipe. If you want me to smoke it, you must bring it here." The old woman went around the lodge toward her, and the ghost woman began to back away and said, "No, I do not want to smoke that kind of a pipe." And when the ghost started away, the old woman followed her, and she could not help herself. She called out, "Oh, my children, the ghost is carrying me off." Heavy Collar rushed out and called to the others, "Come and help me take my mother from the ghost." He grasped his mother about the waist and held her, and another man took him by the waist, and another him, until they were all strung out, one behind the other, and all following the old woman, who was following the ghost woman, who was walking away. All at once the old woman let go of the pipe and fell over dead. The ghost disappeared, and they were troubled no more by the ghost woman. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wolf Man. There was once a man who had 2 bad wives. They had no shame. The man thought if he moved away where there were no other people, he might teach these women to become good. So he moved his lodge away off on the prairie. Near where they camped was a high butte, and every evening about sundown the man would go up on top of it and look all over the country to see where the buffalo were feeding, and if any enemies were approaching. There was a buffalo skull on the hill, which he used to sit on. "This is very lonesome," said one woman to the other one day. "We have no one to talk with nor to visit." "Let us kill our husband," said the other. "Then we will go back to our relations and have a good time." Early in the morning the man went out to hunt, and as soon as he was out of sight, his wives went up on top of the butte. There they dug a deep pit, and covered it over with light sticks, grass, and dirt, and placed the buffalo skull on top. In the afternoon they saw their husband coming home, loaded down with meat he had killed. So they hurried to cook for him. After eating, he went up on the butte and sat down on the skull. The slender sticks gave way, and he fell into the pit. His wives were watching him, and when they saw him disappear, they took down the lodge, packed everything on the dog travois, and moved off, going toward the main camp. When they got near it, so that the people could hear them, they began to cry and mourn. "Why is this?" they were asked. "Why are you mourning? Where is your husband?" "He is dead," they replied. "5 days ago he went out to hunt, and he never came back." And they cried and mourned again. When the man fell into the pit, he was hurt. After a while he tried to get out, but he was so badly bruised he could not climb up. A wolf, traveling along, came to the pit and saw him and pitied him. "Ow! Ow!" he howled, and when the other wolves heard him, they all came running to see what was the matter. There came also many coyotes, badgers, and kit foxes. "In this hole," said the wolf, "is my find. Here is a fallen-in man. Let us dig him out, and we will have him for our brother." They all thought the wolf spoke well, and began to dig. In a little while they had a hole close to the man. Then the wolf who found him said, "Hold on, I want to speak a few words to you." All the animals listening, he continued, "We will all have this man for our brother, but I found him, so I think he ought to live with us big wolves." All the others said that this was well. So the wolf went into the hole, and tearing down the rest of the dirt, dragged the almost dead man out. They gave him a kidney to eat, and when he was able to walk a little, the big wolves took him to their home. Here there was a very old blind wolf, who had powerful medicine. He cured the man, and made his head and hands look like those of a wolf. The rest of his body was not changed. In those days the people used to make holes in the piskun walls and set snares, and when wolves and other animals came to steal meat, they were caught by the neck. One night the wolves all went down to the piskun to steal meat, and when they got close to it, the man wolf said, "Stand here a little while. I will go down and fix the places, so you will not be caught." He went on and sprung all the snares. Then he went back and called the wolves and others, the coyotes, badgers, and foxes, and they all went in the piskun and feasted, and took meat to carry home. In the morning the people were surprised to find the meat gone, and their nooses all drawn out. They wondered how it could have been done. For many nights the nooses were drawn and the meat stolen. But once, when the wolves went there to steal, they found only the meat of a scabby bull, and the wolf-man was angry, and cried out, "Bad you give us, ooh! Bad you give us, ooh!" The people heard him and said, "It is a wolf-man who has done all this. We will catch him." So they put pemmican and nice back fat in the piskun, and many hid close by. After dark the wolves came again, and when the man-wolf saw the good food, he ran to it and began eating. Then the people all rushed in and caught him with ropes and took him to a lodge. When they got inside to the light of the fire, they knew at once who it was. They said, "This is the man who was lost." "No," said the man, "I was not lost. My wives tried to kill me. They dug a deep hole, and I fell into it, and I was hurt so badly that I could not get out. But the wolves took pity on me and helped me, or I would have died there." When the people heard this, they were angry, and they told the man to do something. "You say well," he replied. "I give those women to the I-Kun-Uh Kah-Tsi. They know what to do." After that night the two women were never seen again. End of section 9. Section 10 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fast Runners. Once, long ago, the antelope and the deer met on the prairie. At this time both of them had galls and both dew claws. They began to talk together, and each was telling the other what he could do. Each one told how fast he could run, and before long they were disputing as to which could run the faster. Neither would allow that the other could beat him, so they agreed that they would have a race to decide which was the swifter, and they bet their galls on the race. When they ran, the antelope proved the faster runner, and beat the deer and took his gall. Then the deer said, "Yes, you have beaten me on the prairie, but that is not where I live. I only go out there sometimes to feed, or when I'm traveling around. We ought to have another race in the timber. That is my home, and there I can run faster than you can." The antelope felt very big because he had beaten the deer in the race, and he thought wherever they might be, he could run faster than the deer. So he agreed to race in the timber, and on this race they bet their dew claws. They ran through the thick timber, among the brush and over fallen logs, and this time the antelope ran slowly, because he was not used to this kind of traveling, and the deer easily beat him and took his dew claws. Since then the deer has had no gall, and the antelope no dew claws. End of section 10. Section 11 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 War Trails. Many years ago there lived in the Blood Camp a boy named Screech Owl, a Tsi-Tsi. He was rather a lonely boy, and did not care to go with other boys. He liked better to be by himself. Often he would go off alone, and stay out all night away from the camp. He used to pray to all kinds of birds and animals that he saw, and ask them to take pity on him and help him, saying that he wanted to be a warrior. He never used paint. He was a fine-looking young man, and he thought it was foolish to use paint to make oneself good-looking. When Screech Owl was about 14 years old, a large party of Blackfeet were starting to war against the Crees and the Assiniboines. The young man said to his father, "Father, with this war party many of my cousins are going. I think that now I am old enough to go to war, and I would like to join them." His father said, "My son, I am willing. You may go." So he joined the party. His father gave his son his own war horse, a black horse with a white spot on its side, a very fast horse. He offered him arms, but the boy refused them all, except a little trapping axe. He said, "I think this hatchet will be all that I shall need." Just as they were about to start, his father gave the boy his own war headdress. This was not a war bonnet, but a plume made of small feathers, the feathers of thunderbirds, for the thunderbird was his father's medicine. He said to the boy, "Now, my son, When you go into battle, put this plume on your head, and wear it as I have worn it." The party started and traveled northeast, and at length they came to where Fort Pitt now stands, on the Saskatchewan River. When they had got down below Fort Pitt, they saw 3 riders going out hunting. These men had not seen the war party. The Blackfeet started around the men so as to head them off when they should run. When they saw the men, the Screech Owl got off his horse, and took off all his clothes, and put on his father's war plume, and began to ride around singing his father's war song. The older warriors were getting ready for the attack, and when they saw this young boy acting in this way, they thought he was making fun of the older men, and they said, "Here, look at this boy. Has he no shame? He had better stay behind." When they got on their horses, they told him to stay behind, and they charged the Crees. But the boy, instead of staying behind, charged with them, and took the lead, for he had the best horse of all. He, a boy, was leading the war party, and still singing his war song. The 3 Crees began to run, and the boy kept gaining on them. They did not want to separate. They kept together. And as the boy was getting closer and closer, the last one turned in his saddle and shot at the Screech Owl, but missed him. As the Cree fired, the boy whipped up his horse, and rode up beside the Cree and struck him with his little trapping axe, and knocked him off his horse. He paid no attention to the man that he had struck, but rode on to the next Cree. As he came up with him, the Cree raised his gun and fired, but just as he did so, the Blackfoot dropped down on the other side of his horse, and the ball passed over him. He straightened up on his horse, rode up by the Cree, and as he passed, knocked him off his horse with his axe. When he knocked the second Cree off his horse, the Blackfeet, who were following, whooped in triumph, and to encourage him, shouting, "Awahe! Take courage." The boy was still singing his father's war song. By this time the main body of the Blackfeet were catching up with him. He whipped his horse on both sides, and rode on after the 3rd Cree, who was also whipping his horse as hard as he could, and trying to get away. Meantime, some of the Blackfeet had stopped to count coupon and scalp the 2 dead Crees, and to catch the 2 ponies. Screech Owl at last got near to the 3rd Cree, who kept aiming his gun at him. The boy did not want to get too close until the Cree had fired his gun, but he was gaining a little, and all the time was throwing himself from side to side on his horse, so as to make it harder for the Cree to hit him. When he had nearly overtaken the enemy, the Cree turned, raised his gun, and fired, but the boy had thrown himself down behind his horse, and again the ball passed over him. He raised himself up on his horse, and rushed on the Cree, and struck him in the side of the body with his axe, and then again, and with a second blow he knocked him off his horse. The boy rode on a little further, stopped, and jumped off his horse, while the rest of the Blackfeet had come up and were killing the fallen man. He stood off to one side and watched them count coupon and scalp the dead. The Blackfeet were much surprised at what the young man had done. After a little while, the leader decided that they would go back to the camp from which they had come. When he had returned from his war journey, this young man's name was changed from Kah-Tsi to I-Kun-Uh, Lowhorn. This was his first warpath. From that time on, the name of I-Kun-Uh was often heard as that of one doing some great deed. I-Kun-Uh started on his last war trail from the Blackfoot crossing, Suyupa-Waku. He led a war party of 6 Sarcees. He was the 7th man. On the 2nd day out they came to the Red Deer's River. When they reached this river, they found it very high, so they built a raft to cross it. They camped on the other side. In crossing, most of their powder got wet. The next morning when they awoke, I-Kun-Uh said, "Well, trouble is coming for us. We had better go back from here. We started on a wrong day. I saw in my sleep our bodies lying on the prairie dead." Some of the young men said, "Oh well, we have started. We had better go on. Perhaps it is only a mistake. Let us go on and try to take some horses anyhow." I-Kun-Uh said, "Yes, that is very true. To go home is all foolishness. But remember that it is by your wish that we are going on." He wanted to go back, not on his own account, but for the sake of his young men, to save his followers. From there they went on and made another camp, and the next morning he said to his young men, "Now I am sure, I have seen it for certain, trouble is before us." They camped 2 nights at this place and dried some of their powder, but most of it was caked and spoilt. He said to his young men, "Here, let us use some sense about this. We have no ammunition. We cannot defend ourselves. Let us turn back from here." So they started across the country for their camp. They crossed the Red Deer's River, and there camped again. The next morning I-Kun-Uh said, "I feel very uneasy today. 2 of you go ahead on the trail and keep a close lookout. I am afraid that today we are going to see our enemy." 2 of the young men went ahead, and when they had climbed up to the top of a ridge and looked over it onto Sarvasberry, Saskatoon Creek, they came back and told I-Kun-Uh that they had seen a large camp of people over there, and that they thought it was the Piegans, Bloods, Blackfeet, and Sarsis, who had all moved over there together. Saskatoon Creek was about 20 miles from the Blackfoot camp. He said, "No, it cannot be our people. They said nothing about moving over here. It must be a war party. It is only a few days since we left, and there was then no talk of their leaving that camp. It cannot be they." The 2 young men said, "Yes, they are our people. There are too many of them for a war party. We think that the whole camp is there." They discussed this for some time, I-Kun-Uh insisting that it could not be the Blackfoot camp, while the young men felt sure that it was. These 2 men said, "Well, we are going into the camp now." Lowhorn said, "Well, you may go. Tell my father that I will come into the camp tonight. I do not like to go in the daytime, when I am not bringing back anything with me." It was now late in the afternoon, and the 2 young men went ahead toward the camp, traveling on slowly. A little after sundown they came down the hill onto the flat of the river, and saw there the camp. They walked down toward it, to the edge of the stream, and there met 2 women, who had come down after water. The men spoke to them in Sarsi and said, "Where is the Sarsi camp?" The women did not understand them, so they spoke again, and asked the same question in Blackfoot. Then these 2 women called out in the Cree language, "Here are 2 Blackfeet, who have come here and are talking to us." When these men heard the women talk Cree, and they saw what a mistake they had made, they turned and ran away up the creek. They ran up above camp a short distance, to a place where a few willow bushes were hanging over the stream, and pushing through these, they hid under the bank, and the willows above concealed them. The people in the camp came rushing out, and men ran up the creek and down, and looked everywhere for the 2 enemies, but could find nothing of them. Now when these people were running in all directions, hunting for these 2 men, I-Kun-Uh was coming down the valley very slowly with the 4 other Sarsis. He saw some Indians coming toward him, and supposed that they were some of his own people, coming to meet him, with horses for him to ride. At length, when they were close to him, and I-Kun-Uh could see that they were the enemy, and were taking the covers off their guns, he jumped to one side and stood alone and began to sing his war song. He called out, "Children of the Crees, if you have come to try my manhood, do your best." In a moment or 2 he was surrounded, and they were shooting at him from all directions. He called out again, "People, you can't kill me here, but I will take my body to your camp, and there you shall kill me." So he advanced, fighting his way toward the Cree camp, but before he started, he killed 2 of the Crees there. His enemies kept coming up and clustering about him. Some were on foot and some on horseback. They were thick about him on all sides, and they could not shoot much at him, for fear of killing their own people on the other side. One of the Sarsis fell. I-Kun-Uh said to his men, "Awahe, take courage. These people cannot kill us here. Where that patch of chokeberry bush is, in the very center of their camp, we will go and take our stand." Another Sarsi fell, and now there were only 3 of them. I-Kun-Uh said to his remaining men, "Go straight to that patch of brush, and I will fight the enemy off in front and at the sides, and so will keep the way open for you. These people cannot kill us here. There are too many of their own people. If we can get to that brush, we will hurt them badly." All this time they were killing enemies, fighting bravely, and singing their war songs. At last they gained the patch of brush, and then with their knives they began to dig holes in the ground, and to throw up a shelter. In the Cree camp was a Kom-In-A-Kus, Round, the chief of the Crees, who could talk Blackfoot well. He called out, "I-Kun-Uh, there is a little ravine running out of that brush patch, which puts into the hills. Crawl out through that and try to get away. It is not guarded." I-Kun-Uh replied, "No, children of the Crees, I will not go. You must remember that it is I-Kun-Uh that you are fighting with, a man who has done much harm to your people. I am glad that I am here. I am sorry for only one thing. That is, that my ammunition is going to run out. Tomorrow you may kill me." All night long the fight was kept up, the enemy shooting all the time, and all night long I-Kun-Uh sang his death song. Kom-In-A-Kus called to him several times, "I-Kun-Uh, you had better do what I tell you. Try to get away." But he shouted back, "No," and laughed at them. He said, "You have killed all my men. I am here alone, but you cannot kill me." Kom-In-A-Kus, the chief, said, "Well, if you are there at daylight in the morning, I will go into that brush and will catch you with my hands. I will be the man who will put an end to you." I-Kun-Uh said, "Kom-In-A-Kus, do not try to do that. If you do, you shall surely die." The patch of brush in which he had hidden had now been all shot away, cut off by the bullets of the enemy. When day came, I-Kun-Uh called out, "Hey, Kom-In-A-Kus, it is broad daylight now. I have run out of ammunition. I have not another grain of powder in my horn. Now come and take me in your hands, as you said you would." Kom-In-A-Kus answered, "Yes, I said that I was the one who was going to catch you this morning. Now I am coming." He took off all his clothes, and alone rushed for the breastworks. I-Kun-Uh's ammunition was all gone, but he still had 1 load in his gun and his dagger. Kom-In-A-Kus came on with his gun at his shoulder, and I-Kun-Uh sat there with his gun in his hand, looking at the man who was coming toward him with the cocked gun pointed at him. He was singing his death song. As Kom-In-A-Kus got up close, and just as he was about to fire, I-Kun-Uh threw up his gun and fired, and the ball knocked off the Cree chief's forefinger, and, going on, entered his right eye and came out at the temple, knocking the eye out. Kom-In-A-Kus went down, and his gun flew a long way. When Kom-In-A-Kus fell, the whole camp shouted the war whoop and cried out, "This is his last shot," and they all charged on him. They knew that he had no more ammunition. The head warrior of the Crees was named Bunch of Lodges. He was the first man to jump inside the breastworks. As he sprang inside, I-Kun-Uh met him, and thrust his dagger through him, and killed him on the spot. Then, as the enemy threw themselves on him, and he began to feel the knives stuck into him from all sides, he gave a war whoop and laughed and said, Only now I begin to think that I am fighting." All the time he was cutting and stabbing, jumping backward and forward, and all the time laughing. When he was dead, there were 15 dead Crees lying about the earthworks. I-Kun-Uh's body was cut into small pieces and scattered all over the country, so that he might not come to life again. That morning, before it was daylight, 2 Sarsies who had hidden in the willows left their hiding place and made their way to the Blackfoot camp. When they got there, they told that when they had left the Cree camp, I-Kun-Uh was surrounded, and the firing was terrible. When I-Kun-Uh's father heard this, he got on his horse and rode through the camp, calling out, "My boy is surrounded. Let us turn out and go to help him. I have no doubt there are many 10s to 1, but he is powerful, and he may be fighting yet." No time was lost in getting ready, and soon a large party started for the Cree camp. When they came to the battleground, the camp had been moved a long time. The old man looked about, trying to gather up his son's body, but it was found only in small pieces, and not more than half of it could be gathered up. After the fight was over, the Crees started on down to go to their own country. One day 6 Crees were traveling along on foot, scouting far ahead. As they were going down into a little ravine, a grizzly bear jumped up in front of them and ran after them. The bear overtook and tore up 5 of them, one after another. The 6th got away and came home to camp. The Crees and the Blackfeet believe that this was the spirit of I-Kun-Uh, for thus he comes back. They think that he is still on the earth, but in a different shape. I-Kun-Uh was killed about 40 years ago. When he was killed, he was still a boy, not married, only about 24 years old. End of section 11. Section 12 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales. The Story of a Prairie People by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scareface, Origin of the Medicine Lodge. In the earliest of time there was no war. All the tribes were at peace. In those days there was a man who had a daughter, a very beautiful girl. Many men wanted to marry her, but every time she was asked, she only shook her head and said she didn't want a husband. "How is this?" asked the father. "Some of these young men are rich, handsome, and brave." "Why should I marry?" replied the girl. "I have a rich father and mother. Our lodge is good. The parfleches are never empty. There are plenty of tanned robes and soft furs for winter. Why worry me then?" The raven bearers held a dance. They all dressed carefully and wore their ornaments, and each one tried to dance the best. Afterwards some of them asked for this girl, but still she said no. Then the bulls, the kit foxes, and others of the I-Kun-Uh held their dances, and all those who were rich, many great warriors, asked this man for his daughter, but to every one of them she said no. Then her father was very angry and said, "Why now this way? All the best men have asked for you, and still you say no. I believe you have a secret lover." "Ah," said her mother, "what a shame for us should a child be born and our daughter still unmarried." "Father, mother," replied the girl, "pity me. I have no secret lover, but now hear the truth. That above person, the sun, told me, 'Do not marry any of those men, for you are mine. Thus you shall be happy and live to great age.' And again he said, 'Take heed, you must not marry. You are mine.'" "Ah," replied the father, "it must always be as he says." And they talked no more about it. There was a poor young man, very poor. His father, mother, all his relations had gone to the sandhills. He had no lodge, no wife to tan his robes or sew his moccasins. He stopped in one lodge today, and tomorrow he ate and slept in another. Thus he lived. He was a good-looking young man, except that on his cheek he had a scar, and his clothes were always old and poor. After those dances some of the young men met this poor Scareface, and they laughed at him and said, "Why don't you ask that girl to marry you? You are so rich and handsome." Scareface did not laugh. He replied, "Ah, I will do as you say. I will go and ask her." All the young men thought this was funny. They laughed a great deal. But Scareface went down by the river. He waited by the river where the women came to get water, and by the girl came along. "Girl," he said, "wait. I want to speak with you. Not as a designing person do I ask you, but openly where the sun looks down and all may see." "Speak then," said the girl. "I have seen the days," continued the young man. "You have refused those who are young and rich and brave. Now, today, they laughed and said to me, 'Why do you not ask her?' I am poor, very poor. I have no lodge, no food, no clothes, no robes and warm furs. I have no relations. All have gone to the sandhills. Yet now, today, I ask you, take pity, be my wife." The girl hid her face in her robe and brushed the ground with the point of her moccasin, back and forth, for she was thinking. After a time she said, "True, I have refused all those young rich men, yet now the poor one asks me, and I am glad. I will be your wife, and my people will be happy. You are poor, but it does not matter. My father will give you dogs. My mother will make us a lodge. My people will give us robes and furs. You will be poor no longer." Then the young man was happy, and he started to kiss her, but she held him back and said, "Wait, the sun has spoken to me. He says I may not marry, that I belong to him. He says if I listen to him, I shall live to great age. But now I say, go to the sun, tell him, she whom you spoke with heeds your words. She has never done wrong, but now she wants to marry. I want her for my wife. Ask him to take that scar from your face. That will be his sign. I will know he is pleased. But if he refuses, or if you fail to find his lodge, then do not return to me." "Oh," cried the young man, "at first your words were good. I was glad, but now it is dark. My heart is dead. Where is that far-off lodge, where the trail which no one yet has traveled?" take courage, said the girl, and she went to her lodge. Scareface was very sad. He sat down and covered his head with his robe and tried to think what to do. After a while he got up and went to an old woman who had been kind to him. "Pity me," he said. "I am very poor. I am going away now on a long journey. Make me some moccasins." "Where are you going?" asked the old woman. "There is no war. We are very peaceful here." "I do not know where I shall go," replied Scareface. "I am in trouble, but I cannot tell you now what it is." So the old woman made him some moccasins, 7 pairs, with parfleche soles, and also she gave him a sack of food, pemmican of berries, pounded meat, and dried back fat, for this old woman had a good heart. She liked the young man. All alone and with a sad heart, he climbed the bluffs and stopped to take a last look at the camp. He wondered if he would ever see his sweetheart and the people again. "Hi, you! Pity me, O sun," he prayed, and turning, he started to find the trail. For many days he traveled on, over great prairies, along timbered rivers, and among the mountains, and every day his sack of food grew lighter, but he saved it as much as he could, and ate berries and roots, and sometimes he killed an animal of some kind. One night he stopped by the home of a wolf. "Hi-ya!" said that one. "What is my brother doing so far from home?" "Ah," replied Scareface, "I seek the place where the sun lives. I am sent to speak with him." "I have traveled far," said the wolf. "I know all the prairies, the valleys, and the mountains, but I have never seen the sun's home." "Wait, I know one who is very wise. Ask the bear, he may tell you." The next day the man traveled on again, stopping now and then to pick a few berries, and when night came he arrived at the bear's lodge. "Where is your home?" asked the bear. "Why are you traveling alone, my brother?" "Help me, pity me," replied the young man. "Because of her words I seek the sun. I go to ask him for her." "I know not where he stops," replied the bear. "I have traveled many rivers, and I know the mountains, yet I've never seen his lodge. There is someone beyond, that striped face, who is very smart. Go and ask him." The badger was in his hole. Stooping over, the young man shouted, "Oh, cunning striped face! Oh, generous animal! I wish to speak with you." "What do you want?" said the badger, poking his head out of the hole. "I want to find the sun's home," replied Scareface. "I want to speak with him." "I do not know where he lives," replied the badger. "I never travel very far. Over there in the timber is a wolverine. He is always traveling around, and is of much knowledge. Maybe he can tell you." Then Scareface went to the woods and looked all around for the wolverine, but could not find him. So he sat down to rest. "Hi-you! Hi-you!" he cried. "Wolverine, take pity on me. My food is gone, my moccasins worn out. Now I must die." "What is it, my brother?" he heard, and looking around, he saw the animal sitting near. "She whom I would marry," said Scareface, "belongs to the sun. I am trying to find where he lives, to ask him for her." "Ah," said the wolverine, "I know where he lives. Wait, it is nearly night. Tomorrow I will show you the trail to the big water. He lives on the other side of it." Early in the morning the wolverine showed him the trail, and Scareface followed it until he came to the water's edge. He looked out over it, and his heart almost stopped. Never before had anyone seen such a big water. The other side could not be seen, and there was no end to it. Scareface sat down on the shore. His food was all gone, his moccasins worn out. His heart was sick. "I cannot cross this big water," he said. "I cannot return to the people. Here by this water I shall die." Not so. His helpers were there. 2 swans came swimming up to the shore. "Why have you come here?" they asked him. "What are you doing? It is very far to the place where your people live." "I am here," replied Scareface, "to die. Far away, in my country, is a beautiful girl. I want to marry her, but she belongs to the sun. So I started to find him and ask for her. I have traveled many days. My food is gone. I cannot go back. I cannot cross this big water, so I am going to die." "No," said the swans, "it shall not be so. Across this water is the home of that above person. Get on our backs and we will take you there." Scareface quickly arose. He felt strong again. He waded out into the water and lay down on the swans' backs, and they started off. Very deep and black is that fearful water. Strange people live there, mighty animals which often seize and drown a person. The swans carried him safely and took him to the other side. Here was a broad, hard trail leading back from the water's edge. "Kai," said the swans, "you are now close to the sun's lodge. Follow that trail and you will soon see it." Scareface started up the trail, and pretty soon he came to some beautiful things lying in it. There was a war shirt, a shield, and a bow and arrows. He had never seen such pretty weapons, but he did not touch them. He walked carefully around them and traveled on. A little way further on he met a young man, the handsomest person he had ever seen. His hair was very long, and he wore clothing made of strange skins. His moccasins were sewn with bright-colored feathers. The young man said to him, "Did you see some weapons lying on the trail?" "Yes," replied Scareface, "I saw them." "But you did not touch them?" asked the young man. "No, I thought someone had left them there, so I did not take them." "You are not a thief," said the young man. "What is your name?" "Scareface." "Where are you going?" "To the sun." "My name," said the young man, "is Suahats. The sun is my father. Come, I will take you to our lodge. My father is not now at home, but he will come in at night." Soon they came to the lodge. It was very large and handsome. Strange medicine animals were painted on it. Behind, on a tripod, were strange weapons and beautiful clothes, the sun's. Scareface was ashamed to go in, but Morning Star said, "Do not be afraid, my friend. We are glad you have come." They entered. One person was sitting there, Mik-A'Pi, the sun's wife, Morning Star's mother. She spoke to Scareface kindly, and gave him something to eat. "Why have you come so far from your people?" she asked. Then Scareface told her about the beautiful girl he wanted to marry. "She belongs to the sun," he said. "I have come to ask him for her." When it was time for the sun to come home, the moon hid Scareface under a pile of robes. As soon as the sun got to the doorway, he stopped and said, "I smell a person." "Yes, father," said Morning Star. "A good young man has come to see you." "I know he is good, for he found some of my things on the trail and did not touch them." Then Scareface came out from under the robes, and the sun entered and sat down. "I am glad you have come to our lodge," he said. "Stay with us as long as you think best. My son is lonesome sometimes. Be his friend." The next day the moon called Scareface out of the lodge and said to him, "Go with Morning Star where you please, but never hunt near that big water. Do not let him go there. It is the home of some great birds which have long, sharp bills. They kill people. I have had many sons, but these birds have killed them all. Morning Star is the only one left." So Scareface stayed there a long time and hunted with Morning Star. One day they came near the water and saw the big birds. "Come," said Morning Star, "let us go and kill those birds." "No, no," replied Scareface, "we must not go there. Those are very terrible birds. They will kill us." Morning Star would not listen. He ran towards the water, and Scareface followed. He knew that he must kill the birds and save the boy. If not, the sun would be angry and might kill him. He ran ahead and met the birds, which were coming towards him to fight, and killed every one of them with his spear. Not one was left. Then the young men cut off their heads and carried them home. Morning Star's mother was glad when they told her what they had done, and showed her the birds' heads. She cried and called Scareface my son. When the sun came home at night, she told him about it, and he too was glad. "My son," he said to Scareface, "I will not forget what you have this day done for me. Tell me now, what can I do for you?" "Hi-U," replied Scareface. "Hi-U, pity me. I am here to ask you for that girl. I want to marry her. I asked her, and she was glad, but she says you own her, that you told her not to marry." "What you say is true," said the sun. "I have watched the days, so I know it. Now then, I give her to you. She is yours. I am glad she has been wise. I know she has never done wrong. The sun pities good women. They shall live a long time. So shall their husbands and children. Now you will soon go home. Let me tell you something. Be wise and listen. I am the only chief. Everything is mine. I made the earth, the mountains, prairies, rivers and forests. I made the people and all the animals. This is why I say I alone am the chief. I can never die. True, the winter makes me old and weak, but every summer I grow young again. Then said the sun, What one of all animals is smartest? The raven is, for he always finds food. He is never hungry. Which one of the animals is most Kut-O Yis? The buffalo is. Of all animals I like him best. He is for the people. He is your food and your shelter. What part of his body is sacred? The tongue is. That is mine. What else is sacred? Berries are. They are mine too. Come with me and see the world. He took Scareface to the edge of the sky, and they looked down and saw it. It is round and flat, and all around the edge is the jumping-off place, or wall straight down. Then said the sun, When any man is sick or in danger, his wife may promise to build me a lodge if he recovers. If the woman is pure and true, then I will be pleased and help the man. But if she is bad, if she lies, then I will be angry. You shall build the lodge like the world, round with walls, but first you must build a sweat house of 100 sticks. It shall be like the sky, a hemisphere, and half of it shall be painted red. That is me. The other half you will paint black. That is the night. Further said the sun, Which is the best, the heart or the brain? The brain is. The heart often lies. The brain never. Then he told Scareface everything about making the medicine lodge, and when he had finished, he rubbed a powerful medicine on his face, and the scar disappeared. Then he gave him 2 raven feathers, saying, These are the sign for the girl that I give her to you. They must always be worn by the husband of the woman who builds a medicine lodge. The young man was now ready to return home. Morning Star and the sun gave him many beautiful presents. The moon cried and kissed him, and called him my son. Then the sun showed him the short trail. It was the wolf road, Milky Way. He followed it and soon reached the ground. It was a very hot day. All the lodge skins were raised, and the people sat in the shade. There was a chief, a very generous man, and all day long people kept coming to his lodge to feast and smoke with him. Early in the morning this chief saw a person sitting out on a butte nearby, close wrapped in his robe. The chief's friends came and went. The sun reached the middle and passed on, down towards the mountains. Still this person did not move. When it was almost night, the chief said, Why does that person sit there so long? The heat has been strong, but he has never eaten nor drunk. He may be a stranger. Go and ask him in. Some of the young men went up to him and said, Why do you sit here in the great heat all day? Come to the shade of the lodges. The chief asks you to feast with him. Then the person arose and threw off his robe, and they were surprised. He wore beautiful clothes. His bow, shield, and other weapons were of strange make. But they knew his face, although the scar was gone, and they ran ahead shouting, The Scareface poor young man has come. He is poor no longer. The scar on his face is gone. All the people rushed out to see him. Where have you been? They asked. Where did you get all these pretty things? He did not answer. There in the crowd stood that young woman, and taking the 2 raven feathers from his head, he gave them to her and said, The trail was very long, and I nearly died, but by those helpers I found his lodge. He is glad. He sends these feathers to you. They are the sign. Great was her gladness then. They were married and made the first medicine lodge as the sun had said. The sun was glad. He gave them great age. They were never sick. When they were very old, one morning their children said, "Awake, rise and eat." They did not move. In the night, in sleep, without pain, their shadows had departed for the sand hills. End of section 12. Section 13 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The origin of the I-Kun-Uh Kah-Tsi. The Bull Band. The people had built a great piskun, very high and strong, so that no buffalo could escape. But somehow the buffalo would not jump over the cliff. When driven toward it, they would run nearly to the edge, and then, swerving to the right or left, they would go down the sloping hills and cross the valley in safety. So the people were hungry and began to starve. One morning early, a young woman went to get water, and she saw a herd of buffalo feeding on the prairie right on the edge of the cliff above the piskun. "Ho!" she cried out, "if you will only jump off into the piskun, I will marry one of you." This she said for fun, not meaning it, and great was her wonder when she saw the buffalo come jumping, tumbling, falling over the cliff. Now the young woman was scared, for a big bull with one bound cleared the piskun walls and came toward her. "Come," he said, taking hold of her arm. "No, no," she replied, pulling back. "But you said if the buffalo would jump over, you would marry one. See, the piskun is filled." And without more talk he led her up over the bluff and out onto the prairie. When the people had finished killing the buffalo and cutting up the meat, they missed this young woman, and her relations were very sad, because they could not find her. Then her father took his bow and quiver and said, "I will go and find her." And he went up over the bluff and out on the prairie. After he had traveled some distance, he came to a wallow, and a little way off saw a herd of buffalo. While sitting by the wallow, for he was tired, and thinking what he should do, a magpie came and lit near him. "Ha, Mik-A'Pi," he said, "you are a beautiful bird. Help me. Look everywhere as you travel about, and if you see my daughter, tell her, your father waits by the wallow." The magpie flew over by the herd of buffalo, and seeing the young woman, he lit on the ground near her, and commenced picking around, turning his head this way and that way, and when close to her he said, "Your father waits by the wallow." "Shh, shh," replied the girl in a whisper, looking around scared, for her bull husband was sleeping nearby. "Don't speak so loud. Go back and tell him to wait. Your daughter is over there with the buffalo. She says wait," said the magpie, when he had flown back to the man. By and by the bull awoke, and said to his wife, "Go and get me some water." Then the woman was glad, and taking the horn from his head, she went to the wallow. "Oh, why did you come?" she said to her father. "You will surely be killed." "I came to take my daughter home. Come, let us hurry." "No, no," she replied, "not now. They would chase us and kill us. Wait till he sleeps again, and I will try to get away." And filling the horn with water, she went back. The bull drank a swallow of the water. "Ha," said he, "a person is close by here." "No one," replied the woman, but her heart rose up. The bull drank a little more, and then he stood up and bellowed, "Boo! Moo!" Oh, fearful sound! Up rose the bulls, raised their short tails and shook them, tossed their great heads and bellowed back. Then they pawed the dirt, rushed about here and there, and coming to the wallow found that poor man. There they trampled him with their great hoofs, hooked him and trampled him again, and soon not even a small piece of his body could be seen. Then his daughter cried, "Oh-ha, ni-na-ha! Oh-ha, ni-na-ha! My father, my father!" "Ah," said her bull husband, "you mourn for your father. You see now how it is with us. We have seen our mothers, fathers, many of our relations, hurled over the rocky walls and killed for food by your people. But I will pity you. I will give you one chance. If you can bring your father to life, you and he can go back to your people." Then the woman said to the magpie, "Pity me. Help me now. Go and seek in the trampled mud. Try and find a little piece of my father's body, and bring it to me." The magpie flew to the place. He looked in every hole, and tore up the mud with his sharp nose. At last he found something white. He picked the mud from around it, and then pulling hard, he brought out a joint of the backbone, and flew with it back to the woman. She placed it on the ground, covered it with her robe, and then sang. Removing the robe, there lay her father's body as if just dead. Once more she covered it with the robe and sang, and when she took away the robe, he was breathing, and then he stood up. The buffalo were surprised. The magpie was glad and flew round and round, making a great noise. "We have seen strange things this day," said her bull husband. "He whom we trampled to death, even into small pieces, is alive again. The people's medicine is very strong. Now, before you go, we will teach you our dance and our song. You must not forget them." When the dance was over, the bull said, "Now go to your home, and do not forget what you have seen. Teach it to the people. The medicine shall be a bull's head and a robe. All the persons who are to be bulls shall wear them when they dance." Great was the joy of the people when the man returned with his daughter. He called a council of the chiefs, and told them all that had happened. Then the chiefs chose certain young men, and this man taught them the dance and song of the bulls, and told them what the medicine should be. This was the beginning of the I-Kun-Uh Kah-Tsi. The other bands. For a long time the buffalo had not been seen. The piskun was useless, and the hunters could find no food for the people. Then a man who had 2 wives, a daughter and 2 sons, said, "I shall not stop here to die. Tomorrow we will move toward the mountains, where we shall perhaps find deer and elk, sheep and antelope, or if not, at least we shall find plenty of beaver and birds. Thus we shall survive." When morning came, they packed the travois, lashed them on the dogs, and then moved out. It was yet winter, and they traveled slowly. They were weak, and could go but a little way in a day. The 4th night came, and they sat in their lodge, very tired and hungry. No one spoke, for those who are hungry do not care for words. Suddenly the dogs began to bark, and soon, pushing aside the door curtain, a young man entered. "Okay," said the old man, and he motioned the stranger to a sitting place. They looked at this person with surprise and fear, for there was a black wind which had melted the snow and covered the prairie with water, yet this person's leggings and moccasins were dry. They sat in silence a long time. Then said he, "Why this? Why do you not give me some food?" "Ah," replied the old man, "you behold those who are truly poor. We have no food. For many days the buffalo did not come in sight, and we shot deer and other animals which people eat, and when all these had been killed, we began to starve. Then said I, we will not stay here to starve to death, and we started for the mountains. This is the 4th night of our travels." "Ah," said the young man, "then your travels are ended. Close by here we are camped by our piskun. Many buffalo have been run in, and our parfleshes are filled with dried meat. Wait, I will go and bring you some." As soon as he went out, they began to talk about this strange person. They were very much afraid of him, and did not know what to do. The children began to cry, and the women were trying to quiet them, when the young man returned, bringing some meat and 3 pitsi koan. unborn buffalo calves. "Kah-Tsi," said he, "tomorrow move over to our lodges. Do not be afraid. No matter what strange things you see, do not fear. All will be your friends. Now one thing I caution you about. In this be careful. If you should find an arrow lying about in the piskun or outside, no matter where, do not touch it, neither you, nor your wives, nor children." Having said this, he went out. Then the old man took his pipe and smoked and prayed, saying, "Hear now, son. Listen above people. Listen underwater people. Now you have taken pity. Now you have given us food. We are going to those strange ones who walk through water with dry moccasins. Protect us among those to be feared people. Let us survive. Man, woman, child, give us long life. Give us long life." Once more the smell of roasting meat. The children played. They talked and laughed who had so long been silent. They ate plenty and lay down and slept. Early in the morning, as soon as the sun rose, they took down their lodge, packed up, and started for the strange camp. They found it was a wonderful place. There by the piskun and far up and down the valley were lodges of meat-eaters. They could not see them all, but close by they saw the lodges of the Bear Band, the Fox Band, and the Badger Band. The father of the young man who had given them meat was chief of the Wolf Band, and by that band they pitched their lodge. Ah, that was a happy place. Food there was plenty. All day people shouted out for feasts, and everywhere was heard the sound of drums and song and dancing. The newcomers went to the piskun for meat, and one of the children found an arrow lying on the ground. It was a beautiful arrow, the stone point long and sharp, the shaft round and straight. All around the people were busy. No one was looking. The boy picked up the arrow and hid it under his robe. Then there was a fearful noise. All the animals howled and growled and ran toward him. But the chief wolf said, "Hold, we will let him go this time, for he is young yet, and not of good sense." So they let him go. When night came, someone shouted out for a feast, saying, "Woka'it, woka'it, Aqui-tum okawahit, te tukapuk-sipim." Listen, listen. Wolf, you are to feast. Enter with your friend. "We are asked," said the chief wolf to his new friend, and together they went to the lodge. Within the fire burned brightly, and many men were already there, the old and wise of the Raven Band. Hanging behind the seats were the writings of many deeds. Food was placed before them, pemmican of berries and dried back fat, and when they had eaten, a pipe was lighted. Then spoke the Raven chief. "Now, Wolf, I am going to give our new friend a present. What say you?" "It is as you say," replied the Wolf. "Our new friend will be glad." Then the Raven chief took from the long parfleche sack a slender stick, beautifully dressed with many-colored feathers, and on the end of it was fastened the skin of a raven head, wings, feet, and all. "We," he said, "are the Mastupah-Takiks, raven carriers, or those who bear the raven. Of all the above animals, of all the flyers, where is one so smart? The raven's eyes are sharp, his wings are strong, he is a great hunter and never hungry. Far, far off on the prairie he sees his food, and deep hidden in the pines it does not escape his eye. Now the song and the dance." When he had finished singing and dancing, he gave the stick to the man and said, "Take it with you, and when you have returned to your people, you shall say, 'Now there are already bowls,' and he who is the Raven chief says, 'There shall be more, there shall be the I-Kun-Uh, so that the people may survive, and of them shall be the raven carriers.' You will call a council of the chiefs and wise old men, and they will choose the persons. Teach them the song and the dance, and give them the medicine. It shall be theirs forever." Soon they heard another person shouting for a feast, and going, they entered the lodge of the Sinopa chief. Here, too, were the old men assembled. After they had eaten of that set before them, the chief said, "Those among whom you are newly arrived are generous. They do not look at their possessions, but give to the stranger and pity the poor. The kit fox is a little animal, but what one is smarter? None. His hair is like the dead prairie grass, his eyes are sharp, his feet noiseless, his brain cunning. His ears receive the far-off sound. Here is our medicine, take it." And he gave the stick. It was long, crooked at one end, wound with fur, and tied here and there to it were eagle feathers. At the end was a fox skin. And again the chief said, "Hear our song, do not forget it, and the dance too you must remember. When you get home, teach them to the people." Again they heard the feast shout, and he who called was the bear chief. Now when they had smoked, the chief said, "What say you, friend wolf? Shall we give our new friend something?" "As you say," replied the wolf, "it is yours to give." Then said the bear, "There are many animals, and some of them are powerful, but the bear is the strongest and bravest of all. He fears nothing, and is always ready to fight." Then he put on a necklace of bear claws, a belt of bear fur, and around his head a band of the fur, and sang and danced. When he had finished, he gave them to the man, saying, "Teach the people our song and dance, and give them this medicine. It is powerful." It was now very late. The 7 persons had arrived at midnight. Yet again they heard the feast shout from the far end of the camp. In this lodge the men were painted with streaks of red, and their hair was all brushed to one side. After the feast the chief said, "We are different from all the others here. We are called the Mutsiks. We are death. We know not fear. Even if our enemies are in number like the grass, we do not turn away, but fight and conquer. Bows are good weapons. Spears are better, but our weapon is the knife." Then the chief sang and danced, and afterwards gave the wolf's friend the medicine. It was a long knife, and many scalps were tied on the handle. "This," he said, "is for the I-Kun-Uh Kah-Tsi." Once more they were called to a feast and entered the badger chief's lodge. He taught the man the badger song and dance, and gave him the medicine. It was a large rattle, ornamented with beaver claws and bright feathers. They smoked 2 pipes in the badger's lodge, and then went home and slept. Early next day the man and his family took down their lodge, and prepared to move camp. Many women came and made them presents of dried meat, pemmican, and berries. They were given so much they could not carry it all with them. It was many days before they joined the main camp, for the people, too, had moved to the south after buffalo. As soon as the lodge was pitched, the man called all the chiefs to come and feast, and he told them all he had seen, and showed them the medicines. The chiefs chose certain young men for the different bands, and this man taught them the songs and dances, and gave each band their medicine. End of section 13. Section 14 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Origin of the Medicine Pipe. Thunder. You have heard him. He is everywhere. He roars in the mountains. He shouts far out on the prairie. He strikes the high rocks, and they fall to pieces. He hits a tree, and it is broken in slivers. He strikes the people, and they die. He is bad. He does not like the towering cliff, the standing tree, or living man. He likes to strike and crush them to the ground. Yes, yes, Of all he is most powerful. He is the one most strong. But I've not told you the worst. He sometimes steals women. Long ago, almost in the beginning, a man and his wife were sitting in their lodge when thunder came and struck them. The man was not killed. At first he was as if dead, but after a while he lived again, and rising looked about him. His wife was not there. Oh well, he thought, she has gone to get some water or wood, and he sat a while. But when the sun had disappeared, he went out and inquired about her of the people. No one had seen her. He searched throughout the camp, but did not find her. Then he knew that thunder had stolen her, and he went out on the hills alone and mourned. When morning came, he rose and wandered far away, and he asked all the animals he met if they knew where thunder lived. They laughed and would not answer. The wolf said, "Do you think we would seek the home of the only one we fear? He is our only danger. From all others we can run away, but from him there is no running. He strikes, and there we lie. Turn back, go home. Do not look for the dwelling place of that dreadful one." But the man kept on, and traveled far away. Now he came to a lodge, a queer lodge, for it was made of stone, just like any other lodge, only it was made of stone. Here lived the Raven Chief. The man entered. "Welcome, my friend," said the chief of ravens. Sit down," and food was placed before him. Then, when he had finished eating, the raven said, "Why have you come?" "Thunder has stolen my wife," replied the man. "I seek his dwelling place that I may find her." "Would you dare enter the lodge of that dreadful person?" asked the raven. "He lives close by here. His lodge is of stone like this, and hanging there within are eyes, the eyes of those he has killed or stolen. He has taken out their eyes and hung them in his lodge. Now, then, dare you enter there?" "No," replied the man, "I am afraid. What man could look at such dreadful things and live?" "No person can," said the raven. "There is but one old Thunder fears. There is but one he cannot kill. It is I, it is the ravens. Now I will give you medicine, and he shall not harm you. You shall enter there and seek among those eyes your wife's, and if you find them, tell that Thunder why you came, and make him give them to you. Here now is a raven's wing. Just point it at him, and he will start back quick. But if that fail, take this. It is an arrow, and the shaft is made of elkhorn. Take this, I say, and shoot it through the lodge." "Why make a fool of me?" the poor man asked. "My heart is sad. I am crying." And he covered his head with his robe and wept. "Oh," said the raven, "you do not believe me. Come out, and I will make you believe." When they stood outside, the raven asked, "Is the home of your people far?" "A great distance," said the man. "Can you tell how many days you have traveled?" "No," he replied, "my heart is sad. I did not count the days. The berries have grown and ripened since I left." "Can you see your camp from here?" asked the raven. The man did not speak. Then the raven rubbed some medicine on his eyes and said, "Look." The man looked and saw the camp. It was close. He saw the people. He saw the smoke rising from the lodges. "Now you will believe," said the raven. "Take now the arrow and the wing, and go and get your wife." So the man took these things and went to the Thunder's lodge. He entered and sat down by the doorway. The Thunder sat within and looked at him with awful eyes. But the man looked above, and saw those many pairs of eyes. Among them were those of his wife. "Why have you come?" said the Thunder in a fearful voice. "I seek my wife," the man replied, "whom you have stolen. There hang her eyes." "No man can enter my lodge and live," said the thunder, and he rose to strike him. Then the man pointed the raven wing at Thunder, and he fell back on his couch and shivered. But he soon recovered and rose again. Then the man fitted the elk-horn arrow to his bow and shot it through the lodge of rock. Right through that lodge of rock it pierced a jagged hole, and let the sunlight in. "Hold," said the thunder. "Stop. You are the stronger. Yours the great medicine. You shall have your wife. Take down her eyes." Then the man cut the string that held them, and immediately his wife stood beside him. "Now," said the thunder, "you know me. I am of great power. I live here in summer, but when winter comes I go far south. I go south with the birds. Here is my pipe. It is medicine. Take it and keep it. Now, when I first come in the spring, you shall fill and light this pipe, and you shall pray to me, you and the people. For I bring rain which makes the berries large and ripe. I bring the rain which makes all things grow, and for this you shall pray to me, you and all the people." Thus the people got the first medicine pipe. It was long ago. End of section 14. Section 15 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Beaver Medicine. This story goes back many years, to a time before the Indians went to war against each other. Then there was peace among all the tribes. They met and did not kill each other. They had no guns and they had no horses. When two tribes met, the head chiefs would take each a stick and touch each other. Each had counted a coup on the other, and they then went back to their camps. It was more friendly than a hostile ceremony. Oftentimes, when a party of young men had gone to a strange camp, and had done this to those whom they had visited, they would come back to their home and would tell the girls whom they loved that they had counted a coup on this certain tribe of people. After the return of such a party, the young women would have a dance. Each one would wear clothing like that of the man she loved, and as she danced, she would count a coup, saying that she herself had done the deed which her young lover had really done. Such was the custom of the people. There was a chief in a camp who had 3 wives, all very pretty women. He used to say to these women, whenever a dance was called, "Why do you not go out and dance too? Perhaps you have someone in the camp that you love, and for whom you would like to count a coup." Then the women would say, "No, we do not wish to join the dance. We have no lovers." There was in the camp a poor young man, whose name was I-Kun-Uh. He had no relations, and no one to tan robes or furs for him, and he was always badly clad and in rags. Whenever he got some clothing, he wore it as long as it would hold together. This young man loved the youngest wife of the chief, and she loved him. But her parents were not rich, and they could not give her to I-Kun-Uh, and when the chief wanted her for a wife, they gave her to him. Sometimes I-Kun-Uh and this girl used to meet and talk together, and he used to caution her, saying, "Now be careful that you do not tell anyone that you see me." She would say, "No, there is no danger. I will not let it be known." One evening a dance was called for the young women to dance, and the chief said to his wives, "Now, women, you had better go to this dance. If any of you have persons whom you love, you might as well go and dance for them." 2 of them said, "No, we will not go. There is no one that we love." But the third said, "Well, I think I will go and dance." The chief said to her, "Well, go then. Your lover will surely dress you up for the dance." The girl went to where I-Kun-Uh was living in an old woman's lodge, very poorly furnished, and told him what she was going to do, and asked him to dress her for the dance. He said to her, "Oh, you have wronged me by coming here and by going to the dance. I told you to keep it a secret." The girl said, "Well, never mind. No one will know your dress. Fix me up, and I will go and join the dance anyway." "Why," said I-Kun-Uh, "I have never been to war. I have never counted any coops. You will go and dance, and I will have nothing to say. The people will laugh at you." But when he found that the girl wanted to go, he painted her forehead with red clay, and tied a goose skin, which he had, about her head, and lent her his badly tanned robe, which in spots was hard like a parfleche. He said to her, "If you will go to the dance, say, when it comes your turn to speak, that when the water in the creeks get warm, you are going to war, and you're going to count a coop on some people." The woman went to the dance and joined it. All the people were laughing at her on account of her strange dress, a goose skin around her head, and a badly tanned robe about her. The people in the dance asked her, "Well, what are you dancing for? What can you tell?" The woman said, "I am dancing here today, and when the water in the stream gets warm next spring, I am going to war, and then I will tell you what I have done to any people." The chief was standing present, and when he learned who it was that his young wife loved, he was much ashamed, and went to his lodge. When the dance was over, this young woman went to the lodge of the poor young man to give back his dress to him. Now, while she had been gone, I-Kun-Uh had been thinking over all these things, and he was very much ashamed. He took his robe and his goose skin and went away. He was so ashamed that he went away at once, traveling off over the prairie, not caring where he went, and crying all the time. As he wandered away, he came to a lake, and at the foot of this lake was a beaver dam, and by the dam a beaver house. He walked out on the dam and on to the beaver house. There he stopped and sat down, and in his shame cried the rest of the day, and at last fell asleep on the beaver house. While he slept, he dreamed that a beaver came to him, a very large beaver, and said, "My poor young man, come into my house. I pity you, and will give you something that will help you." So I-Kun-Uh got up, and followed the beaver into the house. When he was in the house, he awoke, and saw sitting opposite him a large white beaver, almost as big as a man. He thought to himself, "This must be the chief of all the beavers, white because very old." The beaver was singing a song. It was a very strange song, and he sang it a long time. Then he said to I-Kun-Uh, "My son, why are you mourning?" And the young man told him everything that had happened, and how he had been shamed. Then the beaver said, "My son, stay here this winter with me. I will provide for you. When the time comes, and you have learned our songs and our ways, I will let you go. For a time make this your home." So I-Kun-Uh stayed there with the beaver, and the beaver taught him many strange things. All this happened in the fall. Now the chief in the camp missed this poor young man, and he asked the people where he had gone. No one knew. They said that the last that had been seen of him he was traveling toward the lake where the beaver dam was. I-Kun-Uh had a friend, another poor young man named Wolf-Tail, and after a while Wolf-Tail started out to look for his friend. He went toward this lake, looking everywhere and calling out his name. When he came to the beaver house, he kicked on the top and called, "Oh, my brother, are you here?" I-Kun-Uh answered him and said, "Yes, I am here. I was brought in while I was asleep, and I cannot give you the secret of the door, for I do not know it myself." Wolf-Tail said to him, "Brother, when the weather gets warm, a party is going to start from camp to war." I-Kun-Uh said, "Go home and try to get together all the moccasins you can, but do not tell them that I am here. I am ashamed to go back to the camp." When the party starts, come this way and bring me the moccasins, and we two shall start from here." He also said, "I am very thin. The beaver food here does not agree with me. We are living on the bark of willows." Wolf-Tail went back to the camp and gathered together all the moccasins that he could, as he had been asked to do. When the spring came and the grass began to start, the war party set out. At this time the beaver talked to I-Kun-Uh a long time, and told him many things. He dived down into the water and brought up a long stick of aspen wood, cut off from it a piece as long as a man's arm, trimmed the twigs off it, and gave it to the young man. "Keep this," the beaver said, "and when you go to war take it with you." The beaver also gave him a little sack of medicine and told him what he must do. When the party started out, Wolf-Tail came to the beaver house, bringing the moccasins, and his friend came out of the house. They started in the direction the party had taken and traveled with them, but off to one side. When they stopped at night, the two young men camped by themselves. They traveled for many days, until they came to Bow River, and found that it was very high. On the other side of the river they saw the lodges of a camp. In this camp a man was making a speech, and I-Kun-Uh said to his friend, "Oh, my brother, I am going to kill that man today, so that my sweetheart may count coup on him." These two were at a little distance from the main party, above them on the river. The people in the camp had seen the Blackfeet, and some had come down to the river. When I-Kun-Uh had said this to Wolf-Tail, he took his clothes off and began to sing the song the beaver had taught him. This was the song: "I am like an island, for on an island I got my power. In battle I live, while people fall away from me." While he sang this, he had in his hand the stick which the beaver had given him. This was his only weapon. He ran to the bank, jumped in and dived, and came up in the middle of the river, and started to swim across. The rest of the Blackfeet saw one of their number swimming across the river, and they said to each other, "Who is that? Why did not someone stop him?" While he was swimming across, the man who had been making the speech saw him and went down to meet him. He said, "Who can this man be, swimming across the river? He is a stranger. I will go down and meet him and kill him." As the boy was getting close to the shore, the man waded out in the stream up to his waist, and raised his knife to stab the swimmer. When I-Kun-Uh got near him, he dived under the water and came up close to the man, and thrust the beaver stick through his body, and the man fell down in the water and died. I-Kun-Uh caught the body, and dived under the water with it, and came up on the other side where he had left his friend. Then all the Blackfeet set up the war whoop, for they were glad, and they could hear great crying in the camp. The people there were sorry for the man who was killed. People in those days never killed one another, and this was the first man ever killed in war. They dragged the man upon the bank, and I-Kun-Uh said to his brother, "Cut off those long hairs on the head." The young man did as he was told. He scalped him and counted coup on him, and from that time forth, people, when they went to war, killed one another and scalped the dead enemy, as this poor young man had done. Two others of the main party came to the place, and counted coup on the dead body, making 4 who had counted coup. From there the whole party turned about and went back to the village whence they had come. When they came in sight of the lodges, they sat down in a row facing the camp. The man who had killed the enemy was sitting far in front of the others. Behind him sat his friend, and behind Wolf-Tail sat the 2 who had counted coup on the body. So these 4 were strung out in front of the others. The chief of the camp was told that some people were sitting on a hill nearby, and when he had gone out and looked, he said, "There is someone sitting way in the front. Let somebody go out and see about it." A young man ran out to where he could see, and when he had looked, he ran back and said to the chief, "Why, that man in front is the poor young man." The old chief looked around and said, "Where is that young woman, my wife? Go and find her." They went to look for her, and found her out gathering rosebuds, for while the young man whom she loved was away, she used to go out and gather rosebuds and dry them for him. When they found her, she had her bosom full of them. When she came to the lodge, the chief said to her, "There is the man you love, who has come. Go and meet him." She made ready quickly and ran out and met him. He said, "Give her that hair of the dead man. Here is the knife. There is the coat he had on when I killed him. Take these things back to the camp, and tell the people who made fun of you that this is what you promised them at the time of that dance." The whole party then got up and walked to the camp. The woman took the scalp knife and coat to the lodge, and gave them to her husband. The chief invited I-Kun-Uh to come to his lodge to visit him. He said, "I see that you have been to war, and that you have done more than any of us have ever done. This is a reason why you should be a chief. Now take my lodge and this woman and live here. Take my place and rule these people. My 2 wives will be your servants." When I-Kun-Uh heard this, and saw the young woman sitting there in the lodge, he could not speak. Something seemed to rise up in his throat and choke him. So this young man lived in the camp and was known as their chief. After a time he called his people together in council and told them of the strange things the beaver had taught him, and the power that the beaver had given him. He said, "This will be a benefit to us while we are the people now, and afterward it will be handed down to our children, and if we follow the words of the beaver, we will be lucky. This seed the beaver gave me, and told me to plant it every year. When we ask help from the beaver, we will smoke this plant." This plant was the Indian tobacco, and it is from the beaver that the Blackfeet got it. Many strange things were taught this man by the beaver, which were handed down and are followed till today. End of section 15. Section 16 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Buffalo Rock. A small stone, which is usually a fossil shell of some kind, is known by the Blackfeet as Iniskim, the buffalo stone. This object is strong medicine, and, as indicated in some of these stories, gives its possessor great power with the buffalo. The stone is found on the prairie, and the person who succeeds in obtaining one is regarded as very fortunate. Sometimes a man, who is riding along on the prairie, will hear a particular faint chirp, such as a little bird might utter. The sound he knows is made by a buffalo rock. He stops and searches on the ground for the rock, and if he cannot find it, he marks the place and very likely returns next day, either alone or with others from the camp, to look for it again. If it is found, there is great rejoicing. How the first buffalo rock was obtained, and its power made known, is told in the following story. Long ago, in the winter time, the buffalo suddenly disappeared. The snow was so deep that the people could not move in search of them, for in those days they had no horses. So the hunters killed deer, elk, and other small game along the river bottoms, and when these were all killed off or driven away, the people began to starve. One day, a young married man killed a jackrabbit. He was so hungry that he ran home as fast as he could, and told one of his wives to hurry and get some water to cook it. While the young woman was going along the path to the river, she heard a beautiful song. It sounded close by, but she looked all around and could see no one. The song seemed to come from a cottonwood tree near the path. Looking closely at this tree, she saw a queer rock jammed in a fork, where the tree was split, and with it a few hairs from a buffalo, which had rubbed there. The woman was frightened and dared not pass the tree. Pretty soon the singing stopped, and the I-Kun-Uh buffalo rock spoke to the woman and said, "Take me to your lodge, and when it is dark, call in the people and teach them the song you have just heard. Pray, too, that you may not starve, and that the buffalo may come back. Do this, and when the day comes, your hearts will be glad." The woman went on and got some water, and when she came back, took the rock and gave it to her husband, telling him about the song and what the rock had said. As soon as it was dark, the man called the chiefs and old men to his lodge, and his wife taught them this song. They prayed, too, as the rock had said should be done. Before long they heard a noise far off. It was the tramp of a great herd of buffalo coming. Then they knew that the rock was very powerful, and ever since that the people have taken care of it and prayed to it. Note: I-Kun-Uhs are usually small ammonites, or sections of bakelite, or sometimes merely oddly shaped nodules of flint. It is said of them that if an I-Kun is wrapped up and left undisturbed for a long time, it will have young ones. 2 small stones similar in shape to the original one will be found in the package with it. End of section 16. Section 17 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Origin of the Worm Pipe. There was once a man who was very fond of his wife. After they had been married for some time, they had a child, a boy. After that, the woman got sick, and did not get well. The young man did not wish to take a second woman. He loved his wife so much. The woman grew worse and worse. Doctoring did not seem to do her any good. At last she died. The man used to take his baby on his back and travel out, walking over the hills, crying. He kept away from the camp. After some time he said to the little child, "My little boy, you will have to go and live with your grandmother. I am going to try and find your mother, and bring her back." He took the baby to his mother's lodge, and asked her to take care of it, and left it with her. Then he started off, not knowing where he was going nor what he was going to do. He traveled toward the sand hills. The 4th night out he had a dream. He dreamed that he went into a little lodge, in which lived an old woman. This old woman said to him, "Why are you here, my son?" He said, "I am mourning day and night, crying all the while. My little son, who is the only one left me, also mourns." "Well," said the old woman, "for whom are you mourning?" He said, "I am mourning for my wife. She died some time ago. I am looking for her." "Oh," said the old woman, "I saw her. She passed this way. I myself am not powerful medicine, but over by that far butte lives another old woman. Go to her, and she will give you power to enable you to continue your journey. You could not go there by yourself without help. Beyond the next butte from her lodge you will find the camp of the ghosts." The next morning he awoke and went on to the next butte. It took him a long day to get there, but he found no lodge there, so he lay down and went to sleep. Again he dreamed. In his dream he saw a little lodge, and an old woman came to the doorway and called him. He went in, and she said to him, "My son, you are very poor. I know why you have come this way. You are seeking your wife, who is now in the ghost country. It is a very hard thing for you to get there. You may not be able to get your wife back, but I have great power, and I will do all I can for you. If you do exactly as I tell you, you may succeed." She then spoke to him with wise words, telling him what he should do. Also she gave him a bundle of medicine, which would help him on his journey. Then she said, "You stay here for a while, and I will go over there to the ghost camp, and try to bring some of your relations. And if I am able to bring them back, you may return with them, but on the way you must shut your eyes. If you should open them and look about you, you would die. Then you would never come back. When you get to the camp, you will pass by a big lodge, and they will say to you, 'Where are you going, and who told you to come here?' You will reply, 'My grandmother, who is standing out here with me, told me to come.' They will try to scare you. They will make fearful noises, and you will see strange and terrible things, but do not be afraid." Then the old woman went away, and after a time came back with one of the man's relations. He went with his relation to the ghost's camp. When they came to the big lodge, someone called out and asked the man what he was doing, and he answered as the old woman had told him to do. As he passed on through the camp, the ghost tried to scare him with all kinds of fearful sights and sounds, but he kept a brave heart. He came to another lodge, and the man who owned it came out and asked him where he was going. He said, "I am looking for my dead wife. I mourn for her so much that I cannot rest. My little boy, too, keeps crying for his mother. They have offered to give me other wives, but I do not want them. I want the one for whom I am searching." The ghost said to him, "It is a fearful thing that you have come here. It is very likely that you will never go away. There never was a person here before." The ghost asked him to come into the lodge, and he went. Now this chief ghost said to him, "You will stay here 4 nights, and you will see your wife. But you must be very careful, or you will never go back. You will die right here." Then the chief went outside and called out for a feast, inviting this man's father-in-law and other relations, who were in the camp, saying, "Your son-in-law invites you to a feast," as if to say that their son-in-law was dead, and had become a ghost, and had arrived at the ghost camp. Now when these invited people, the relations and some of the principal men of the camp, had reached the lodge, they did not like to go in. They called out, "There is a person here." It seems as if there was something about him that they could not bear the smell of. The ghost chief burned sweet pine in the fire, which took away this smell, and the people came in and sat down. Then the host said to them, "Now pity this son-in-law of yours. He is seeking his wife. Neither the great distance nor the fearful sights that he has seen here have weakened his heart. You can see for yourselves, he is tender-hearted. He not only mourns for his wife, but mourns because his little boy is now alone with no mother. So pity him and give him back his wife." The ghosts consulted among themselves, and one said to the person, "Yes, you will stay here 4 nights. Then we will give you a medicine pipe, the worm pipe, and we will give you back your wife, and you may return to your home." Now, after the 3rd night, the chief ghost called together all the people, and they came, the man's wife with them. One of them came beating a drum, and following him was another ghost, who carried the worm pipe, which they gave to him. Then said the chief ghost, "Now be very careful. Tomorrow you and your wife will start on your homeward journey. Your wife will carry the medicine pipe, and some of your relations are going along with you for 4 days. During this time you must not open your eyes, or you will return here and be a ghost forever. You see that your wife is now not a person, but in the middle of the 4th day you will be told to look, and when you have opened your eyes, you will see that your wife has become a person, and that your ghost relations have disappeared." His father-in-law spoke to him before he went away, and said, "When you get near home, you must not go at once into the camp. Let some of your relations know that you have arrived, and ask them to build a sweat house for you. Go into this sweat house and wash your body thoroughly, leaving no part of it, however small, uncleansed. For if you do, you will be nothing, will die. There is something about us ghosts difficult to remove. It is only by a thorough sweat that you can remove it. Take care now that you do as I tell you. Do not whip your wife, nor strike her with a knife, nor hit her with fire. For if you do, she will vanish before your eyes and return to the sand hills. Now they left the ghost country to go home, and on the fourth day the wife said to her husband, "Open your eyes." He looked about him and saw that those who had been with them had vanished, but he found that they were standing in front of the old woman's lodge by the butte. She came out and said, "Here, give me back those mysterious medicines of mine, which enabled you to accomplish your purpose." He returned them to her, and became then fully a person once more. Now, when they drew near to the camp, the woman went on ahead, and sat down on a butte. Then some curious persons came out to see who it might be. As they approached, the woman called out to them, "Do not come any nearer. Go tell my mother and my relations to put up a lodge for us, a little way from camp, and to build a sweat house near by it." When this had been done, the man and his wife went in and took a thorough sweat, and then they went into the lodge, and burned sweet grass and purified their clothing and the worm pipe. And then their relations and friends came in to see them. The man told them where he had been, and how he managed to get back his wife, and that the pipe hanging over the doorway was a medicine pipe, the worm pipe, presented to him by his ghost father-in-law. That is how the people came to possess the worm pipe. This pipe belongs to that band of the pagans known as Kut-O-Yis, the worm people. Not long after this, in the night, this man told his wife to do something, and when she did not begin at once, he picked up a brand from the fire, not that he intended to strike her with it, but he made as if he would hit her, when all at once she vanished, and was never seen again. End of section 17. Section 18 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ghost's Buffalo. A long time ago there were 4 Blackfeet who went to war against the Crees. They traveled a long way, and at last their horses gave out, and they started back toward their homes. As they were going along they came to the sand hills, and while they were passing through them, they saw in the sand a fresh travois trail, where people had been traveling. One of the men said, "Let us follow this trail until we come up with some of our people. Then we will camp with them." They followed the trail for a long way, and at length one of the Blackfeet, named I-Kun-Uh, a very powerful person, said to the others, "Why follow this longer? It is just nothing." The other said, "Not so. These are our people. We will go on and camp with them." They went on, and toward evening one of them found a stone maul and a dog travois. He said, "Look at these things. I know this maul and this travois. They belonged to my mother, who died. They were buried with her. This is strange." He took the things. When night overtook the men, they camped. Early in the morning they heard all about them, sounds as if a camp of people were there. They heard a young man shouting a sort of war cry, as young men do, women chopping wood, a man calling for a feast, asking people to come to his lodge and smoke, all the different sounds of the camp. They looked about, but could see nothing, and then they were frightened, and covered their heads with their robes. At last they took courage, and started to look around and see what they could learn about this strange thing. For a little while they saw nothing, but pretty soon one of them said, "Look over there." See that piskun? Let us go over and look at it." As they were going toward it, one of them picked up a stone-pointed arrow. He said, "Look at this. It belonged to my father. This is his place." They started to go on toward the piskun, but suddenly they could see no piskun. It had disappeared all at once. A little while after this, one of them spoke up and said, "Look, over there. There is my father running buffalo. There he has killed. Let us go over to him." They all looked where this man pointed, and they could see a person on a white horse running buffalo. While they were looking, the person killed the buffalo, and got off his horse to butcher it. They started to go over toward him, and saw him at work butchering, and saw him turn the buffalo over on its back. But before they got to the place where he was, the person got on his horse and rode off, and when they got to where he had been skinning the buffalo, they saw lying on the ground only a dead mouse. There was no buffalo there. By the side of the mouse was a buffalo chip, and lying on it was an arrow painted red. The man said, "That is my father's arrow. That is the way he painted them." He took it up in his hands, and when he held it in his hands, he saw that it was not an arrow, but a blade of speargrass. Then he laid it down, and it was an arrow again. Another Blackfoot found a buffalo rock, I-Kun-Uh. Some time after this, the men got home to their camp. The man who had taken them all in the dog travois, when he got home and smelled the smoke from the fire, died, and so did his horse. It seems that the shadow of the person who owned the things was angry at him and followed him home. 2 others of these Blackfeet have since died, killed in war, but Kuni is alive yet. He took a stone and an iron arrow point that had belonged to his father, and always carried them about with him. That is why he has lived so long. The man who took the stone arrow point found near the piskun, which had belonged to his father, took it home with him. This was his medicine. After that he was badly wounded in 2 fights, but he was not killed. He got well. The one who took the buffalo rock, I-Kun-Uh, it afterward made strong to call the buffalo into the piskun. He would take the rock and put it in his lodge close to the fire, where he could look at it, and would pray over it and make medicine. Sometimes he would ask for 100 buffalo to jump into the piskun, and the next day 100 would jump in. He was powerful. End of section 18. Section 19 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Blackfoot Genesis. All animals of the plains at one time heard and knew him, and all the birds of the air heard and knew him. All things that he had made understood him when he spoke to them, the birds, the animals, and the people. Old Man was traveling about, south of here, making the people. He came from the south, traveling north, making animals and birds as he passed along. He made the mountains, prairies, timber, and brush first. So he went along, traveling northward, making things as he went, putting rivers here and there, and falls on them, putting red paint here and there in the ground, fixing up the world as we see it today. He made the Milk River, the Teton, and crossed it, and, being tired, went up on a little hill and lay down to rest. As he lay on his back, stretched out on the ground, with arms extended, he marked himself out with stones, the shape of his body, head, legs, arms, and everything. There you can see those rocks today. After he had rested, he went on northward, and stumbled over a knoll and fell down on his knees. Then he said, "You are a bad thing to be stumbling against." So he raised up 2 large buttes there, and named them the Knees, and they are called so to this day. He went on further north, and with some of the rocks he carried with him he built the Sweet Grass Hills. Old Man covered the plains with grass for the animals to feed on. He marked off a piece of ground, and in it he made to grow all kinds of roots and berries, camas, wild carrots, wild turnips, sweetroot, bitterroot, sarvice berries, bullberries, cherries, plums, and rosebuds. He put trees in the ground. He put all kinds of animals on the ground. When he made the big horn with its big head and horns, he made it out on the prairie. It did not seem to travel easily on the prairie. It was awkward and could not go fast. So he took it by one of its horns and led it up into the mountains and turned it loose, and it skipped about among the rocks and went up fearful places with ease. So he said, "This is the place that suits you. This is what you are fitted for, the rocks and the mountains." While he was in the mountains, he made the antelope out of dirt, and turned it loose to see how it would go. It ran so fast that it fell over some rocks and hurt itself. He saw that this would not do, and took the antelope down on the prairie and turned it loose, and it ran away fast and gracefully, and he said, "This is what you are suited to." One day Old Man determined that he would make a woman and a child, so he formed them both, the woman and the child, her son, of clay. After he had molded the clay in human shape, he said to the clay, "You must be people," and then he covered it up and left it, and went away. The next morning he went to the place and took the covering off, and saw that the clay shapes had changed a little. The second morning there was still more change, and the third still more. The fourth morning he went to the place, took the covering off, looked at the images, and told them to rise and walk, and they did so. They walked down to the river with their maker, and then he told them that his name was Mik-A'Pi, Old Man. As they were standing by the river, the woman said to him, "How is it? Will we always live? Will there be no end to it?" He said, "I have never thought of that. We will have to decide it. I will take this buffalo chip and throw it in the river. If it floats, when people die, in 4 days they will become alive again. They will die for only 4 days. But if it sinks, there will be an end to them." He threw the chip into the river, and it floated. The woman turned and picked up a stone and said, "No, I will throw this stone in the river. If it floats, we will always live. If it sinks, people must die, that they may always be sorry for each other." The woman threw the stone into the water, and it sank. "There," said Old Man, "you have chosen. There will be an end to them." It was not many nights after that the woman's child died, and she cried a great deal for it. She said to Old Man, "Let us change this. The law that you first made, let that be a law." He said, "Not so. What is made law must be law. We will undo nothing that we have done. The child is dead, but it cannot be changed. People will have to die. That is how we came to be people. It is He who made us. The first people were poor and naked, and did not know how to get a living. Old Man showed them the roots and berries, and told them that they could eat them, that in a certain month of the year they could peel the bark off some trees and eat it, that it was good. He told the people that the animals should be their food, and gave them to the people, saying, "These are your herds." He said, "All these little animals that live in the ground, rats, squirrels, skunks, beavers, are good to eat. You need not fear to eat of their flesh." He made all the birds that fly, and told the people that there was no harm in their flesh, that it could be eaten. The first people that he created he used to take about through the timber and swamps and over the prairies, and show them the different plants. Of a certain plant he would say, "The root of this plant, if gathered in a certain month of the year, is good for a certain sickness." So they learned the power of all herbs. In those days there were buffalo. Now the people had no arms, but those black animals with long beards were armed, and once, as the people were moving about, the buffalo saw them, and ran after them, and hooked them, and killed and ate them. One day, as the Maker of the people was traveling over the country, he saw some of his children that he had made, lying dead, torn to pieces and partly eaten by the buffalo. When he saw this he was very sad. He said, "This will not do. I will change this. The people shall eat the buffalo." He went to some of the people who were left, and said to them, "How is it that you people do nothing to these animals that are killing you?" The people said, "What can we do? We have no way to kill these animals, while they are armed and can kill us." Then said the Maker, "That is not hard. I will make you a weapon that will kill these animals." So he went out and cut some sarvice-berry shoots, and brought them in, and peeled the bark off them. He took a larger piece of wood and flattened it, and tied a string to it, and made a bow. Now, as he was the master of all birds and could do with them as he wished, he went out and caught one, and took feathers from its wing, and split them, and tied them to the shaft of wood. He tied 4 feathers along the shaft, and tried the arrow at a mark, and found that it did not fly well. He took these feathers off, and put on 3, and when he tried it again, he found that it was good. He went out and began to break sharp pieces off the stones. He tried them, and found that the black flint stones made the best arrow points, and some white flints. Then he taught the people how to use these things. Then he said, "The next time you go out, take these things with you, and use them as I tell you, and do not run from these animals. When they run at you, as soon as they get pretty close, shoot the arrows at them, as I have taught you, and you will see that they will run from you, or will run in a circle around you." Now, as the people became plenty, one day 3 men went out onto the plain to see the buffalo, but they had no arms. They saw the animals, but when the buffalo saw the men, they ran after them and killed 2 of them, but one got away. One day after this, the people went on a little hill to look about, and the buffalo saw them, and said, "Saia, there is some more of our food," and they rushed on them. This time the people did not run. They began to shoot at the buffalo with the bows and arrows Mik-A'Pi had given them, and the buffalo began to fall. But in the fight a person was killed. At this time these people had flint knives given them, and they cut up the bodies of the dead buffalo. It is not helpful to eat the meat raw, so Old Man gathered soft dry rotten driftwood and made punk of it, and then got a piece of hardwood, and drilled a hole in it with an arrow point, and gave them a pointed piece of hardwood, and taught them how to make fire with fire sticks, and to cook the flesh of these animals and eat it. They got a kind of stone that was in the land, and then took another harder stone and worked one upon the other, and hollowed out the softer one, and made a kettle of it. This was the fashion of their dishes. Also Old Man said to the people, "Now, if you are overcome, you may go and sleep and get power. Something will come to you in your dream that will help you. Whatever these animals tell you to do, you must obey them, as they appear to you in your sleep. Be guided by them. If anybody wants help, if you are alone and traveling, and cry aloud for help, your prayer will be answered. It may be by the eagles, perhaps by the buffalo, or by the bears. Whatever animal answers your prayer, you must listen to him. That was how the first people got through the world, by the power of their dreams. After this, Old Man kept on traveling north. Many of the animals that he had made followed him as he went. The animals understood him when he spoke to them, and he used them as his servants. When he got to the north point of the Porcupine Mountains, there he made some more mud images of people, and blew breath upon them, and they became people. He made men and women. They asked him, "What are we to eat?" He made many images of clay in the form of buffalo. Then he blew breath on these, and they stood up, and when he made signs to them, they started to run. Then he said to the people, "Those are your food." They said to him, "Well, now we have those animals. How are we to kill them?" "I will show you," he said. He took them to the cliff, and made them build rock piles like this, greater than symbol. And he made the people hide behind these piles of rock, and said, "When I lead the buffalo this way, as I bring them opposite to you, rise up." After he had told them how to act, he started on toward a herd of buffalo. He began to call them, and the buffalo started to run toward him, and they followed him until they were inside the lines. Then he dropped back, and as the people rose up, the buffalo ran in a straight line and jumped over the cliff. He told the people to go and take the flesh of those animals. They tried to tear the limbs apart, but they could not. They tried to bite pieces out, and could not. So Old Man went to the edge of the cliff, and broke some pieces of stone with sharp edges, and told them to cut the flesh with these. When they had taken the skins from these animals, they set up some poles and put the hides on them, and so made a shelter to sleep under. There were some of these buffalo that went over the cliff that were not dead. Their legs were broken, but they were still alive. The people cut strips of green hide, and tied stones in the middle, and made large mauls, and broke in the skulls of the buffalo, and killed them. After he had taught those people these things, he started off again, traveling north, until he came to where Bow and Elbow rivers meet. There he made some more people, and taught them the same things. From here he again went on northward. When he had come nearly to the Red Deer's River, he reached the hill where the Old Man sleeps, and here he lay down and rested himself. The form of his body is to be seen there yet. When he awoke from his sleep, he traveled further northward and came to a fine high hill. He climbed to the top of it, and there sat down to rest. He looked over the country below him, and it pleased him. Before him the hill was steep, and he said to himself, "Well, this is a fine place for sliding. I will have some fun," and he began to slide down the hill. The marks where he slid down are to be seen yet, and the place is known to all people as the Old Man's Sliding Ground. This is as far as the Blackfeet followed Old Man. The Crees know what he did further north. In later times once, Mik-A'Pi said, "Here, I will mark you off a piece of ground," and he did so. Then he said, "There is your land, and it is full of all kinds of animals, and many things grow in this land. Let no other people come into it. This is for you 5 tribes, Blackfeet, Bloods, Piegans, Gros, Ventres, Sarces. When people come to cross the line, take your bows and arrows, your lances and your battle axes, and give them battle and keep them out. If they gain a footing, trouble will come to you. Our forefathers gave battle to all people who came to cross these lines, and kept them out. Of late years we have let our friends, the white people, come in, and you know the result. We, his children, have failed to obey his laws." Note: The boundaries of this land are given as running east from a point in the summit of the Rocky Mountains west of Fort Edmonton, taking in the country to the east and south, including the Porcupine Hills, Cypress Mountains, and Little Rocky Mountains, down to the mouth of the Yellowstone on the Missouri, then west to the head of the Yellowstone, and across the Rocky Mountains to the Beaver Head, thence to the summit of the Rocky Mountains, and north along them to the starting point. End of section 19. Section 20 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Dog and the Stick. This happened long ago. In those days the people were hungry. No buffalo nor antelope were seen on the prairie. The deer and the elk trails were covered with grass and leaves. Not even a rabbit could be found in the brush. Then the people prayed, saying, "Oh, old man, help us now, or we shall die. The buffalo and deer are gone. Uselessly we kindle the morning fires. Useless are our arrows. Our knives stick fast in the sheaths." Then Old Man started out to find the game, and he took with him a young man, the son of a chief. For many days they traveled on the prairies and ate nothing but berries and roots. One day they climbed a high ridge, and when they had reached the top, they saw, far off by a stream, a single lodge. "What kind of a person can it be," said the young man, "who camps there all alone, far from friends?" "That," said Old Man, "is the one who has hidden all the buffalo and deer from the people. He has a wife and a little son." Then they went close to the lodge, and Old Man changed himself into a little dog, and he said, "That is I." Then the young man changed himself into a root digger, and he said, "That is I." Now the little boy, playing about, found the dog, and he carried it to his father, saying, "Look, see what a pretty little dog I found." "Throw it away," said his father, "it is not a dog." And the little boy cried, but his father made him carry the dog away. Then the boy found the root digger, and again picking up the dog, he carried them both to the lodge, saying, "Look, mother, see the pretty root digger I have found." "Throw them both away," said his father. "That is not a stick. That is not a dog." "I want the stick," said the woman. "Let our son have the little dog." "Very well," said her husband. "But remember, if trouble comes, you bring it on yourself and on our son." Then he sent his wife and son off to pick berries, and when they were out of sight, he went out and killed a buffalo cow, and brought the meat into the lodge and covered it up, and the bones and skin and offal he threw in the creek. When his wife returned, he gave her some of the meat to roast, and while they were eating, the little boy fed the dog 3 times, and when he gave it more, his father took the meat away, saying, "That is not a dog. You shall not feed it more." In the night, when all were asleep, Old Man and the young man arose in their right shapes, and ate of the meat. "You were right," said the young man. "This is surely the person who has hidden the buffalo from us." "Wait," said Old Man. And when they had finished eating, they changed themselves back into the stick and the dog. In the morning the man sent his wife and son to dig roots, and the woman took the stick with her. The dog followed the little boy. Now, as they traveled along in search of roots, they came near a cave, and at its mouth stood a buffalo cow. Then the dog ran into the cave, and the stick, slipping from the woman's hand, followed, gliding along like a snake. In this cave they found all the buffalo and other game, and they began to drive them out. And soon the prairie was covered with buffalo and deer. Never before were seen so many. Pretty soon the man came running up, and he said to his wife, "Who now drives out my animals?" And she replied, The dog and the stick are now in there. Did I not tell you, said he, that those were not what they looked like? See now the trouble you have brought upon us. And he put the arrow on his bow and waited for them to come out. But they were cunning, for when the last animal, a big bull, was about to go out, the stick grasped him by the hair under his neck and coiled up in it, and the dog held on by the hair beneath, until they were far out on the prairie, when they changed into their true shapes and drove the buffalo toward camp. When the people saw the buffalo coming, they drove a big band of them to the piskun. But just as the leaders were about to jump off, a raven came and flapped its wings in front of them and croaked, and they turned off another way. Every time a band of buffalo was driven near the piskun, this raven frightened them away. Then Old Man knew that the raven was the one who had kept the buffalo cached. So he went and changed himself into a beaver, and lay stretched out on the bank of the river, as if dead. And the raven, which was very hungry, flew down and began to pick at him. Then Old Man caught it by the legs, and ran with it to camp, and all the chiefs came together to decide what should be done with it. Some said to kill it, but Old Man said, No, I will punish it, and he tied it over the lodge, right in the smoke hole. As the days went by, the raven grew poor and weak, and his eyes were blurred with thick smoke, and he cried continually to Old Man to pity him. One day Old Man untied him, and told him to take his right shape, saying, Why have you tried to fool Old Man? Look at me, I cannot die. Look at me. Of all people and tribes I am the chief. I cannot die. I made the mountains. They are standing yet. I made the prairies and the rocks. You see them yet. Go home, then, to your wife and your child, and when you are hungry, hunt like anyone else, or you shall die. Note: Root digger is a carved and painted stick about 3 feet long, shaped like a sacking needle, used by women to unearth roots. End of section 20. Section 21 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bears. Now Old Man was walking along, and far off he saw many wolves. And when he came closer, he saw there the chief of the wolves, a very old one, and sitting around him were all his children. Old Man said, Pity me, Wolf Chief. Make me into a wolf, that I may live your way and catch deer and everything that runs fast. Come near then, said Wolf Chief, that I may rub your body with my hands, so that hair will cover you. Hold, said Old Man, do not cover my body with hair. On my head, arms and legs only, put hair. When the chief wolf had done so, he said to Old Man, You shall have 3 companions to help you. One is a very swift runner, another a good runner, and the last is not very fast. Take them with you now, and others of my younger children who are learning to hunt, but do not go where the wind blows. Keep in the shelter, or the young ones will freeze to death. Then they went hunting, and Old Man led them on the high buttes, where it was very cold. At night they lay down to sleep, and Old Man nearly froze. And he said to the wolves, Cover me with your tails. So all the wolves lay down around him and covered his body with their tails, and he soon got warm and slept. Before long he awoke and said angrily, Take off those tails. And the wolves moved away. But after a little time he again became cold, and cried out, O my young brothers, cover me with your tails, or I shall freeze. So they lay down by him again and covered his body with their tails. When it was daylight, they all rose and hunted. They saw some moose, and chasing them, killed 3. Now when they were about to eat, the chief wolf came along with many of his children, and one wolf said, Let us make pemmican of those moose. And every one was glad. Then said the one who made pemmican, "No one must look. Everybody shut his eyes while I make the pemmican." But Old Man looked, and the pemmican maker threw a round bone and hit him on the nose, and it hurt. Then the old man said, "Let me make pemmican." So all the wolves shut their eyes, and Old Man took the round bone and killed the wolf who had hit him. Then the chief wolf was angry, and he said, "Why did you kill your brother?" "I didn't mean to," replied Old Man. "He looked, and I threw the round bone at him, but I only meant to hurt him a little." Then said the chief wolf, "You cannot live with us any longer. Take one of your companions, and go off by yourselves and hunt." So Old Man took the swift runner, and they went and lived by themselves a long time, and they killed all the elk, and deer, and antelope, and moose they wanted. One morning they awoke, and Old Man said, "Oh, my young brother, I have had a bad dream. Hereafter, when you chase anything, if it jumps a stream, you must not follow it. Even a little spring you must not jump." And the wolf promised not to jump over water. Now one day the wolf was chasing a moose, and it ran onto an island. The stream about it was very small, so the wolf thought, "This is such a little stream that I must jump it. That moose is very tired, and I don't think it will leave the island." So he jumped onto the island, and as soon as he entered the brush, a bear caught him, for the island was the home of the chief bear and his two brothers. Old Man waited a long time for the wolf to come back, and then went to look for him. He asked all the birds he met if they had seen him, but they all said they had not. At last he saw a kingfisher, who was sitting on a limb overhanging the water. "Why do you sit there, my young brother?" said Old Man. "Because," replied the kingfisher, "the chief bear and his brothers have killed your wolf. They have eaten the meat and thrown the fat into the river, and whenever I see a piece come floating along, I fly down and get it." Then said Old Man, "Do the bear chief and his brothers often come out? And where do they live?" "They come out every morning to play," said the kingfisher, "and they live upon that island." Old Man went up there and saw their tracks on the sand where they had been playing, and he turned himself into a rotten tree. By and by the bears came out, and when they saw the tree, the chief bear said, "Look at that rotten tree. It is Old Man. Go, brothers, and see if it is not." So the two brothers went over to the tree and clawed it, and they said, "No, brother, it is only a tree." Then the chief bear went over and clawed and bit the tree, and although it hurt Old Man, he never moved. Then the bear chief was sure it was only a tree, and he began to play with his brothers. Now while they were playing, and all were on their backs, Old Man leaned over and shot an arrow into each one of them, and they cried out loudly and ran back on the island. Then Old Man changed into himself and walked down along the river. Pretty soon he saw a frog jumping along, and every time it jumped it would say, "Nina, Okaiyu." And sometimes it would stop and sing, "Nina, Okaiyu, Nina, Okaiyu, Chief Bear, Chief Bear, Na-pi, Initsiwa, Nina, Okaiyu." "Old Man, kill him, Chief Bear." "What do you say?" cried Old Man. The frog repeated what he had said. "Ah!" exclaimed Old Man, "tell me all about it." "The chief bear and his brothers," replied the frog, "were playing on the sand when Old Man shot arrows into them. They are not dead, but the arrows are very near their hearts. If you should shove ever so little on them, the points would cut their hearts. I am going after medicine now to cure them." Then Old Man killed the frog and skinned her, and put the hide on himself and swam back to the island, and hopped up toward the bears, crying at every step, "Nina, Okaiyu," just as the frog had done. "Hurry!" cried the chief bear. "Yes," replied Old Man, and he went up and shoved the arrow into his heart. "I cured him. He is asleep now," he cried, and he went up and shoved the arrow into the biggest brother's heart. I cured them. They are asleep now. And he went up and shoved the arrow into the other bear's heart. Then he built a big fire and skinned the bears, and tried out the fat and poured it into a hollow in the ground, and he called all the animals to come and roll in it, that they might be fat. And all the animals came and rolled in it. The bears came first and rolled in it. That is the reason they get so fat. Last of all came the rabbits, and the grease was almost gone. But they filled their paws with it and rubbed it on their backs and between their hind legs. That is the reason why rabbits have two such large layers of fat on their backs, and that is what makes them so fat between the hind legs. Note: the 4 preceding stories show the serious side of Old Man's character. Those which follow represent him as malicious, foolish, and impotent. End of section 21. Section 22 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wonderful Bird. One day, as Old Man was walking about in the woods, he saw something very queer. A bird was sitting on the limb of a tree making a strange noise, and every time it made this noise, its eyes would go out of its head and fasten on the tree. Then it would make another kind of a noise, and its eyes would come back to their places. "Little brother," cried Old Man, "teach me how to do that." "If I show you how to do that," replied the bird, "you must not let your eyes go out of your head more than 3 times a day. If you do, you will be sorry." "Just as you say, little brother. The trick is yours, and I will listen to you." When the bird had taught Old Man how to do it, he was very glad, and did it 3 times right away. Then he stopped. "That bird has no sense," he said. "Why did he tell me to do it only 3 times? I will do it again, anyhow." So he made his eyes go out a 4th time, but now he could not call them back. Then he called to the bird, "Oh, little brother, come help me get back my eyes." The little bird did not answer him. It had flown away. Then Old Man felt all over the trees with his hands, but he could not find his eyes, and he wandered about for a long time, crying and calling the animals to help him. A wolf had much fun with him. The wolf had found a dead buffalo, and taking a piece of the meat, which smelled bad, he would hold it close to Old Man. "I smell something dead," Old Man would say. "I wish I could find it. I'm nearly starved to death." And he would feel all around for it. Once, when the wolf was doing this, Old Man caught him, and plucking out one of his eyes, he put it in his own head. Then he could see, and was able to find his own eyes, but he could never again do the trick the little bird had taught him. End of section 22. Section 23 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Race. Once Old Man was traveling around, when he heard some very queer singing. He had never heard anything like this before, and looked all around to see who it was. At last he saw it was the cottontail rabbits, singing and making medicine. They had built a fire, and got a lot of hot ashes, and they would lie down in these ashes and sing while one covered them up. They would stay there only a short time, though, for the ashes were very hot. "Little brothers," said Old Man, "that is very wonderful, how you lie in those hot ashes and coals without burning. I wish you could teach me how to do it." "Come on, Old Man," said the rabbits, "we will show you how to do it. You must sing our song, and only stay in the ashes a short time." So Old Man began to sing, and he lay down, and they covered him with coals and ashes, and they did not burn him at all. "That is very nice," he said. "You have powerful medicine. Now I want to know it all. So you lie down and let me cover you up." So the rabbits all lay down in the ashes, and Old Man covered them up, and then he put the whole fire over them. One old rabbit got out, and Old Man was about to put her back when she said, "Pity me, my children are about to be born." "All right," replied Old Man, "I will let you go, so there will be some more rabbits, but I will roast these nicely and have a feast." And he put more wood on the fire. When the rabbits were cooked, he cut some red willow brush and laid them on it to cool. The grease soaked into these branches, so even today if you hold a red willow over a fire, you will see the grease on the bark. You can see, too, that ever since the rabbits have a burnt place on their backs, where the one that got away was singed. Old Man sat down and was waiting for the rabbits to cool a little when a coyote came along limping very badly. "Pity me, Old Man," he said. "You have lots of cooked rabbits. Give me one of them." "Go away," exclaimed Old Man. "If you are too lazy to catch your food, I will not help you." "My leg is broken," said the coyote. "I can't catch anything, and I'm starving. Just give me half a rabbit." "I don't care if you die," replied Old Man. "I worked hard to cook all these rabbits, and I will not give any away. But I will tell you what we will do. We will run a race to that butte, way out there, and if you beat me you can have a rabbit." "All right," said the coyote. So they started. Old Man ran very fast, and the coyote limped along behind, but close to him until they got near the butte. Then the coyote turned around and ran back very fast, for he was not lame at all. It took Old Man a long time to go back, and just before he got to the fire, the coyote swallowed the last rabbit and trotted off over the prairie. End of section 23. Section 24 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bad Weapons. Once Old Man was fording a river, when the current carried him downstream, and he lost his weapons. He was very hungry, so he took the first wood he could find, and made a bow and arrows, and a handle for his knife and spear. When he had finished them, he started up a mountain. Pretty soon he saw a bear digging roots, and he thought he would have some fun, so he hid behind a log and called out, "No-tail animal, what are you doing?" The bear looked up, but seeing no one, kept on digging. Then Old Man called out again, "Hi, you dirt-eater," and then he dodged back out of sight. Then the bear sat up again, and this time he saw Old Man and ran after him. Old Man began shooting arrows at him, but the points only stuck in the skin, for the shafts were rotten and snapped off. Then he threw his spear, but that too was rotten, and broke. He tried to stab the bear, but his knife handle was also rotten and broke, so he turned and ran, and the bear pursued him. As he ran, he looked about for some weapon, but there was none, not even a rock. He called out to the animals to help him, but none came. His breath was almost gone, and the bear was very close to him, when he saw a bull's horn lying on the ground. He picked it up, placed it on his head, and, turning around, bellowed so loudly that the bear was scared and ran away. End of section 24. Section 25 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Elk. Old Man was very hungry. He had been a long time without food, and was thinking how he could get something to eat, when he saw a band of elk on a ridge. So he went up to them and said, "Oh, my brothers, I am lonesome because I have no one to follow me." "Go on, Old Man," said the elk. "We will follow you." Old Man led them about a long time, and when it was dark, he came near a high-cut bank. He ran around to one side where there was a slope, and he went down and then stood right under the steep bluff and called out, "Come on, that is a nice jump. You will laugh." So the elk jumped off, all but one cow, and were killed. "Come on," said Old Man. "They have all jumped but you. It is nice." "Take pity on me," replied the cow. "My child is about to be born, and I am very heavy. I am afraid to jump." "Go on, then," answered Old Man. "Go and live, then there will be plenty of elk again some day." Now Old Man built a fire and cooked some ribs, and then he skinned all the elk, cut up the meat to dry, and hung the tongues up on a pole. Next day he went off and did not come back until night, when he was very hungry again. "I'll roast some ribs," he said, "and a tongue, and I'll stuff a marrow gut and cook that. I guess that will be enough for tonight." But when he got to the place, the meat was all gone. The wolves had eaten it. "I was smart to hang up those tongues," he said, "or I would not have had anything to eat." But the tongues were all hollow. The mice had eaten the meat out, leaving only the skin. So Old Man starved again. End of section 25. Section 26 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Old Man Doctors. A piskun had been built, and many buffalo had been run in and killed. The camp was full of meat. Great sheets of it hung in the lodges and on the racks outside, and now the women, having cut up all the meat, were working on the hides, preparing some for robes and scraping the hair from others to make leather. About this time Old Man came along. He had come from far and was very tired, so he entered the first lodge he came to and sat down. Now this lodge belonged to 3 old women. Their husbands had died or been killed in war, and they had no relations to help them, so they were very poor. After Old Man had rested a little, they set a dish of food before him. It was dried bull meat, very tough, and some pieces of belly fat. "Hi-ya-ho!" cried Old Man, after he had tasted a piece. "You treat me badly. A whole piskun of fat buffalo just killed, the camp red with meat, and here these old women give me tough bull meat and belly fat to eat. Hurry now, roast me some ribs and a piece of back fat." "Alas!" exclaimed one old woman, "we have no good food. All our helpers are dead, and we take what others leave. Bulls and poor cows are all the people leave us." "Ah," said Old Man, "how poor! You are very poor. Take courage now. I will help you. Tomorrow they will run another band into the piskun. I will be there. I will kill the fattest cow, and you can have it all." Then the old women were glad. They talked to one another, saying, "Very good heart, Old Man. He helps the poor. Now we will live. We will have marrow guts and liver. We will have paunch and fat kidneys." Old Man said nothing more. He ate the tough meat and belly fat, and rolled up in his robe and went to sleep. Morning came. The people climbed the bluffs and went out on the prairie, where they hid behind the piles of rock and bushes, which reached far out from the cliff in lines which were always further and further apart. After a while, he who leads the buffalo was seen coming, bringing a large band after him. Soon they were inside the lines. The people began to rise up behind them, shouting and waving their robes. Now they reached the edge of the bluff. The leaders tried to stop and turn, but those behind kept pushing on, and nearly the whole band dashed down over the rocks, only a few of the last ones turning aside and escaping. The lodges were now deserted. All the people were gone to the piskun to kill the buffalo and butcher them. Where was Old Man? Did he take his bow and arrows and go to the piskun to kill a fat cow for the poor old women? No, he was sneaking around, lifting the doorways of the lodges and looking in. Bad person, Old Man. In the chief's lodge he saw a little child, a girl, asleep. Outside was a buffalo's gall, and taking a long stick he dipped the end of it in the gall, and then, reaching carefully into the lodge, he drew it across the lips of the child asleep. Then he threw the stick away and went in and sat down. Soon the girl awoke and began to cry. The gall was very bitter and burned her lips. "Pity me, Old Man," she said. "Take this fearful thing from my lips." "I do not doctor unless I am paid," he replied. Then said the girl, "See all my father's weapons hanging there. His shield, war head-dress, scalps and knife. Cure me now, and I will give you some of them." "I have more of such things than I want," he replied. What a liar! He had none at all. Again said the girl, "Pity me, help me now, and I will give you my father's white buffalo robe." "I have plenty of white robes," replied Old Man. Again he lied, for he never had one. "Old Man," again said the girl, "in this lodge lives a widow woman, my father's relation. Remove this fearful thing from my lips, and I will have my father give her to you." "Now you speak well," replied Old Man. "I am a little glad. I have many wives," he had none, "but I would just as soon have another one." So he went close to the child and pretended to doctor her, but instead of that he killed her and ran out. He went to the old woman's lodge and wrapped a strip of cowskin about his head and commenced to groan, as if he was very sick. Now the people began to come from the piskun carrying great loads of meat. This dead girl's mother came, and when she saw her child lying dead and blood on the ground, she ran back crying out, "My daughter has been killed! My daughter has been killed!" Then all the people began to shout out and run around, and the warriors and young men looked in the lodges, and up and down the creek in the brush, but they could find no one who might have killed the child. Then said the father of the dead girl, "Now, today, we will find out who killed this child. Every man in this camp, every young man, every old man, must come and jump across the creek. And if anyone does not jump across, if he falls in the water, that man is the one who did the killing." All heard this, and they began to gather at the creek, one behind another, and the women and children went to look on, for they wanted to see the person who had killed the little child. Now they were ready. They were about to jump when someone cried out, "Old Man is not here." "True," said the chief, looking around, "Old Man is not here." And he sent 2 young men to bring him. "Old Man," they cried out, when they came to the lodge, "a child has been killed. We have all got to jump to find out who did it. The chief has sent for you. You will have to jump too." "Ki-yo!" exclaimed the old women. "Old Man is very sick. Go off and let him alone. He is so sick he could not kill meat for us today." "It can't be helped," the young men replied. "The chief says everyone must jump." So Old Man went out toward the creek very slowly and very much scared. He did not know what to do. As he was going along he saw a Ni-Po-Mu-Ki chickadee, and he said, "Oh, my little brother, pity me. Give me some of your power to jump the creek, and here is my necklace. See how pretty it is. I will give it to you." So they traded. Old Man took some of the bird's power, and the bird took Old Man's necklace and put it on. Now they jump. Wo-Ka-Hi! They jump way across and far onto the ground. Now they jump. Another, another, another. Now it comes Old Man's turn. He runs, he jumps, he goes high, and strikes the ground far beyond any other person's jump. Now comes the Nepomuki. Wakahi, the men shout. Kio, cry the women. The bird has fallen in the creek. The warriors are running to kill him. Wait, hold on, cries the bird. Let me speak a few words. Everyone knows I am a good jumper. I can jump further than anyone. But old man asked me for some of my power, and I gave it to him, and he gave me this necklace. It is very heavy and pulled me down. That is why I fell into the creek. Then the people began to shout and talk again, some saying to kill the bird, and some not, when old man shouted out, Wait, listen to me. What's the use of quarreling or killing anybody? Let's go back, and I will doctor the child alive. Good words. The people were glad. So they went back and got ready for the doctoring. First, old man ordered a large fire built in the lodge where the dead girl was lying. 2 old men were placed in the back of the lodge, facing each other. They had spears, which they held above their heads and were to thrust back and forth at each other in time to the singing. Near the doorway were placed 2 old women facing each other. Each one held a puksachis, a maul, with which she was to beat time to the singing. The other seats in the lodge were taken by people who were to sing. Now old man hung a big roll of belly fat close over the fire, so that the hot grease began to drip, and everything was ready, and the singing began. This was old man's song. Aksakiwa, 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 etc. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. And so they sung for a long time, the old men jabbing their spears at each other, and the old women pretending to hit each other with their mauls. After a while they rested, and old man said, Now I want everyone to shut their eyes. No one can look. I am going to begin the real doctoring. So the people shut their eyes, and the singing began again. Then old man took the dripping hot fat from the fire, gave it a mighty swing around the circle in front of the people's faces, jumped out the doorway, and ran off. Everyone was burned. The 2 old men wounded each other with their spears. The old women knocked each other on the head with their mauls. The people cried and groaned, wiped their burned faces, and rushed out the door. But old man was gone. They saw him no more. Note: Puksachis, a round or oblong stone to which a handle was bound by rawhide thongs, used for breaking marrow bones, etc. End of section 26. Section 27 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rock. Once old man was traveling, and becoming tired he sat down on a rock to rest. After a while he started to go on, and because the sun was hot he threw his robe over the rock, saying, Here, I give you my robe, because you are poor and have let me rest on you. Always keep it. He had not gone far when it began to rain, and meeting a coyote he said, Little brother, run back to that rock, and ask him to lend me his robe. We will cover ourselves with it and keep dry. So the coyote ran back to the rock, but returned without the robe. Where is the robe? asked old man. Saia, replied the coyote. The rock said you gave him the robe, and he was going to keep it. Then old man was very angry, and went back to the rock and jerked the robe off it, saying, I only wanted to borrow this robe until the rain was over, but now that you have acted so mean about it, I will keep it. You don't need a robe anyhow. You have been out in the rain and snow all your life, and it will not hurt you to live so always. With the coyote he went off to the coulee and sat down. The rain was falling, and they covered themselves with the robe and were very comfortable. Pretty soon they heard a loud noise, and Old Man told the coyote to go up on the hill and see what it was. Soon he came running back, saying, "Run, run, the big rock is coming," and they both ran away as fast as they could. The coyote tried to crawl into a badger hole, but it was too small for him and he stuck fast, and before he could get out, the rock rolled over him and crushed his hind parts. Old Man was scared, and as he ran he threw off his robe and what clothes he could, so that he might run faster. The rock kept gaining on him all the time. Not far off was a band of buffalo bulls, and Old Man cried out to them, saying, "Oh, my brothers, help me! Help me! Stop that rock!" The bulls ran and tried to stop it, but it crushed their heads. Some deer and antelope tried to help Old Man, but they were killed too. A lot of rattlesnakes formed themselves into a lariat, and tried to catch it, but those at the noose end were all cut to pieces. The rock was now close to Old Man, so close it began to hit his heels, and he was about to give up when he saw a flock of bull bats circling over his head. "Oh, my little brothers," he cried, "help me! I am almost dead." Then the bull bats flew down, one after another, against the rock, and every time one of them hit it he chipped off a piece, and at last one hit it fair in the middle and broke it into 2 pieces. Then Old Man was very glad. He went to where there was a nest of bull bats, and made the young ones' mouths very wide and pinched off their bills, to make them pretty and queer-looking. That is the reason they look so today. End of section 27. Section 28 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Theft from the Sun. Once Old Man was traveling around, when he came to the Sun's lodge, and the Sun asked him to stay a while. Old Man was very glad to do so. One day the meat was all gone, and the Sun said, "Kah-Tsi, Old Man, what say you if we go and kill some deer?" "You speak well," replied Old Man. "I like deer meat." The Sun took down a bag and pulled out a beautiful pair of leggings. They were embroidered with porcupine quills and bright feathers. "These," said the Sun, "are my hunting leggings. They are great medicine. All I have to do is to put them on and walk around a patch of brush, when the leggings set it on fire and drive the deer out so that I can shoot them." "Hi-ya!" exclaimed Old Man. "How wonderful!" He made up his mind he would have those leggings if he had to steal them. They went out to hunt, and the first patch of brush they came to, the Sun set on fire with his hunting leggings. A lot of white-tailed deer ran out, and they each shot one. That night, when they went to bed, the Sun pulled off his leggings and placed them to one side. Old Man saw where he put them, and in the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep, he stole them and went off. He traveled a long time, until he had gone far and was very tired, and then, making a pillow of the leggings, lay down and slept. In the morning he heard someone talking. The Sun was saying, "Old Man, why are my leggings under your head?" He looked around and saw he was in the Sun's lodge, and thought he must have wandered around and got lost, and returned there. Again the Sun spoke and said, "What are you doing with my leggings?" "Oh," replied Old Man, "I couldn't find anything for a pillow, so I just put these under my head." Night came again, and again Old Man stole the leggings and ran off. This time he did not walk at all. He just kept running until pretty near morning, and then lay down and slept. You see what a fool he was. He did not know that the whole world is the Sun's lodge. He did not know that, no matter how far he ran, he could not get out of the Sun's sight. When morning came, he found himself still in the Sun's lodge. But this time the Sun said, "Old Man, since you like my leggings so much, I will give them to you. Keep them." Then Old Man was very glad and went away. One day his food was all gone, so he put on the medicine leggings and set fire to a piece of brush. He was just going to kill some deer that were running out when he saw that the fire was getting close to him. He ran away as fast as he could, but the fire gained on him and began to burn his legs. His leggings were all on fire. He came to a river and jumped in, and pulled off the leggings as soon as he could. They were burned to pieces. Perhaps the sun did this to him because he tried to steal the leggings. End of section 28. Section 29 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fox. One day Old Man went out hunting and took the fox with him. They hunted for several days, but killed nothing. It was nice warm weather in the late fall. After they had become very hungry, as they were going along one day, Old Man went up over a ridge, and on the other side he saw 4 big buffalo bulls laying down, but there was no way by which they could get near them. He dodged back out of sight, and told the fox what he had seen, and they thought for a long time to see if there was no way by which these bulls might be killed. At last Old Man said to the fox, "My little brother, I can think of only one way to get these bulls. This is my plan, if you agree to it. I will pluck all the fur off you except one tuft on the end of your tail. Then you go over the hill and walk up and down inside of the bulls, and you will seem so funny to them that they will laugh themselves to death." The fox did not like to do this, but he could think of nothing better, so he agreed to what Old Man proposed. Old Man plucked him perfectly bare, except the end of his tail, and the fox went over the ridge and walked up and down. When he had come close to the bulls, he played around and walked on his hind legs and went through all sorts of antics. When the bulls first saw him, they got up on their feet and looked at him. They did not know what to make of him. Then they began to laugh, and the more they looked at him, the more they laughed, until at last one by one they fell down exhausted and died. Then Old Man came over the hill and went down to the bulls, and began to butcher them. By this time it had grown a little colder. "Ah, little brother," said Old Man to the fox, "you did splendidly. I do not wonder that the bulls laughed themselves to death. I nearly died myself as I watched you from the hill. You looked very funny." While he was saying this, he was working away skinning off the hides and getting the meat ready to carry to camp, all the time talking to the fox, who stood about, his back humped up and his teeth chattering with cold. Now a wind sprang up from the north, and a few snowflakes were flying in the air. It was growing colder and colder. Old Man kept on talking, and every now and then he would say something to the fox, who was sitting behind him perfectly still, with his jaw shoved out and his teeth shining. At last Old Man had the bulls all skinned and the meat cut up, and as he rose up he said, "It's getting pretty cold, isn't it? Well, we do not care for the cold. We have got all our winter's meat, and we will have nothing to do but feast and dance and sing until spring." The fox made no answer. Then Old Man got angry and called out, "Why don't you answer me? Don't you hear me talking to you?" The fox said nothing. Then Old Man was mad, and he said, "Can't you speak?" and stepped up to the fox and gave him a push with his foot, and the fox fell over. He was dead, frozen stiff with the cold. End of section 29. Section 30 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Old Man and the Lynx. Old Man was traveling around over the prairie when he saw a lot of prairie dogs sitting in a circle. They had built a fire and were sitting around it. Old Man went toward them, and when he got near them, he began to cry, and said, "Let me too sit by that fire." The prairie dog said, "All right, old man. Don't cry. Come and sit by the fire." Old Man sat down and saw that the prairie dogs were playing a game. They would put one of their number in the fire and cover him up with the hot ashes, and then, after he had been there a little while, he would say, "Sk, sk," and they would push the ashes off him and pull him out. Old Man said, "Teach me how to do that." And they told him what to do, and put him in the fire, and covered him up with the ashes. And after a little while he said, "Sk, sk," like a prairie dog, and they pulled him out again. Then he did it to the prairie dogs. At first he put them in one at a time, but there were many of them, and pretty soon he got tired, and said, "Come, I will put you all in at once." They said, "Very well, old man," and all got in the ashes. But just as old man was about to cover them up, one of them, a female heavy with young, said, "Do not cover me up. The heat may hurt my children, which are about to be born." Old Man said, "Very well. If you do not want to be covered up, you can sit over by the fire and watch the rest." Then he covered up all the others. At length the prairie dog said, "Sk, sk," but Old Man did not sweep the ashes off and pull them out of the fire. He let them stay there and die. The old she-one ran off to a hole, and as she went down in it, said, "Sk, sk." Old Man chased her, but he got to the hole too late to catch her. So he said, "Oh well, you can go. There will be more prairie dogs by and by." When the prairie dogs were roasted, Old Man cut a lot of red willow brush to lay them on, and then sat down and began to eat. He ate until he was full, and then felt sleepy. He said to his nose, "I am going to sleep now. Watch for me and wake me up in case anything comes near." Then Old Man slept. Pretty soon his nose snored, and he woke up and said, "What is it?" The nose said, "A raven is flying over there." Old Man said, "That is nothing," and went to sleep again. Soon his nose snored again. Old Man said, "What is it now?" The nose said, "There is a coyote over there, coming this way." Old Man said, "A coyote is nothing," and again went to sleep. Presently his nose snored again, but Old Man did not wake up. Again it snored and called out, "Wake up, a bobcat is coming." Old Man paid no attention. He slept on. The bobcat crept up to where the fire was, and ate up all the roast prairie dogs, and then went off and lay down on a flat rock and went to sleep. All this time the nose kept trying to wake Old Man up, and at last he awoke, and the nose said, "A bobcat is over there on that flat rock. He has eaten all your food." Then Old Man called out loud, he was so angry. He went softly over to where the bobcat lay, and seized it, before it could wake up to bite or scratch him. The bobcat cried out, "Hold on, let me speak a word or two." But Old Man would not listen. He said, "I will teach you to steal my food." He pulled off the lynx's tail, pounded his head against the rock so as to make his face flat, pulled him out long so as to make him small-bellied, and then threw him away into the brush. As he went sneaking off, Old Man said, "There, that is the way you bobcats shall always be. That is the reason the lynxes look so today." Old Man went back to the fire and looked at the red willow sticks where his food had been, and it made him mad at his nose. He said, "You fool, why did you not wake me?" He took the willow sticks and thrust them in the coals, and when they took fire, he burned his nose. This pained him greatly, and he ran up on a hill and held his nose to the wind, and called on it to blow hard and cool him. A hard wind came, and it blew him away down to Birch Creek. As he was flying along, he caught at the weeds and brush to try to stop himself, but nothing was strong enough to hold him. At last he seized a birch tree. He held on to this, and it did not give way. Although the wind whipped about him, this way and that, and tumbled him up and down, the tree held him. He kept calling to the wind to blow gently, and finally it listened to him and went down. So he said, "This is a beautiful tree. It has kept me from being blown away and knocked all to pieces. I will ornament it, and it shall always be like that." So he gashed it across with his stone knife, as you see it today. End of section 30. Section 31 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Past and the Present. 50 years ago the name Blackfoot was one of terrible meaning to the white traveler who passed that desolate buffalo-trodden waste which lay to the north of the Yellowstone River and east of the Rocky Mountains. This was the Blackfoot land, the undisputed home of a people which is said to have numbered in one of its tribes, the Mik-A'Pi, 8,000 lodges, or 40,000 persons. Besides these, there were the Blackfeet and the Bloods, 3 tribes of one nation, speaking the same language, having the same customs, and holding the same religious faith. But this land had not always been the home of the Blackfeet. Long ago, before the coming of the white men, they had lived in another country far to the north and east, about Lesser Slave Lake, ranging between Peace River and the Saskatchewan, and having for their neighbors on the north the Beaver Indians. Then the Blackfeet were a timber people. It is said that about 200 years ago the Chippewyans from the east invaded this country and drove them south and west. Whether or no this is true, it is quite certain that not many generations back the Blackfeet lived on the North Saskatchewan River and to the north of that stream. Gradually working their way westward, they at length reached the Rocky Mountains, and, finding game abundant, they remained there until they obtained horses, in the very earliest years of the present century. When they secured horses and guns, they took courage and began to venture out onto the plains and go to war. From this time on, the Blackfeet made constant war on their neighbors to the south, and in a few years controlled the whole country between the Saskatchewan on the north and the Yellowstone on the south. It was indeed a glorious country which the Blackfeet had wrested from their southern enemies. Here nature has reared great mountains and spread out broad prairies. Along the western border of this region, the Rocky Mountains lift their snow-clad peaks above the clouds. Here and there, from north to south, and from east to west, lie minor ranges, black with pine forests if seen near at hand, or in the distance mere gray silhouettes against a sky of blue. Between these mountain ranges lies everywhere the great Prairie, a monotonous waste to the stranger's eye, but not without its charm. It is brown and bare, for, except during a few short weeks in spring, the sparse bunch grass is sere and yellow, and the silver gray of the wormwood lends an added dreariness to the landscape. Yet this seemingly desert waste has a beauty of its own. At intervals it is marked with green winding river valleys, and everywhere it is gashed with deep ravines, their sides painted in strange colors of red and gray and brown, and their perpendicular walls crowned with fantastic columns and figures of stone or clay, carved out by the winds and the rains of ages. Here and there, rising out of the plain, are curious sharp ridges, or square-topped buttes with vertical sides, sometimes bare, and sometimes dotted with pines, short, sturdy trees, whose gnarled trunks and thick, knotted branches have been twisted and wrung into curious forms by the winds, which blow unceasingly, hour after hour, day after day, and month after month, over mountain range and prairie, through gorge and coulee. These prairies now seem bare of life, but it was not always so. Not very long ago they were trodden by multitudinous herds of buffalo and antelope. Then, along the wooded river valleys and on the pine-cladded slopes of the mountains, elk, deer, and wild sheep fed in great numbers. They are all gone now. The winter's wind still whistles over Montana prairies, but nature's shaggy-headed wild cattle no longer feel its biting blasts. Where once the scorching breath of summer stirred only the short stems of the buffalo grass, it now billows the fields of the white man's grain. Half hidden by the scanty herbage, a few bleached skeletons alone remain to tell us of the buffalo, and the broad, deep trails, over which the dark herds passed by thousands, are now grass-grown and fast disappearing under the effacing hand of time. The buffalo have disappeared, and the fate of the buffalo has almost overtaken the Blackfeet. As known to the whites, the Blackfeet were true prairie Indians, seldom venturing into the mountains, except when they crossed them to war with the Kut-O Yis, the Flatheads, or the Snakes. They subsisted almost wholly on the flesh of the buffalo. They were hardy, untiring, brave, ferocious. Swift to move, whether on foot or horseback, they made long journeys to war, and with telling force struck their enemies. They had conquered and driven out from the territory which they occupied the tribes who once inhabited it, and maintained a desultory and successful warfare against all invaders, fighting with the Crees on the north, the Assiniboines on the east, the Crows on the south, and the Snakes, Kalispels, and Kut-O Yis on the southwest and west. In those days the Blackfeet were rich and powerful. The buffalo fed and clothed them, and they needed nothing beyond what nature supplied. This was their time of success and happiness. Crowded into a little corner of the great territory which they once dominated, and holding this corner by an uncertain tenure, a few Blackfeet still exist, the pitiful remnant of a once mighty people. Huddled together about their agencies, they are facing the problem before them, striving, helplessly but bravely, to accommodate themselves to the new order of things, trying in the face of adverse surroundings to wrench themselves loose from their accustomed ways of life, to give up inherited habits and form new ones, to break away from all that is natural to them, from all that they have been taught, to reverse their whole mode of existence. They are striving to earn their living, as the white man earns his, by toil. The struggle is hard and slow, and in carrying it on they are wasting away and growing fewer in numbers. But though unused to labor, ignorant of agriculture, unacquainted with tools or seeds or soils, knowing nothing of the ways of life in permanent houses, or of the laws of health, scantily fed, often utterly discouraged by failure, they are still making a noble fight for existence. Only within a few years, since the buffalo disappeared, has this change been going on. So recently has it come that the old order and the new meet face to face. In the trees along the river valleys, still quietly resting on their aerial sepulchres, sleep the forms of the ancient hunter-warrior who conquered and held this broad land, while, not far away, Blackfoot farmers now rudely cultivate their little crops, and gather scanty harvests from narrow fields. It is the meeting of the past and the present, of savagery and civilization. The issue cannot be doubtful. Old methods must pass away. The Blackfeet will become civilized, but at a terrible cost. To me there is an interest, profound and pathetic, in watching the progress of the struggle. End of section 31. Section 32 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Daily Life and Customs. Indians are usually represented as being a silent, sullen race, seldom speaking, and never laughing nor joking. However true this may be in regard to some tribes, it certainly was not the case with most of those who lived upon the Great Plains. These people were generally talkative, merry, and light-hearted. They delighted in fun, and were a race of jokers. It is true that, in the presence of strangers, they were grave, silent, and reserved, but this is nothing more than the shyness and embarrassment felt by a child in the presence of strangers. As the Indian becomes acquainted, this reserve wears off. He is at his ease again and appears in his true colors, a light-hearted child. Certainly the Blackfeet never were a taciturn and gloomy people. Before the disappearance of the buffalo, they were happy and cheerful. Why should they not have been? Food and clothing were to be had for the killing and tanning. All fur animals were abundant, and thus the people were rich. Meat, really the only food they cared for, was plenty and cost nothing. Their robes and furs were exchanged with the traders for bright-colored blankets and finery. So they wanted nothing. It is but 9 years since the buffalo disappeared from the land. Only 9 years have passed since these people gave up that wild, free life which was natural to them, and how dear! Let us go back in memory to those happy days and see how they passed the time. The sun is just rising. Thin columns of smoke are creeping from the smoke holes of the lodges and ascending in the still morning air. Everywhere the women are busy, carrying water and wood, and preparing the simple meal. We now see the men come out and start for the river. Some are followed by their children. Some are even carrying those too small to walk. They have reached the water's edge. Drop off their blankets, and with a plunge and a shivering "ugh," they dash into the icy waters. Winter and summer, storm or shine, this was their daily custom. They said it made them tough and healthy, and enabled them to endure the bitter cold while hunting on the bare bleak prairie. By the time they return to the lodges, the women have prepared the early meal. A dish of boiled meat, some 3 or 4 pounds, is set before each man. The children are served as much as they can eat, and the wives take the rest. The horses are now seen coming in, hundreds and thousands of them, driven by boys and young men who started out after them at daylight. If buffalo are close at hand, and it has been decided to make a run, each hunter catches his favorite buffalo horse, and they all start out together. They are followed by women, on the travois or pack horses, who will do most of the butchering, and transport the meat and hides to camp. If there is no band of buffalo nearby, they go off, singly, or by 2s and 3s, to still hunt scattering buffalo, or deer, or elk, or other such game as may be found. The women remaining in camp are not idle. All day long they tan robes, dry meat, sew moccasins, and perform 1,001 other tasks. The young men who have stayed at home carefully comb and braid their hair, paint their faces, and if the weather is pleasant, ride or walk around the camp so that the young women may look at them and see how pretty they are. Feasting began early in the morning, and will be carried on far into the night. A man who gives a feast has his wives cook the choicest food they have, and when all is ready, he goes outside the lodge and shouts the invitation, calling out each guest's name 3 times, saying that he is invited to eat, and concludes by announcing that a certain number of pipes, generally 3, will be smoked. The guests having assembled, each one is served with a dish of food. Be the quantity large or small, it is all that he will get. If he does not eat at all, he may carry home what remains. The host does not eat with his guests. He cuts up some tobacco and carefully mixes it with la herba, and when all have finished eating, he fills and lights a pipe, which is smoked and passed from one to another, beginning with the first man on his left. When the last person on the left of the host has smoked, the pipe is passed back around the circle to the one on the right of the door, and smoked to the left again. The guests do not all talk at once. When a person begins to speak, he expects everyone to listen, and is never interrupted. During the day the topics for conversation are about the hunting, war, stories of strange adventures, besides a good deal of good-natured joking and chaffing. When the third and last pipeful of tobacco has been smoked, the host ostentatiously knocks out the ashes and says, "Kah-Tsi," whereupon all the guests rise and file out. Seldom a day passed but each lodge owner in camp gave from 1 to 3 feasts. In fact, almost all a man did, when in camp, was to go from one of these gatherings to another. A favorite pastime in the day was gambling with a small wheel called Itsiwa. This wheel was about 4 inches in diameter, and had 5 spokes, on which were strung different colored beads, made of bone or horn. A level, smooth piece of ground was selected, at each end of which was placed a log. At each end of the course were 2 men, who gambled against each other. A crowd always surrounded them, betting on the sides. The wheel was rolled along the course, and each man at the end whence it started darted an arrow at it. The cast was made just before the wheel reached the log at the opposite end of the track, and points were counted according to the arrow passed between the spokes, or when the wheel stopped by the log, was in contact with the arrow, the position and nearness of the different beads to the arrow representing a certain number of points. The player who first scored 10 points won. It was a very difficult game, and one had to be very skillful to win. Another popular game was what with more southern tribes is called hams. It is like button, who's got the button? 2 small, oblong bones were used, one of which had a black ring around it. Those who participated in this game, numbering from 2 to a dozen, were divided into 2 equal parties, ranged on either side of the lodge. Wagers were made, each person betting with the one directly opposite him. Then a man took the bones, and by skillfully moving his hands and changing the objects from one to the other, sought to make it impossible for the person opposite him to decide which hand held the marked one. 10 points were the game, counted by sticks, and the side which first got the number took the stakes. A song always accompanied this game, a weird, unearthly air, if it can be so called, but when heard at a little distance, very pleasant and soothing. At first a scarcely audible murmur, like the gentle soughing of an evening breeze, it gradually increased in volume and reached a very high pitch, sank quickly to a low bass sound, rose and fell, and gradually died away, to be again repeated. The person concealing the bone swayed his body, arms, and hands, in time to the air, and went through all manner of graceful and intricate movements for the purpose of confusing the guesser. The stakes were sometimes very high, 2 or 3 horses or more, and men have been known to lose everything they possessed, even to their clothing. The children, at least the boys, played about and did as they pleased. Not so with the girls. Their duties began at a very early age. They carried wood and water for their mothers, sewed moccasins, and as soon as they were strong enough, were taught to tan robes and furs, make lodges, travois, and do all other woman's and so menial work. The boys played at mimic warfare, hunted around in the brush with their bows and arrows, made mud images of animals, and in summer spent about half their time in the water. In winter they spun tops on the ice, slid downhill on a contrivance made of buffalo ribs, and hunted rabbits. Shortly after noon the hunters began to return, bringing in deer, antelope, buffalo, elk, occasionally a bear, and sometimes beaver which they had trapped. The camp began to be more lively. In all directions persons could be heard shouting out invitations to feasts. Here a man was lying back on his couch, singing and drumming. There a group of young men were holding a war dance. Everywhere the people were eating, singing, talking, and joking. As the light faded from the western sky and darkness spread over the camp, the noise and laughter increased. In many lodges the people held social dances. The women dressed in their best gowns, ranged on one side, the men on the other. All sung, and 3 or 4 drummers furnished an accompaniment. The music was lively and somewhat jerky. At intervals the people rose and danced, the step being a bending of the knees and swinging of the body, the women holding their arms and hands in various graceful positions. With the night came the rehearsal of the wondrous doings of the gods. These tales may not be told in the daytime. Old Man would not like that, and would cause anyone who narrated them while it was light to become blind. All Indians are natural orators, but some far exceed others in their powers of expression. Their attitudes, gestures, and signs are so suggestive that they alone would enable one to understand the stories they relate. I have seen these storytellers so much in earnest, so entirely carried away by the tale they were relating, that they fairly trembled with excitement. They held their little audiences spellbound. The women dropped their half-sewn moccasins from their listless hands, and the men let the pipe go out. These stories, for the most part, were about the ancient gods and their miraculous doings. They were generally related by the old men, warriors who had seen their best days. Many of them are recorded in this book. They are the explanations of the phenomena of life, and contain many a moral for the instruction of youth. The I-Kun-Uh contributed not little to the entertainment of everyday life. Frequent dances were held by the different bands of the society, and the whole camp always turned out to see them. The animal head masks, brightly painted bodies, and queer performances were dear to the Indian heart. Such was the everyday life of the Blackfeet in the buffalo days. When the camp moved, the women packed up their possessions, tore down the lodges, loaded everything on the backs of the ponies or on the travois. Meantime the chiefs had started on, and the soldiers, the brave band of the I-Kun-Uh, followed after them. After these leaders had gone a short distance, a halt was made to allow the column to close up. The women, children, horses, and dogs of the camp marched in a disorderly, straggling fashion, often strung out in a line a mile or 2 long. Many of their men rode at a considerable distance ahead, and on each side of the marching column, hunting for any game that might be found, or looking over the country for signs of enemies. Before the Blackfeet obtained horses in the very first years of the present century, and when their only beasts of burden were dogs, their possessions were transported by these animals or on men's backs. We may imagine that in those days the journeys made were short ones, the camp traveling but a few miles. In moving the camp in ancient days, the heaviest and bulkiest things to be transported were the lodges. These were sometimes very large, often consisting of 30 cowskins, and, when set up, containing 2 or 3 fires like a trapezoid, or in the ground plan-like 3 circles connected. The skins of these large lodges were sewn together in strips, of which there would be sometimes as many as 4, and when the lodge was set up, these strips were pinned together as the front of a common lodge is pinned today. The dogs carried the provisions, tools, and utensils, sometimes the lodge strips, if these were small enough, or anything that was heavy, and yet could be packed in small compass. For since dogs are small animals, and low-standing, they cannot carry bulky burdens. Still, some of the dogs were large enough to carry a load of 100 pounds. Dogs also hauled the travois, on which were bundles and sometimes babies. This was not always a safe means of transportation for infants, as is indicated by an incident related by John Monroe's mother as having occurred in her father's time. The camp, on foot of course, was crossing a strip of open prairie lying between 2 pieces of timber, when a herd of buffalo, stampeding, rushed through the marching column. The loaded dogs rushed after the buffalo, dragging the travois after them and scattering their loads over the prairie. Among the lost chattels were 2 babies, dropped off somewhere in the long grass, which were never found. There are certain special customs and beliefs which were a part of the everyday life of the people. In passing the pipe when smoking, it goes from the host who takes the first smoke to the left, passing from hand to hand to the door. It may not be passed across the door to the man on the other side, but must come back, no one smoking, past the host, and go around to the man across the door from the last smoker. This man smokes and passes it to the one on his left, and so it goes on until it reaches the host again. A person entering a lodge where people are smoking must not pass in front of them, that is, between the smokers and the fire. A solemn form of affirmation, the equivalent of the civilized oath, is connected with smoking, which, as is well known, is many with tribes of Indians a sacred ceremony. If a man, sitting in a lodge, tells his companion some very improbable story, something that they find it very hard to believe, and they want to test him, to see if he is really telling the truth, the pipe is given to a medicine man, who paints the stem red and prays over it, asking that if the man's story is true, he may have a long life, but if it is false, his life may end in a short time. The pipe is then filled and lighted, and passed to the man who has seen and overheard what has been done and said. The medicine man says to him, "Accept this pipe, but remember that, if you smoke, your story must be as sure as that there is a hole through this pipe, and as straight as the hole through this stem. So your life shall be long and you shall survive, but if you have spoken falsely, your days are counted." The man may refuse the pipe, saying, "I have told you the truth. It is useless to smoke this pipe." If he declines to smoke, no one believes what he has said. He is looked upon as having lied. If, however, he takes the pipe and smokes, everyone believes him. It is the most solemn form of oath. The Blackfoot pipes are usually made of black or green slate or sandstone. The Blackfeet do not whip their children, but still they are not without some training. Children must be taught, or they will not know anything. If they do not know anything, they will have no sense, and if they have no sense, they will not know how to act. They are instructed in manners as well as in other more general and more important matters. If a number of boys were in a lodge where older people were sitting, very likely the young people would be talking and laughing about their own concerns, and making so much noise that the elders could say nothing. If this continued too long, one of the older men would be likely to get up and go out and get a long stick and bring it in with him. When he had seated himself, he would hold it up so that the children could see it, and would repeat a cautionary formula, "I will give you gum." This was a warning to them to make less noise, and was always heeded, for a time. After a little, however, the boys might forget and begin to chatter again, and presently the man, without further warning, would reach over and rap one of them on the head with a stick, when quiet would again be had for a time. In the same way, in winter, when the lodge was full of young and old people, and through lack of attention the fire died down, some older person would call out, "Look out for the skunk," which would be a warning to the boys to put some sticks on the fire. If this was not done at once, the man who had called out might throw a stick of wood across the lodge into the group of children, hitting and hurting one or more of them. It was taught also that if, when young and old were in the lodge and the fire had burned low, an older person were to lay the unburned ends of the sticks upon the fire, all the children in the lodge would have the scab or itch. So, at the call, "Look out for the scab," some child would always jump to the fire and lay up the sticks. There were various ways of teaching and training the children. Men would make long speeches to groups of boys, playing in the camps, telling them what they ought to do to be successful in life. They would point out to them that to accomplish anything, they must be brave and untiring in war. that long life was not desirable, that the old people always had a hard time, were given the worst side of the lodge and generally neglected, that when the camp was moved they suffered from cold, that their sight was dim, so that they could not see far, that their teeth were gone, so that they could not chew their food. Only discomfort and misery await the old. Much better, while the body is strong and in its prime, while the sight is clear, the teeth sound, and the hair still black and long, to die in battle fighting bravely. The example of successful warriors would be held up to them, and the boys urged to emulate their brave deeds. To such advice some boys would listen, while others would not heed it. The girls were also instructed. All Indians like to see women more or less sober and serious-minded, not giggling all the time, not silly. A Blackfoot man who has 2 or 3 girls would, as they grew large, often talk to them and give them good advice. After watching them and taking the measure of their characters, he would one day get a buffalo's front foot and ornament it fantastically with feathers. When the time came, he would call one of his daughters to him and say to her, "Now I wish you to stand here in front of me and look me straight in the eye without laughing. No matter what I do, do not laugh." Then he would sing a funny song, shaking the foot in the girl's face in time to the song, and looking her steadily in the eye. Very likely before he had finished, she would begin to giggle. If she did this, the father would stop singing and tell her to finish laughing. And when she was serious again, he would again warn her not to laugh, and then would repeat his song. This time perhaps she would not laugh while he was singing. He would go through with this same performance before all his daughters. To such as seemed to have the steadiest characters, he would give good advice. He would talk to each girl of the duties of a woman's life and warn her against the dangers which she might expect to meet. At the time of the medicine lodge, he would take her to the lodge and point out to her the medicine lodge woman. He would say, "There is a good woman. She has built this medicine lodge, and is greatly honored and respected by all the people. Once she was a girl just like you. And you, if you are good and live a pure life, may some day be as great as she is now. Remember this, and try to live a worthy life." At the time of the medicine lodge, the boys in the camp also gathered to see the young men count their coups. A man would get up, holding in one hand a bundle of small sticks, and, taking one stick from the bundle, he would recount some brave deed, throwing away a stick as he completed the narrative of each coup, until the sticks were all gone, when he sat down, and another man stood up to begin his recital. As the boys saw and heard all this, and saw how respected those men were who had done the most and bravest things, they said to themselves, "That man was once a boy like us, and we, if we have strong hearts, may do as much as he has done." So even the very small boys used often to steal off from the camp and follow war parties. Often they went without the knowledge of their parents, and poorly provided, without food or extra moccasins. They would get to the enemy's camp, watch the ways of the young men, and so learn about going to war, how to act when on the war trail so as to be successful. Also they came to know the country. The Blackfeet men often went off by themselves to fast and dream for power. By no means everyone did this, and of those who attempted it, only a few endured to the end, that is, fasted the whole 4 days, and obtained the help sought. The attempt was not usually made by young boys before they had gone on their first war journey. It was often undertaken by men who were quite mature. Those who underwent this suffering were obliged to abstain from food or drink for 4 days and 4 nights, resting for 2 nights on the right side, and for 2 nights on the left. It was deemed essential that the place to which a man resorted for this purpose should be unfrequented, where few or no persons had walked, and it must also be a place that tried the nerve, where there was some danger. Such situations were mountain peaks, or narrow ledges on cut cliffs, where a careless moment might cause a man to fall to his death on the rocks below, or islands in lakes, which could only be reached by means of a raft, and where there was a danger that a person might be seized and carried off by the Mik-A'Pi, or underwater people, or places where the dead had been buried, and where there was much danger from ghosts. Or a man might lie in a well-worn buffalo trail, where the animals were frequently passing, and so he might be trodden on by a traveling band of buffalo. Or he might choose a locality where bears were abundant and dangerous. Wherever he went, the man built himself a little lodge of brush, moss, and leaves to keep off the rain, and after making his prayers to the sun and singing his sacred songs, he crept into the hut and began his fast. He was not allowed to take any covering with him, nor to roof over his shelter with skins. He always had with him a pipe, and this lay by him filled, so that when the spirit or dream came, it could smoke. They did not appeal to any special class of helpers, but prayed to all alike. Often by the end of the fourth day, a secret helper usually, but by no means always, in the form of some animal, appeared to the man in a dream, and talked with him, advising him, marking out his course through life, and giving him its power. There were some, however, on whom the power would not work, and a much greater number who gave up the fast, discouraged, before the prescribed time had been completed, either not being able to endure the lack of food and water, or being frightened by the strangeness or loneliness of their surroundings, or by something that they thought they saw or heard. It was no disgrace to fail, nor was the failure necessarily known, for the seeker after power did not always, nor perhaps often, tell any one what he was going to do. 3 models of burial were practiced by the Blackfeet. They buried their dead on platforms placed in trees, on platforms in lodges, and on the ground in lodges. If a man dies in a lodge, it is never used again. The people would be afraid of the man's ghost. The lodge is often used to wrap the body in, or perhaps the man may be buried in it. As soon as a person is dead, be it man, woman, or child, the body is immediately prepared for burial by the nearest female relations. Until recently, the corpse was wrapped in a number of robes, then in a lodge covering, laced with rawhide ropes, and placed on a platform of lodge poles, arranged on the branches of some convenient tree. Sometimes the outer wrapping, the lodge covering, was omitted. If the deceased was a man, his weapons and often his medicine were buried with him. With women, a few cooking utensils and implements for tanning robes were placed on the scaffolds. When a man was buried on a platform in a lodge, the platform was usually suspended from the lodge poles. Sometimes, when a great chief or noted warrior died, his lodge would be moved some little distance from the camp, and set up in a patch of brush. It would be carefully pegged down all around and stones piled on the edges to make it additionally firm. For still greater security, a rope fastened to the lodge poles, where they come together at the smoke hole, came down and was securely tied to a peg in the ground in the center of the lodge, where the fireplace would ordinarily be. Then the beds were made up all around the lodge, and on one of them was placed the corpse, lying as if asleep. The man's weapons, pipe, war clothing, and medicine were placed near him, and the door then closed. No one ever again entered such a lodge. Outside the lodge, a number of his horses, often 20 or more, were killed, so that he might have plenty to ride on his journey to the sandhills, and to use after arriving there. If a man had a favorite horse, he might order it to be killed at his grave, and his order was always carried out. In ancient times, it is said, dogs were killed at the grave. Women mourned for deceased relations by cutting their hair short. For the loss of a husband or son, but not a daughter, they not only cut their hair, but often take off one or more joints of their fingers, and always scarify the calves of their legs. Besides this, for a month or so, they daily repair to some place near a camp, generally a hill or a little rise of ground, and there cry and lament, calling the name of the deceased over and over again. This may be called a chant or song, for there is a certain tune to it. It is in a minor key and very doleful. Anyone hearing it for the first time, even though wholly unacquainted with Indian customs, would at once know that it was a mourning song, or at least was the utterance of one in deep distress. There is no fixed period for the length of time one must mourn. Some keep up this daily lament for a few weeks only, and others much longer. I once came across an old wrinkled woman who was crouched in the sagebrush, crying and lamenting for someone as if her heart would break. On inquiring if anyone had died lately, I was told she was mourning for a son she had lost more than 20 years before. Men mourn by cutting a little of their hair, going without leggings, and for the loss of a son, sometimes scarify their legs. This last, however, is never done for the loss of a wife, daughter, or any relative except a son. Many Blackfeet change their names every season. Whenever a Blackfoot counts a new coop, he is entitled to a new name. A Blackfoot will never tell his name if he can avoid it. He believes that if he should speak his name, he would be unfortunate in all his undertakings. It was considered a gross breach of propriety for a man to meet his mother-in-law, and if by any mischance he did so, or what was worse, if he spoke to her, she demanded a very heavy payment, which he was obliged to make. The mother-in-law was equally anxious to avoid meeting or speaking to her son-in-law. End of section 32. Section 33 of Blackfoot Lodge Tales, The Story of a Prairie People, by George Bird Grinnell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How the Blackfoot Lived. The primitive clothing of the Blackfeet was made of the dressed skins of certain animals. Women seldom wore a head covering. Men, however, in winter, generally used a cap made of the skin of some small animal, such as the antelope, wolf, badger, or coyote. As the skin from the head of these animals often formed part of the cap, the ears left being on, it made a very odd-looking headdress. Sometimes the cap was made of the skin of some large bird, such as the sage-hen, duck, owl, or swan. The ancient dress of the women was a shirt of cowskin, with long sleeves tied at the wrist, a skirt reaching halfway from the knees to ankles, and leggings tied above the knees, with sometimes a supporting string running from the belt to the leggings. In more modern times, this was modified, and a woman's dress consisted of a gown or smock, reaching from the neck to below the knee. There were no sleeves, the armholes being provided with top coverings, a sort of cape or flap, which reached to the elbows. Leggings were of course still worn. They reached to the knee, and were generally made, as was the gown, of the tan skin of elk, deer, sheep, or antelope. Moccasins for winter were made of buffalo robe, and of tan buffalo cowskin for summer wear. The latter were always made with parfleche soles, which greatly increased their durability, and were often ornamented over the instep or toes with a three-pronged figure, worked in porcupine quills or beads, the 3 prongs representing, it is said, the 3 divisions or tribes of the nation. The men wore a shirt, breechclout, leggings which reached to the thighs, and moccasins. In winter both men and women wore a robe of tan buffalo skin, and sometimes of beaver. In late summer a lighter robe was worn, made of cowskin or buckskin, from which the hair had been removed. Both sexes wore belts, which supported and confined the clothing, and to which were attached knife sheaths and other useful articles. Necklaces and earrings were worn by all, and were made of shells, bone, wood, and the teeth and claws of animals. Elk tushes were highly prized, and were used for ornamenting women's dresses. A gown profusely decorated with them was worth 2 good horses. Eagle feathers were used by the men to make headdresses and to ornament shields and also weapons. Small bunches of owl or grouse feathers were sometimes tied to the scalp locks. It is doubtful if the women ever took particular care of their hair. The men, however, spent a great deal of time brushing, braiding, and ornamenting their scalp locks. Their hair was usually worn in 2 braids, one on each side of the head. Less frequently, 4 braids were made, one behind and one in front of each ear. Sometimes the hair of the forehead was cut off square and brushed straight up, and not infrequently it was made into a huge top knot and wound with otter fur. Often a slender lock, wound with brass wire or braided, hung down from one side of the forehead over to the face. As a rule, the men were tall, straight, and well-formed. Their features are regular, the eyes being large and well set, and the nose generally moderately large, straight, and thin. Their chests are splendidly developed. The women are quite tall for their sex, but, as a rule, not so good-looking as the men. Their hands are large, coarse, and knotted by hard labor, and they early become wrinkled and careworn. They generally have splendid constitutions. I have known them to resume work a day after childbirth, and once when traveling, I knew a woman to halt, give birth to a child, and catch up with the camp inside of 4 hours. As a rule, children are hardy and vigorous. They are allowed to do about as they please from the time they are able to walk. I have often seen them playing in winter in the snow, and spinning tops on the ice, barefooted and half naked. Under such conditions, those which have feeble constitutions soon die. Only the hardiest reach maturity and old age. It is said that very long ago the people made houses of mud, sticks, and stones. It is not known what was their size or shape, and no traces of them are known to have been found. For a very long time the lodge seems to have been their only dwelling. In ancient times, before they had knives of metal, stones were used to hold down the edges of the lodge, to keep it from being blown away. These varied in size from 6 inches to a foot or more in diameter. Everywhere on the prairie one may now see circles of these stones, and within these circles the smaller ones, which surrounded the fireplace. Some of them have lain so long that only the tops now project above the turf, and undoubtedly many of them are buried out of sight. Lodges were always made of tanned cowskin, nicely cut and sewn together, so as to form an almost perfect cone. At the top were 2 large flaps, called ears, which were kept extended or closed, according to the direction and strength of the wind, to create a draught and keep the lodge free from smoke. The lodge covering was supported by light, straight pine or spruce poles, about 18 of which were required. 12 cowskins made a lodge about 14 feet in diameter at the base and 10 feet high. I have heard of a modern one which contained 40 skins. It was over 30 feet in diameter, and was so heavy that the skins were sewn in 2 pieces which buttoned together. An average-sized dwelling of this kind contained 18 skins and was about 16 feet in diameter. The lower edge of the lodge proper was fastened by wooden pegs to within an inch or 2 of the ground. Inside, a lining made of brightly painted cowskin reached from the ground to a height of 5 or 6 feet. An air space of the thickness of the lodge poles, 2 or 3 inches, was thus left between the lining and the lodge covering, and the cold air, rushing up through it from the outside, made a draught which aided the ears in freeing the lodge smoke. The door was 3 or 4 feet high and was covered by a flap of skin, which hung down on the outside. Thus made, with plenty of buffalo robes for seats and bedding, and a good stock of firewood, a lodge was very comfortable, even in the coldest weather. It was not uncommon to decorate the outside of the lodge with buffalo tails and brightly painted pictures of animals. Inside, the space around was partitioned off into couches or seats, each about 6 feet in length. At the foot and head of every couch, a mat, made of straight, peeled willow twigs, fastened side by side, was suspended on a tripod at an angle of 45 degrees, so that between the couches faces were left like an inverted V, thus making convenient places to store articles which were not in use. The owner of the lodge always occupied the seat or couch at the back of the lodge, directly opposite the doorway, the places on his right being occupied by his wives and daughters, though sometimes a Blackfoot had so many wives that they occupied the whole lodge. The places on his left were reserved for his sons and visitors. When a visitor entered the lodge, he was assigned a seat according to his rank. The nearer to the host, the greater the honor. Bows were generally made of ash wood, which grows east of the mountains toward the sand hills. When for any reason they could not obtain ash, they used the wood of the chokecherry tree, but this had not the strength nor spring enough to be of much service. I have been told also that sometimes they used hazelwood for bows. Arrows were made of shoots of the sarviceberry wood, which was straight, very heavy, and not brittle. They were smoothed and straightened by a stone implement. The grooves were made by pushing the shafts through a rib or other flat bone in which had been made a hole, circular except for 1 or 2 projections on the inside. These projections worked out the groove. The object of these grooves is said to have been to allow the blood to flow freely. Each man marked his arrows by painting them, or by some special combination of colored feathers. The arrowheads were of 2 kinds, barbed slender points for war, barbless for hunting. Knives were originally made of stone, as were also war clubs, mauls, and some of the scrapers for fleshing and graining hides. Some of the flint knives were long, others short. A stick was fitted to them, forming a wooden handle. The handles of mauls and war clubs were usually made of green sticks fitted closely as possible into a groove made in the stone, the whole being bound together by a covering of hide put on green, tightly fitted and strongly sewed. This, as it shrunk in drying, bound the different parts of the implement together in the strongest possible manner. Short, heavy spears were used, the points being of stone or bone, barbed. I have heard no explanation among the Blackfeet of the origin of fire. In ancient times it was obtained by means of fire sticks, as described elsewhere. The starting of the spark with these sticks is said to have been hard work. At almost their first meeting with the whites, they obtained flints and steels, and learned how to use them. In ancient times, in the days of fire sticks and even later, within the memory of men now living, fire used to be carried from place to place in a fire horn. This was a buffalo horn slung by a string over the shoulder like a powder horn. The horn was filled with moist, rotten wood, and the open end had a wooden stopper or plug fitted to it. On leaving camp in the morning, the man who carried the horn took from the fire a small live coal and put it in the horn, and on this coal placed a piece of punk, then plugged up the horn with the stopper. The punk smoldered in this almost airtight chamber, and, in the course of 2 or 3 hours, the man looked at it, and if it was nearly consumed, put another piece of punk in the horn. The first young men who reached the appointed camping ground would gather 2 or 3 large piles of wood in different places, and as soon as someone who carried a fire horn reached camp, he turned out his spark at one of these piles of wood, and a little blowing and nursing gave a blaze which started the fire. The other fires were kindled from this first one, and when the women reached camp and had put the lodges up, they went to these fires and got coals with which to start those in their lodges. This custom of borrowing coals persisted up to the last days of the buffalo, and indeed may even be noticed still. The punk here mentioned is a fungus which grows on the birch tree. The Indians used to gather this in large quantities and dry it. It was very abundant in the Torchwood Hills, whence the name, on Beaver Creek, a tributary of the Saskatchewan from the south. The Blackfeet made buckets, cups, basins, and dishes from the lining of the buffalo's paunch. This was torn off in large pieces, and was stretched over a flattened willow or cherry hoop at the bottom and top. These hoops were sometimes inside and sometimes outside the bucket or dish. In the latter case, the hoop at the bottom was often sewed to the paunch, which came down over it, double on the outside, the needle holes being pitched with gum or tallow. The hoop at the upper edge was also sewed to the paunch, and a rawhide bale passed under it to carry it by. These buckets were shaped somewhat like our wooden ones, and were of different sizes, some of them holding 4 or 5 gallons. They were more or less flexible, and when carried in a pack, they could be flattened down like a crush hat, and so took up little room. If set on the ground when full, they would stand up for a while, but as they soon softened and fell down, they were usually hung up by the bale on a little tripod. Cups were made in the same way as buckets, but on a smaller scale and without the bale. Of course, nothing hot could be placed in these vessels. It is doubtful if the Blackfeet ever made any pottery or basketware. They, however, made bowls and kettles of stone. There is an ancient children's song which consists of a series of questions asked an elk, and its replies to the same. In one place the questioner sings, "Elk, what is your bowl or dish?" And the elk answers, "Okwe-Tokasoka," stone bowl. On this point, Wolfcalf, a very old man, states that in early days the Blackfeet sometimes boiled their meat in a stone bowl made out of a hard clay rock. Choosing a fragment of the right size and shape, they would pound it with another heavier rock, dealing light blows until a hollow had been made in the top. This hollow was made deeper by pounding and grinding, and when it was deep enough, they put water in it, and set it on the fire, and the water would boil. These pots were strong and would last a long time. I do not remember that any other tribe of Plains Indians made such stone bowls or mortars, though, of course, they were commonly made, and in singular perfection, by the Pacific Coast tribes, and I have known of rare cases in which basalt mortars and small soapstone olas have been found on the central plateau of the continent in southern Wyoming. These articles, however, had no doubt been obtained by trade from western tribes. Service of the ladles and spoons were made of wood and of buffalo and mountain sheep horn. Basins or flat dishes were sometimes made of mountain sheep horn, boiled, split, and flattened, and also of split buffalo horn, fitted and sewn together with sinew, making a flaring, saucer-shaped dish. These were used as plates or eating dishes. Of course they leaked a little, for the joints were not tight. Wooden bowls and dishes were made from knots and protuberances of trees, dug out and smoothed by fire and the knife or by the latter alone. It is not known that these people ever made spears, hooks, or other implements for capturing fish. They appear never to have used boats of any kind, not even bull boats. Their highest idea of navigation was to lash together a few sticks or logs, on which to transport their possessions across the river. Red, brown, yellow, and white paints were made by burning clays of these colors, which were then pulverized and mixed with a little grease. Black paint was made of charred wood. Bags and sacks were made of parfleche, usually ornamented with buckskin fringe, and painted with various designs in bright colors. Figures having sharp angles are most common. The diet of the Blackfeet was more varied than one would think. Large quantities of sarvice berries, Amelanchier anifolia, were gathered whenever there was a crop, which occurs every other year, dried and stored for future use. These were gathered by women, who collected the branches laden with the ripe fruit, and beat them over a robe spread upon the ground. Choke cherries were also gathered when ripe, and pounded up, stones and all. A bushel of the fruit, after being pounded up and dried, was reduced to a very small quantity. This food was sometimes eaten by itself, but more often was used to flavor soups and to mix with pemmican. Bullberries, Shepherdea argentea, were a favorite fruit, and were gathered in large quantities, as was also the whiteberry of the red willow. This last is an exceedingly bitter, acrid fruit, and to the taste of most white men wholly unpleasant and repugnant. The Blackfeet, however, are very fond of it, perhaps because it contains some property necessary to the nourishment of the body, which is lacking in their everyday food. The camas root, which grows abundantly in certain localities on the east slope of the Rockies, was also dug, cooked, and dried. The bulbs were roasted in pits, as by the Indians on the west side of the Rocky Mountains, the Kalispels, and others. It is gathered while in the bloom, June 15th to July 15th. A large pit is dug in which a hot fire is built, the bottom being first lined with flat stones. After keeping up this fire for several hours, until the stones and earth are thoroughly heated, the coals and ashes are removed. The pit is then lined with grass, and is filled almost to the top with camas bulbs. Over these, grass is laid, then twigs, and then earth to a depth of 4 inches. On this a fire is built, which is kept up from 1 to 3 days, according to the quantity of the bulbs in the pit. When the pit is opened, the small children gather about it to suck the syrup, which has collected on the twigs and grass, and which is very sweet. The fresh toasted camas taste something like roasted chestnut, with a little of the flavor of the sweet potato. After being cooked, the roots are spread out in the sun to dry, and are then put in sacks to be stored away. Sometimes a few are pounded up with sarvice berries and dried. Bitter root is gathered, dried, and boiled with a little sugar. It is a slender root, 1 inch or 2 long, and as thick as a goose's quill, white in color, and looking like short lengths of spaghetti. It is very starchy. In the spring, a certain root called mats was eaten in great quantities. This plant was known to the early French employees of the Hudson's Bay and American fur companies as pomme blanc, Sorrelia esculenta. All parts of such animals as the buffalo, elk, deer, etc., were eaten, save only the lungs, gall, and 1 or 2 other organs. A favorite way of eating the paunch or stomach was in the raw state. Liver, too, was sometimes eaten raw. The unborn calf of a fresh-killed animal, especially buffalo, was considered a great delicacy. The meat of this, when boiled, is white, tasteless, and insipid. The small intestines of the buffalo were sometimes dried, but more often were stuffed with long, thin strips of meat. During the stuffing process, the entrail was turned inside out, thus confining with the meat the sweet white fat that covers the intestine. The next step was to roast it a little, after which the ends were tied to prevent the escape of the juices, and it was thoroughly boiled in water. This is a very great delicacy, and when properly prepared is equally appreciated by whites and Indians. As a rule, there were but 2 ways of cooking meat, boiling and roasting. If roasted, it was thoroughly cooked, but if boiled, it was only left in the water long enough to lose the red color, say 5 or 10 minutes. Before they got kettles from the whites, the Blackfeet often boiled meat in the green hide. A hole was dug in the ground, and the skin, flesh side up, was laid in it, being supported about the edges of the hole by pegs. The meat and water having been placed in this hollow, red-hot stones were dropped in the water until it became hot and the meat was cooked. In time of plenty, great quantities of dried meat were prepared for use when fresh meat could not be obtained. In making dried meat, the thicker parts of an animal were cut in large, thin sheets and hung in the sun to dry. If the weather was not fine, the meat was often hung up on lines or scaffolds in the upper part of the lodge. When properly cured, and if of good quality, the sheets were about 1/4 of an inch thick and very brittle. The back fat of the buffalo was also dried and eaten with the meat as we eat butter with bread. Pemmican was made of the flesh of the buffalo. The meat was dried in the usual way, and for this use only lean meat, such as the hams, loin, and shoulders, was chosen. When the time came for making the pemmican, 2 large fires were built of dry quaking aspen wood, and these were allowed to burn down to red coals. The old women brought the dried meat to these fires, and the sheets of meat were thrown on the coals of one of them, allowed to heat through, turned to keep them from burning, and then thrown on the flesh side of a dry hide that lay on the ground near by. After a time, the roasting of this dried meat caused a smoke to rise from the fire in use, which gave the meat a bitter taste, if cooked in it. They then turned to the other fire, and used that until the first one had burned clear again. After enough of the roasted meat had been thrown on the hide, it was flailed out with sticks, and being very brittle was easily broken up and made small. It was constantly stirred and pounded until it was all fine. Meantime, the tallow of the buffalo had been melted in a large kettle, and the pemmican bags prepared. These were made of bull's hide, and were in 2 pieces, and with the corners rounded off. 2 such pieces sewed together made a bag which would hold 100 pounds. The pounded meat and tallow, the latter just beginning to cool, were put in a trough made of bull's hide, a wooden spade being used to stir the mixture. After it was thoroughly mixed, it was shoveled into one of the sacks, held open, and rammed down and packed tight with a big stick, every effort being made to expel all the air. When the bag was full and packed as tight as possible, it was sewn up. It was then put on the ground, and the women jumped on it to make it still more tight and solid. It was then laid away in the sun to cool and dry. It usually took the meat of 2 cows to make a bag of 100 pounds. A very large bull might make a sack from 80 to 100 pounds. A much finer grade of pemmican was made from the choicest parts of the buffalo with marrow fat. To this dried berries and pounded chokeberries were added, making a delicious food, which was extremely nutritious. Pemmican was eaten either dry as it came from the sack, or stewed with water. In the spring, the people had great feasts of the eggs of ducks and other waterfowl. A large quantity having been gathered, a hole was dug in the ground and a little water put in it. At short intervals above the water, platforms of sticks were built, on which the eggs were laid. A smaller hole was dug at one side of the large hole, slanting into the bottom of it. When all was ready, the top of the larger hole was covered with mud, laid upon cross sticks, and red-hot stones were dropped into the slant, when they rolled down into the water, heating it, and also cooking the eggs by steam. Fish were seldom eaten by these people in early days, but now they seem very fond of them. Turtles, frogs, and lizards are considered creatures of evil, and are never eaten. Dogs, considered a great delicacy by the Crees, Gros, Ventres, Sioux, Assiniboines, and other surrounding tribes, were never eaten by the Blackfeet. No religious motive is assigned for this abstinence. I once heard a pagan say that it was wrong to eat dogs. "They are our true friends," he said. "Men say they are our friends and they turn against us, but our dogs are always true. They mourn when we are absent, and are always glad when we return. They keep watch for us in the night when we sleep. So pity the poor dogs." Snakes, grasshoppers, worms, and other insects were never eaten. Salt was an unknown condiment. Many are now very fond of it, but I know a number, especially old people, who never eat it. End of section 33.